Okay, so I finally caught up with all my videos. So right now I'm uploading like 2 long ones, and that would have been, so this will be the first one, and the next one, whenever I do it, which will probably be a very long time, like maybe a couple weeks. But let's look at a concept here. Self-awareness is only a threat to a contrivance state. In other words, you might mistake it as a threat to you, right, where things seem awkward or strange, but that's just cognitive dissonance with the process. Like, for example, you have this ability to recognize the fact that something to do with the stimuli acme, along those lines, like if you have a fetish or something like this, the only awareness of it that's negative and invalidating isn't of your practice or your process, because you're a human variable, you can do many things, right? There's no limit on that. But the limit is, there's this imposed inhibition that you're supposed to treat these things with, and you might invalidate that. So you kind of get this misframing that this is what indoctrination is about. It makes you associate an outward restrictive standard with your inherent state of being. Like somehow that's a good thing, somehow that's how you inherently are, which of course it's not. That's the whole conflict and necessity of doing it in the first place. So it tries to make you believe that's your inherent state, or that's a desirable state, or it's gratifying, like, you're a good person for doing it, or something's negative with not doing it, or doing something variable. But it gets very far away from a more inherent, like, help-harm basis, like something that isn't hurting anybody or isn't a crime, which is most of what people do. Like most of what you would think or most of what you would do is not that. Like, for example, there's an assumption with that too. It's kind of telling. The fact that if somebody seems like a little bit different or whatever, like you put somebody in a box like, that person seems weird or strange, whatever they're exhibiting is just mere non-contrivance, and could fit into various aspects of the human variable, which is like the net sum capability that people can do. And as people are much less defined than they seem to treat themselves, like in a personality sense or whatever. But the point is that you try to get a rigid definition, like a person is this way and that's it, and that's fully defined. But that's not really how people are, or not how they have to be, but that's how it's treated. But the issue is also that you have, and that's why you lean on a lot, like status, preconceived notions, identity, like certain things like that you lean on, because that ends up being more important and dictating and defining than anything else. But in any case, what you have is the ability to consider that. So a lot of things will be a reduction to structure. Like the structure that you're reduced to is self-actualizing, is preventing self-actualizing. Like you are this way, not because you actually are that way, but because the structure makes you that way, or assumes you are that way. So like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that, this person is young, so therefore we'll treat them a certain way. I'm not saying you can't break out of that, but it's like a constant obstacle you have to overcome. But why? Like, it's not a reflection of reality, it's a reflection of this herded, trained animal, overextended stimuli acme preserved state that people clearly are not aware of in practice. So, but anyway, getting back to the other point, you have this state of, how was I describing it? Like, basically, you have the ability to it's only a threat to that restriction, right? So you get people to associate it with themselves, and you get people to, again, take pride in it, like, I'm being a good person by inhibiting all of my inherent tendencies. But yeah, there's that assumption, like anything that breaks the mold of contrivance, no, you'd be afraid of it, and it's weird, and this person's going to kill you or do some harm. That projection is actually quite valuable and telling, because it shows you the only way that you think is, it's like this narrow non-basis of yourself. Like the only standard is yourself and your own self-interest. So anything that anybody could be doing can only be based on those projections. Like somebody must be doing something for something that you would perceive as your own benefit. Like they're doing it for money, or they're doing it for sex, or they're doing it against your interest in some way. They're going to hurt you. They're going to kill you. Like that would be your assumptions, because that's how narrow your worldview is. Like anybody that doesn't fit into an exact mold of behavior must be associated with that, some extreme like that, because you can't explain it any other way. And so it's the unwillingness to be puzzled that's similar to religious beliefs, like why people do that, because you couldn't explain it any other different way, and so you're basically able to So yeah, you create this contrivance state that is very restrictive, and then it's glorified in a way. So again, you can't argue the functional contrivance state in a half-mass recurring way. You can't argue, again, even exceptions are seen as validating, but it's a hopeless sort of objective observation to make, because it's not functional in this half-mass state that I'm describing, so it's not useful to you in sustaining the zero-sum state. So why would you observe the state? Observing the state doesn't help you sustain the state, so what's the point? And, you should overcompensate then by, zero-sum means we give you some freedom from the state. So people don't realize what it is that they're actually saying, but the absolutist tendency would be, again, minimalism, remove the need, and also, don't preserve it through the stimuli acme, or at least consider that a vouching state, that you're vouching for it, so there's a high accountability and high standard to go along with it, and you certainly can't complain about it then if you do. So it's placing a lot of power on people that they do have, and their own potential is emphasized, and so therefore what you have is the recognition that everything is your choice and your control, much more so than you realize, regardless of all this restrictive structure that is taken for granted. And if you pertain to uphold that structure yourself, then you're part of that problem. So you get these very well-trained animals that, again, that we identify as human functions, that you get this very same state of being, that I get to be aware of it, not to be above it. You get the standard that you embrace and glorify the very same structure, right, that you would have complained about or that you do still suffer from. So you're enforcing, again, it couldn't happen by accident. It couldn't happen by sheer externality. You are actively upholding the very same contrivance state that inhibits you. So think about the recognition that tells you is like, you can't control yourself, or you need to be restrained. Think about that premise. Like, that's how you think about yourself, to be able to. So again, the self-governance idea by an absolutist would be removing the need for that, but it's first would take, again, either a village of 100 concept. It might seem to overlap with some depopulation idea, but it's really more intrinsic. Like, you're choosing the state, you're choosing to preserve it through the stimuli acme, so you would be vouching for it, so then you can't complain about it, or you would, again, not create that process in the first place. So you would have to decide at least between those two elements of. But people act. I love seeing that more than anything. Right, like, people have kids and then they somehow complain about that or use that as an excuse for something. Like, you don't get what you're really doing. You're acting like, and in general, in life, too, this shows you the half-mass state. That, again, it's not about what the measure should be or anything, whether you should even live, whether you should even live a certain way. It's a question that if you, working for your own zero-sum self-interest is a struggle, and, taking care of your children who you chose to have, right, and you didn't have impulse control to prevent, or whatever, precautions weren't taken, it is somehow a struggle. So the fact that these things are struggles, are you telling that exact basis of the overextended stimuli acme, the lack of value for human life, the mass production postulate? So the idea that you're not treating it as though it's valuable or that it matters, right? You don't value your own life, that zero-sum self-interest isn't enough, zero-sum means, or that you struggle half-mass overextension more to even sustain more than you actually need to survive. And then as far as the reproduction aspect, you have no value for human life there. You're not really thinking about it or considering it deeply, that you're actually creating life and perpetuating the state. So it's not even a high standard, it's just a standard, period, that otherwise is absent, that you would have thought about it and considered it carefully and either not done it or held it to a standard. So now what you have is instead the ability that you're able to you wouldn't have acknowledged it, because what you have is you have this, you would be fully aware and deliberate with it, so there would be no room for complaint or conflict or struggle. It would be deliberate, like, you're doing this for this reason, like, you're doing it for your self-interest, so why would you struggle with that? Or otherwise, just don't do it. But the nature of the struggle is sometimes something a little bit different, right? The overextension of it, the objectively adverse, self-defeating, finite to everyone basis that I've explained in the past, like, it's a little bit, it would take a little bit too long for right now, but the more basic way to explain it is, again, if you look at it, you're preserving it, and then, so it shows you you did it without thinking, which is probably what most people would treat it as. Like, you're just having sex, you're having a good time, you're not using protection, you're doing all these things, and then you preserve the state, but you neither understood the state, nor sort of conquered the state in some satisfactory way based on your standard, nor removed the need for the state, nor held it to a standard, or let alone a high standard, by whatever your basis or measure is, right? It doesn't even matter. But none of these things happen, right? Two animals humped, but then they glorify it as in something more, and then by glorifying it in something more, they reduce it actually to a lesser state, a half-mass state, right? That's the whole dichotomy of the inherent versus the contrivance response. So all of these things are relatively basic, but it's interesting to see how people bury them within contrivance, and that need is actually quite telling. The fact that it has to be dealt with that way and how aggressively that's done. So you might think in this modern age people would be more capable of this, that it's an age in which you are more freedom of information and resources and the ability to not be so restrained, at least from the government side and things like that. But it's something more intrinsic that is ultimately comes down to being a choice where you choose whether or not you want to do that. And in this case, you are not really choosing it because, like, how do people justify it? Like some sort of social norm and things of that nature that, again, the functional basis can't be denied, but at least it's not acknowledged as a functional basis. It's really something that recognizes its own contradictions, but then still keeps doing it, right? So that's where a lot of the conflict comes from. So again, you would pose an absolutist wouldn't do this, but you would pose some idyllic alternative, like, oh, instead we should do this, but that isn't even necessarily the point. Because remember, which one is the outward indoctrinated structure, right, in the contrivance state? That's the outward, so it has to qualify itself, or you have to qualify it. So there's no sense that you have to do some alternative. It's more a sense that you have to qualify it in the first place, or at the very least you're acknowledging, okay, there is no good reason, but we're just doing it as some sort of default. But then even then you could have scrutiny and accountability and a great deal of thought about it to constantly hold that accountable. So instead, people would rather do this distraction and imbalance over compensation state of being than actually self-awareness or thought and objectivity. And so what that gives you in a measured state is the ability to consider that you're not actually doing anything. So, again, like some standard that anybody could do some zero-sum function. So if that's what you want to do and sustain, then so be it. Okay, let's do a brief topic here. I don't really feel like watching anything, but I kind of was in the mood to watch Dragon Ball, and then because it wasn't on Netflix, I got pissed. So, maybe I should cancel Netflix. That's actually a good idea. I just thought of it. I should cancel Netflix and do Crunchyroll now, even though, maybe not right now, but whatever, coming soon. So then I'll do Dragon Ball or something else. Yeah, not that I am not watching Monk, but I guess for now I'm sort of gotten distracted by so many other things, and that's the point of this, is a free-flowing thing. But what I'll say at least about Monk is it's not over like The Sopranos, because it didn't fail any condition. It was doing just fine within all the criteria. So at that point, I guess I could be honorable and say the conditions are super harsh, like, oh, I didn't guess the culprit in 3 episodes, so I had to lose because of that. But it's not quite that harsh the way I said it might be. I just have to guess it kind of vaguely or something, I sort of changed the format, but whatever. It's not a failure state show based on plot armor count or anything like that, the F grades. Certainly not within 7 episodes. So here's a topic that people are sort of so stupid and initial-minded and unaware and all these kind of things, but it's not to be taken in some personalized way, or even, again, your self-superiority. It's more like an objective basis, like the stigma effect that I call it throughout human history. You should be aware, human beings have everything terrible, every bad, terrible, unimaginable thing, right, that has ever happened or that could ever happen has already been done by people, right? All the most terrible things that you could possibly imagine have been done by people at some point in history, and by simply studying history, knowing history, you would know that. So in other words, it's the same thing. People are still people. So you would be skeptical of their nature a little bit and be a bit cautious and not do all this undue positive emphasis glorification that was done even at those times where those things were done. So it's not a specified basis. It's not about one group, one race, one gender, one person. Don't specify the conflict. Don't give any man a monopoly over sin. But that's my old expression. A lot of these are my expressions, obviously. This is a topic that came up a lot. But so don't make it about that. Don't confuse ability with morality. Like Genghis Khan was conquering these people, not because, he's so ruthless. There were plenty of other ruthless kings. There were plenty of other people at war, right, with each other, willing to do whatever it took to win. So just because he was good enough, right, everybody's playing the same game by the same rules, conquer and pillage and do whatever you want. But because he was just better at it, now you're mistaking ability for some lesser state of morality, that these kings who were trying to conquer everybody just weren't as good at it as he was. You never heard about them because they got conquered. They were just nobody. But you hear about him because, he was so good at it. So the defining factor of Genghis Khan has nothing to do with morality. It's just ability. Everybody's trying to conquer each other. That's how history was written in blood and, a lot of that time period. So plenty of other kings were trying to do the same thing. He was just better at it. And so we know him for that. Not because, he's so evil. If that's all it took, then there would have been plenty of other people doing the same thing. Or they were all trying to, so he was just better at the same process. So what you have is a simple ability to consider that, again, it's not about morality, it's about, the morality is a foregone conclusion. Like throughout most of human history, especially power structures, but even individuals would do things with no regard. So like Genghis Khan doesn't care about, let's be nice and hold hands and treat people well, but neither, whatever, in terms of conquering. But a lot of other kings, other leaders, other people didn't do that either. So it's not about that. It's about, he was good enough to execute it. That's why we know him and we regard him. Not because, he's morally bankrupt. But I guarantee you can find hundreds of other leaders at that time in history, etc., that would also be that way, but they just weren't as good at it. Right? There is a difference between that. Like, the British Empire was so evil. That wasn't why they were so powerful, though. Right, plenty of other countries would have and did similar things, and so why did they do it to such an extent? They're just so evil that's why they enslaved people, and that's why they committed genocide on the Native Americans. But that wasn't why. If all it took to be evil, wow, that's easy then. Anybody could just do it, right? No, it's that they had technology, they had this, war techniques, different resources, ships and cannons and, gunpowder and all this kind of stuff that they were skilled at. So because of that, they were able to enact their will upon others, and at that time in history, there was no, pretense of morality, even though, whatever, you can call it just a pretense today. There was no pretense that you basically have, the ability to at least nuclear weapons provide an equalizing factor that prevents wars and stuff like that, but that's the point. So you'd be aware of that nature, and so you'd be a little skeptical of it, and you'd be a little bit cautious about both that and just even an ability standpoint. Like you see and know, whether through history or even your own life and observation, people have certain flaws and certain tendencies in nature. So rather than just accepting that, that's just how people are, just treating as the exception, pretend you're constantly aware of that. Never mind the fact constantly aware, just period, self-aware in your existence, or constantly always thinking or objectively observing. Never mind any of that. But just that you're thinking, or just that you're aware of the nature, you would be pretty cautious because there's all these all it takes is one. So you'd be apprehensive in crowds, not because that's some little psychological thing you have, but it's only rational. You should be apprehensive in crowds because out of that many people, the chance of one of them doing something extreme is actually possible. So now you'd be weary of that nature, the variable nature, the unpredictable nature, the negative nature that we've observed. Like, it's the same people, it's the same species, the same beings that have done terrible things in the past. They'll do them again. They'll just change the form. They'll just veil it in machination process advantages. So you're missing kind of the whole point if you say that you're missing the whole point if you say that whatever, you just treat it on like an initial mindless basis that you're able to consider, right? That you just take everything face value, everything for granted, even though you're aware, you have the capacity to be aware of all those tendencies within human nature, human history. And again, it's not even to condemn and say, oh, human beings are evil or whatever. We contrive those standards in response to inherent nature in the first place. So it's not that, oh, people are inherently good or evil. It's that good and evil are constructs that we create to abide our own preferences and to react to things we don't like. So it might be human nature, a tendency to do a certain thing, or at least people would be willing to, etc. So people would kill each other if we didn't condemn the act of people killing each other. That's why we call it evil. That doesn't mean you shouldn't use that as a functional basis. It means that don't treat that as an inherent absolute state just because you want it to be or just because it's useful to be. And when you realize it's not absolute, that's why it explains some of the bad things that do happen. And sometimes, that's the danger where I always argue for objectivity, even in subjective means and senses. Like, what use is it seeing something objectively? Like, you're a person and you don't want to die either. So shouldn't you see it as, oh, it's just a fact and it's absolute and it's subjective, that killing a person is wrong? But it's important to recognize that isn't true and to see the objective reality so that you can best practice and uphold that contrivance state. Contrivance being the attempt to turn it into reality or a functional basis that can actually be relied upon. So the person who, oh, well, of course it's absolute, the person won't try as hard to enforce it or at all because, oh, it's just absolute, so it just goes without saying, instead of, oh no, we have to use our subjective human abilities and resources and people and training and technology and all these different things, structures and laws and courts and everything. You have to use all that to uphold this standard, this functional, collectively agreed upon, preferential, etc. standard. I'm not diminishing, right, that it has value, but the question is that, and that's like the false framing, straw man duality nonsense that I hear with this discussion, like, oh, well, that some of these religious clips, like Charlie Kirk or the other guy, the preacher, like, are you trying to say, does that mean that you're saying killers and rapists and stuff aren't evil? How could you possibly say that? And you're trying to provide the foundation for your worldview, provides the foundation for ethics? Yeah, you mean the ethics that rely on subjective human enforcement of a non-absolute, non-objective, non-divine will, intrinsic factual state, absolutely or objectively or inherently right, wrong. That, oh yeah, that's what I mean. The fact that, oh, it's not objective, that's why we need laws and subjective people to enforce them. And even then, sometimes they fail or do it in a flawed way, or the person gets away, or why should it be beholden to all that if it's really absolute? So in other words, okay, I'll accept your premise because you don't know what the word absolute means. But your definition of the word absolute means that, not that it goes without saying, not that it already takes care of itself, the universe does it, or nature does it, a bolt of lightning will strike you down, or whatever. No, it requires constant social indoctrination, constant, stigmatization, constant enforcement, constant reinforcement, constant, the threat of enforcement, like going to jail, laws and cops and police, and it requires all of this, all of which is beholden also to a subjective basis that, if somebody's just lazy, oh, the killer gets away. This absolutely objectively wrong killer supposedly gets away because the jury liked them, or because the cop was lazy, or even the cop themselves commits a crime because they're just a bad person in a position of power. Like, there's all this shit that happens, and the reason why it happens is because because you have this state of recognize it's not true so you can best make it so. There's something to that. I have so many different ways of actually saying that over the years that I've never quite decided on one. But yeah, I kind of like that phrasing. Like, for example, you've never... let me try to understand it. You have so many different ways, like, whatever, like, realize what you want to be true isn't true so you can best achieve that state. Instead, if you pretend it's true, right, it's kind of this initial versus responsive basis. Like, you want something to be true, but the best way to actually achieve it and make it so is to realize it's not true, not just pretend it's true because you want it to be true. And even in observable practice, that's how it's upheld, like that. And then the other point is the basic fact that is just be aware of human nature and tendency in a way that you can obviously do that. Like, just you'd be aware of it. So I like this standard too of like thinking is a bad thing, that not what it exposes. It's like saying, oh, your eyes are the problem. You look too much. You should cut your eyes out, or you should, gouge your eyes out, or just close your eyes. If what you see, so like something's in front of you, and the act of looking at it causes some sort of conflict, cognitive dissonance, etc. But the issue isn't what you're looking at; it's your eyes. So it's the same thing with the mind and thought. Like, thinking too much is a bad thing. Not just that simply what you're thinking about would reveal some potential, again, based on your standard, subjective standard, whatever it might be, right, would reveal something, would cause some conflict, would have some cognitive dissonance. Those things, it's just a reflection of reality, right? So don't blame thinking. Blame what is the fixation of it. You should be able to think about as much as you want and it wouldn't be a problem. Whereas, it's just revealing some flawed, objectively adverse contrivance state, etc. Conflict of contrivance, etc., reduction to structure. So the problem with this is the fact that this is the closest I would ever come to bringing back my debate format. Like, I guess if I get some viewer, it's kind of a sad thing. You wouldn't understand it, but it's something different. But whatever, I'm at least caught up with uploading these, and I'm enjoying doing them on Kick, even though I'm not doing them. I'm just doing a rerun, so that lets me have like infinite content. If I had some other setup, I could literally like run this 24/7, and I'm not saying you get a lot of support or viewership from it, but it's just free real estate. It's just free content. So like, why wouldn't I do it? So like right now, I'm not at home, so I'm running an old video in a stream, like one of my YouTube videos. So I'm like a few behind if I'm trying to catch up with the most recent ones, and I never even did the ones because I was never doing it at that point on Kick. But I'm trying to catch up and do all of them. The beauty is I could just keep doing the same ones over and over. But this one is like to do with Monk, and then from there, it's another one to do with Monk. Then from there you have like dinner, and then you have a couple more. I can't even remember. Hypno Goddess Mila Kunis, and then you had like the two more here that I had done. Easy A. That might be almost it. Like dinner, then Easy A. There might be one in between there. Then Mila Kunis. Then there's so Easy A, Mila Kunis, and then what was the third one? Some kind of anime takes with Light Yagami laughing in the thumbnail, and then two more like that I just did today. It's called Carthu's Dojo, like triggering fanboys, and then the last one was sort of discussing triggering Star Wars fanboys, but also discussing more stuff to do with Dragon Ball, mental gymnastics in the Star Wars universe. And then that's a good idea. I'll do Crunchyroll, and I might watch the original Dragon Ball series, because somehow by watching some of these and triggering fanboys and just in general, I've had an urge to actually watch that. So I'll rewatch episode 1. That's fine, because it was an A grade too, and I liked it so much. It does a great job of introducing everything if you look at it from an inherent standpoint. Like, it doesn't cover a whole lot of... Well, I mean, it basically just introduced the Bulma, but it does a really good job. Like, it's a really good episode. If I was seeing it for the first time, I would praise it that way. Sometimes it's hard to judge things based on the standard, like, oh, it's like a horror movie where there's a lot of slashing and this and that, and then it ends, and that's it. They catch the killer. Like, the point being that the killer, like, in other words, the aspiration is low. Like, that's all it's trying to be. So it might be good within that confines, but you have to penalize it a little bit for the ambition. Like, I'd rather see, this is something I said about gaming or something else in the past, like, I'd rather have a beautiful mistake than a perfect mediocrity, or, you know, something where your reach exceeds your grasp. Like, Bethesda games are a good example. Yes, they have bugs, yes, they have flaws, but they end up being better than almost anything else on the market because their ambition is so high. So yes, maybe sometimes their reach exceeds their grasp, and I'm not even being an apologist for the mistakes, but if those mistakes seem to be a result of stretching the boundaries so much, like we're making an open world game and having so much depth and so much content and this and that and above and beyond, and you've never seen something like this, especially with some of their earlier games, right? Oblivion was ahead of its time, Fallout 3 was ahead of its time. So if it's a result of that you're like pushing the boundaries and some cracks show as a result, and again, your reach exceeds your grasp, I have to at least praise you for trying so hard, right, that you're trying to do something above and beyond and not completely succeeding, so struggling a little bit and having some flaws, instead of, oh, you could just play it safe and make a linear story game and have everything be perfect, no bugs, no anything, right? And so you have a really polished, perfect mediocrity, maybe like a Call of Duty multiplayer type example, even like, oh, the mechanics are so fluid, but the ambition is so low that you're relying on the player base to provide the content almost. They're like, oh, it wouldn't be interesting, but it's interesting because you're playing against other people. And I always see all that as sort of exploitative, but like, it's easier to do it in a vacuum like that. If you're saying, okay, I'm going to make a linear game, I'm going to make a game where you're on the same map over and over, doing the same mechanics over and over. I'm going to make a game that's like, again, a perfect mediocrity where, like, Alone even, not that it's far from perfect, but the movie we just saw, Alone, where it's like, the ambition is so low. The movie is not trying to do anything. It's not trying to have any nuance or any message or any story or anything. It's literally just, there's this girl, she's driving, this guy's stalking her, this guy gets her, then she gets away. Like, that's the whole movie. So when it ends, you're like, wow, we didn't learn anything from that. There wasn't anything meaningful or profound. It's literally just that. So the ambition is low. Right now, within that, it wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen, but like when you're setting the ambition low, that in itself is potentially a negative mark. So I feel like that should be rated as well. You have to rate the whole thing within that context, because if you say, okay, I'm making a movie about a dude just sitting there, staring at the wall the whole time, and that's it. So like, how hard, you know, like Empire by Andy Warhol or whatever the fuck, like, that's fine if that's your intention. That's what objectivity and criticism and art has to do with. Like, you can't criticize the intent. It doesn't matter whether I like that genre or whatever. Like, the intent is simple, that you have the intent is like, you know, you might shoot low. So, oh, well, I intended to make exactly that movie. Like, George Lucas even said that at times. Like, who are you to tell me, oh, if I paint a house or whatever? But based on what you're trying to do, then we can still judge its quality. Like, okay, we can see what you're trying to do. So, like, the criticism that would be invalid is, oh, he made a sci-fi movie about Jedis and spaceships. That's not a cool idea. I don't like that idea. That's a stupid, you know, I don't like spaceships, so therefore it's a bad movie. That would be the subjective interpretation. Like, well, it doesn't matter whether you like them or not. You have to judge it in the context of, like, how well does he use it and how well does it play, especially compared to other works or just in general. So, no, I wouldn't say that. Like, okay, let's dismiss a movie based on its subject matter. As I always said, subject matter doesn't matter. As I also said, a portrayal is not an endorsement, meaning, like, you can portray anything, an evil character, even as the main character. It doesn't mean you vouch for them or agree with them. And in this sensitive, censorious time that we live in, that's important to say. Like, just because I talk about a subject, for example, even on here, doesn't mean that I'm really advocating for it or I agree with it. It could be a long-winded, like today, let's do a session where we do a deep dive into some anarchistic philosophy, and I'll be talking for an hour about how we can best achieve this anarchistic view. It doesn't mean that it's my view. It's just in a vacuum, hypothetically. We're just doing like a thought experiment, a thought process. But that's what I always talk about thought processes. It's like, it's in a vacuum. Anybody can just consider an idea or a thought process or have one or look at that. So don't personalize ideas. Don't define a person by some idea that they have at one point or that you know them by. Oftentimes it's the media, like, will associate one with them, but it doesn't mean that's all they do. And also, like, anybody can just consider an idea. It doesn't mean it defines them, doesn't mean it's even theirs, or that they're always thinking that, or that they think that at all. So that's a silly way to look at it. Like, oh, you're discussing this one idea at this one time, so therefore you're defined by that one idea from that one time. But you can think anything at any time. I always use, like, an experiment here, like a thought experiment that I talk about a particular subject or I do a particular thing. So, like, let's say let's do it in a more lighthearted sense. Like, oh, I criticized Dragon Ball for like an hour yesterday or whatever, right? Talking about plot armor and this and that. So now people would label me, oh, you're a Dragon Ball hater because I was criticizing it for like an hour straight. And I actually was, right? But then also, what about now where, oh, I'm going to watch the whole show, or I'm going to praise it, or now, when I was a kid, I loved it. And, like, so my point is, you're looking at in false duality terms. If I say something negative about something, I must hate it. If I say something positive about something, I must love it. So I went from hating it to loving it in, like, one day, even though that's not true, because you're not seeing the nuance that I can be critical of certain aspects of it, right, like I was doing yesterday, but I can still appreciate other aspects. So simply being critical doesn't mean you completely hate it. Praising it doesn't mean you think it's perfect, right? People do this in too many tribalistic ways, like, even, let's think politics, like Trump. You can like certain policies without liking him as a person, without agreeing with everything he's ever said, etc. I mean, on that basis, that's kind of a useful thing too. Like, you probably don't even agree with everything you've ever said and done yourself in your own life. So what are you supposed to do? Just not vouch for yourself, or like not, you can acknowledge that, but a little self-awareness might suit you better if you decide that, like, you decide to be more aware in the moment. Instead, this is how people always are. They'll rush. This is like society's general contrivance state. It's all about overextension, spreading things as thin as possible for the largest number of people as possible. Anything mass-produced suffers inequality for it. And then you also have the ability to consider, like, the more experience rather than fuller experience. Like, you'd rather do more and more and more. Let's go party. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's reduce the structure. Everything has to be some sort of preconceived structural thing. But do you want to have more experiences, even if they're shallow, even if they're overextended, even if they're controlled, reduced to structure, rather than more meaningful, however you want to define it, like just a full experience in your everyday life and everything you do, rather than overcompensating for an imbalanced state that you're inhibited here and then you try to overcompensate there, like with the partying, etc. So what that actually shows you is, would you rather live life with those ups and downs and imbalances, like where you're extremely inhibited here and then you're freed up and overcompensate there in some other way, right? Like you're in school and work and you're inhibited, then you try to party and overcompensate there. Or would you rather be at peace in a base state where you're always neutral, you don't need to overcompensate, so now it doesn't matter, and you don't need to be inhibited. And now you'd feel less of a desire to do those overcompensative elements, right? You could do some of them to some degree, like hedonistic tendencies, but it would be more a base state. You would just be doing it just to do it, right, as a natural part of life, instead of, oh, you're doing it as like some compulsory thing or, some structured, controlled way. So what that means is that you are basically able to realize that the peace, like base inherent state versus the imbalances and the trying to remember what I've touched on a lot of subjects here. I always think, literally, you can tell because I didn't hook up the mic. I wasn't planning on doing this session at all. I was just going to drive. But no, I'll start the Crunchyroll thing. I almost don't have enough. I don't use my credit cards for much, so I almost don't have enough on there to even subscribe, especially since my Netflix one just went off. I keep very little on there, but I'll see if I want to subscribe to that instead. So I'll cancel this Netflix and I'll do Crunchyroll, and then I should be able to watch whatever I want. But no, the point was, this is the best I'm going to get with this format and this sort of thing, because on one hand, people are stupid, and I'll just let that speak for itself. On the other hand, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't have to be for money or something, but this at least preserves it in some way. Like, it's just not even, I don't know, it's just not even worth it, but this is the best you're going to get from it, because, and then I'm too much of a perfectionist too. We're like, oh, if I'm going to do it, I have to do it in just the right way and make a thumbnail and make a 30-second video for each concept or each topic, and it's like, fuck it. Just turn it into like a radio show like this, which I'm literally actually on my phone. I'm not really listening to it because I'm not using my headphone, but I had it open, my kick stream actually running right now. So I could use that as motivation for ideas of what to talk about. See, we have 2 viewers right now. One of them is me. And it's been running for like 2 hours and 50 minutes here. And the thumbnail is just Monk sitting across from a dog, like a Dalmatian on a chair, on a couch. Which we haven't seen that scene from it. Or there's like a monkey that always appears too. It'll probably be just like a single episode thing unless they do it as like a recurring partner. Which is those kind of things would almost scare me as somebody who likes to take these sort of things more seriously. That, oh, there's gonna be this monkey sidekick the whole show or whatever, and it's like, I don't really want that. I'm glad it didn't start off that way, but you know what I mean. Like, it doesn't have to be like that. I guess I could even play. No, I shouldn't do that though. If I do it, I should listen on a headphone, and then I find that even more distracting though, for some reason, listening to myself than anything else. But yeah, just that sort of false duality thing that if you're critical of something, you hate it completely. So you can go from one extreme to the other. Like, so okay, today I criticized Biden for like an hour, and they're like, oh, you're you're a Trumper, you're always Trumper, you know, magtard, what is it, maggot, they call them, libtards versus maggots. But then when I do that, okay, so now I'm a Trump lover and a MAGA supporter and blind and loyalist, right? You're labeling me to try to negate me. So that was today's session where I criticized Biden, hypothetically. Then tomorrow I'll criticize Trump and say how I don't like him either, and how I prefer Tulsi Gabbard would have won, or Joe Jorgensen, or whatever, right? So now you'll say, oh, you're a Trump hater, you just hate Trump. So in one day I went from loving Trump, apparently, to hating Trump, when really it could be neither one, where I'm just kind of looking at both sides and discussing various topics. And so the conclusion is, no, I don't love him, I don't hate him. I just kind of, it's a more nuanced opinion where you're not dug in hard on one side. So maybe there's certain policies that are good, a lot of things you disagree with. So like it's more nuanced than just simply saying that you are, it's just too simple, but that's like the unwillingness to be puzzled. So it's easy to win an argument, like I always say, when you're making both sides of it yourself, as in you're arguing for the person that you're supposedly arguing against. Like, this is like straw man tendency. You're setting up, oh, this person is a hater and they just believe this, even though that's not necessarily what they're saying at all, but you're just saying it. They say something critical about it, like, oh, Dragon Ball has a lot of one-sided fights, or it has this tendency to have plot armor for both the villains and the heroes, like where the only reason why the plot progresses isn't because of some organic, believable reason. It could easily be ended. The villain could just win, but they don't want to. They're toying around. They're declaring the Cell games for some reason. Or, they could have, the heroes could have won, but Vegeta wants to toy around with semi-perfect cell, which that was at least more believable because that's more in Vegeta's nature. But then Super Saiyan 2 Gohan does it too. I wanted to make him suffer perfect cell, and then Trunks is just getting pissed, like, bro, can you just end this shit? You could have hit the button Krillin could have hit the button to deactivate Android 18, but he doesn't. And Vegeta could have finished off Super Perfect Cell, Semi-Perfect Cell, but he doesn't. And then Gohan could have finished off Perfect Cell, but he doesn't. And then you could have destroyed Jiro's lab before, everything, but they don't. Like, bro, at some point, I don't really give a shit then. You're all a bunch of fucking clowns. Like, that's why if Trunks was the main character, the show would be over in like 10 episodes, because it's like, either he's gonna die and it'll be over, fine, or he'll solve the issue and it'll be over. There's none of this like, but we gotta toy around and we gotta do this and we gotta do that. Like, that's why even Cell probably killed Trunks there, because he's the one guy who's actually smart and won't fuck around or have his pride issues like even Vegeta. Vegeta's not dumb at all. In fact, he's very smart, but he's also a bit of a fucking doofus when it comes to his ego, which is maybe a little different reasoning, but that's what I almost wanted Goku to say at some point, is just be a dick to him, like, okay, maybe you got surpassed by a low-class soldier, but that's your fault, not mine. Maybe you should have worked harder. Right, you're just weak. Don't cry like a little baby that you didn't work as hard as me and that you're not as strong as me. Instead of letting Vegeta act like the victim, it's like, okay, you're boo-hoo, you're a prince and you're not as strong. So even with the advantage of being a prince and living in space and stuff rather than Goku living on Earth, you were able to recognize that you had all those advantages, but you're still weaker than Goku, mainly because of plot contrivance. Like, there are a few things you can point to like that. Like, Goku's strength comes mainly not from organic, believable sources, but from pure plot contrivance. Like L's intelligence, as much as I respect Death Note, Light, you kind of see how he thinks, although I don't know how he's that smart either. He just is, I guess. But he hasn't done anything with it. It's like he should be a millionaire and he should be some, whatever. He should have made some business or some invention with how smart he is, you would think. Right, he's been waiting for the Death Note moment his whole life almost to express all his intelligence, but you don't have that. Like, he should have done something before. Like L is a bit older, of course, but still, like, L is wealthy and he's been the world's greatest detective and blah blah blah. I guess the implication is Light would have been able to do that in time, but he's reduced to structure, I guess, just like everybody else. Like, because of his age, he feels sort of powerless, but I don't even buy that. I'll even rag on Light a little bit. Like, he's so fucking smart that you couldn't have done some kind of investments or some business thing or just anything, you know what I mean? Like, yes, he's very good in school, but fuck school. School is fucking trash. I'm saying, like, do something else outside of that, too. Like, instead of being Kira, what was he doing? Nothing. What was he doing? Jacking off to those magazines in his room that he was only doing as a Like, really, what did Light do with all his time and abundant intelligence? I guess he would study and he would do whatever, to aid that. But, I mean, he was just lacking in motivation. Become a vigilante and beat people up like Batman or some shit, instead of being Kira. That would be the closest thing you could do without the notebook, is just be a vigilante. So now what you have is a simple ability to consider the fact that, what if the Death Note worked like that, where you don't kill somebody, or you could honestly do that in a way, like you give them a disease and have them die a long time from now. So, like, I'm going to give everybody a disease who's a criminal and not kill them. Would that make Kira okay? And you would know, because they'd be give them a disease that makes them sort of debilitated, and now the government will waste money taking care of them. Right, that won't kill them right away, but that will severely cripple them. And so you're sending the message that anybody who commits a crime gets that disease, but you're not actually killing them. So isn't that more humane? And now Kira's okay? You can find so many loopholes like that. wow, we still have 2 viewers. It could be the same person, it could be somebody different. But no, I find this very funny that you can I have an infinite content machine right now where between doing these sessions and streaming them here like a rerun, like even if I catch up, which is probably not going to happen ever, but even if I catch up now with the most recent ones that I've uploaded, you would put yourself in a position where I could go back and not only repeat them, but not even that, but do some of the older ones that I never actually did, because I only started doing this a little while ago. I can't remember when, but like a couple episodes before this, like, I don't remember even, but like Shameless, no, that wasn't even when I started. That was like the one when I stopped doing it after that. I did Shameless and then I didn't do it for a couple weeks, and then I was shocked to see that I gained like 6 or 7 followers, which I don't know how or from what, but it'd be funny to see this form take off. But the sad part is what you'd realize is, you know how you'd really be successful? Not by any sort of, intelligent commentary or insight or whatever, but, the structure and the form of it. Just do face cam. Just do something called the personality basis. Do, IRL walking around shit, or, again, do like a stimuli acme appeal to. Like, all these things that, unfortunately, those would be the things, or actually show the content that I'm watching and stuff like that. Those would actually be the criteria that would be successful for you. And the reason why is because whatever. So let me actually play it and maybe you can hear it. Or whatever, right? But like, I'm just watching it on my phone too. Okay, let's look at a quick concept here that you have, being well-adjusted to society or something. Like, you can never state anything just plainly, or like, something in a boring, bland way, in a direct way, because, that reveals the state of contrivance, so that's negative. So it's revealing the state of contrivance that's negative, versus blindly accepting it and still struggling, complaining about its flaws, but also embracing it and having some contrivance response, indulgence, and sort of indignantly insisting upon it. And then the other point is, I kind of forgot. See, sometimes I do it just for the memory's sake alone. Like if you suppose a hypothetical where you think deeply, fully, objectively about every single thing, not in like a functional, reactive way where you're just trying to reinforce your state, but in some other deeper way to analyze it or something like that. See, these sessions are kind of like a clever psychological technique, even though it doesn't matter now. It's not like they're very popular anyway, but like I'm veiling it in folly favoritism. Even better, I could veil it in stimuli acme if I did face cam and I'm attractive or something, and then I'm still doing it. But like veiling it in folly favoritism as like an excuse almost that, I'm doing it this way to veiling it in folly favoritism, like, I'm reacting to movies and I'm a film critic and all this, and then I end up doing it that way. Like, I can't remember the other point. Like, if you go through and you're blindly accepting a contrivance state, but you're not acknowledging it, and you're kind of going heavily on the initial basis, appearance, pretense, performative aspects, which again, if nothing else, they're not a very credible basis, because there's a bit of an opposite interpretation fallacy. Like, the people who have to project the most, or like, put on performative aspects the most, have something to hide or cover up, or they're trying to overcompensate. Whereas somebody who's more neutral, at peace, quiet, whatever, they don't have that need, so that might tell you something else deeper, but if you react on the initial basis, you'll get more of that surface level undue emphasis, whether it's, I have an expression like all emphasis is undue emphasis, and the reason why is because of the simple fact that you wouldn't need to do it, right? If it speaks for itself, then you wouldn't need to place that. So for that to be the distinguishing, defining factor, like, oh, well, this has better appearances and performative aspects than something else, that is exactly the sort of reasoning that, like, no, it should be that the best product or the best thing, whatever, practice speaks for itself. It shouldn't need that, but the fact that it's necessary shows you something overextended, objectively adverse contrivance state, even aided and overcompensated by the machination process. There was a second point I was trying to say, but now I forgot. Okay, so today we're going to watch, actually, episode 1 of Dragon Ball again, and then I'll segue into, not that I'll watch it right now, but potentially watching episode 2 and on, so I actually don't mind doing that. The way I kind of decide what to watch is sort of random. Like, I just, for some reason, had an urge where I kept getting these suggested clips of Dragon Ball stuff. Or you know what it is? It's those stupid channels like Tron, Austin, and fucking NXCRE who post so many of these meme videos off Dragon Ball that you end up watching some of those, and then you end up like, Lord forgive me memes, or you're my forever mystery, or whatever the lines are in those songs, and they keep doing it over and over. So we're in the age where artists are memeing on their own songs, which is maybe cool in a way, but yeah, there's a lot of things. Toilet Bound Hanako-kun 2. Like, this is like the sort of meme nature of anime. Is like, just the name is so stupid. Or that one, I love that premise. Like, the first episode, I think, is like the girl masturbating on stream. Some girl, like, she's a streamer and she's gooning on stream, and then she wakes up and she's famous because of it. When she doesn't realize, obviously, she's streaming. Like, that's literally the premise of the show, or at least the first episode. Like, what is some of this shit? It makes you think, like, okay, my standards are pretty high if I was going to make something, but give me a budget to make something and it'll be at least more substantive than that. Like, you can get away with anything once you're in the industry, kind of just dumb shit like that. And, for meme purposes, sure, I get that it gets a certain amount of attention, but come on, like, that's just, make it as random and stupid as possible, and people will like it for that reason alone. But no, there's a lot of anime stuff I could watch. I was on Netflix for a while. I'm going to take a break from watching Monk, but again, to no fault of its own, it's absolutely amazing. One of the best starts to any show ever. In fact, it's almost too good that I didn't want to overdo it, but we watched episode 1 through 7, season 1, and it was absolutely stellar. It got multiple A grades. It got 3 A grades in 4 episodes. That's like legend status. I don't give out A's very often. And guess what else got an A? Episode 1 of Dragon Ball, where, oh yeah, but here, let's discuss one philosophical, psychological concept, and then we'll get into this. I guess I could watch something else as like a little teaser, but let's just rewatch episode 1. But yeah, I did give it a coveted A grade that's very surprising, that I often don't do. So let me think about this. Like being sort of simple and minimalistic and easily, like finding pleasure in the simple things, minimalism, stuff like that, would be sort of ridiculed or rejected by society in some way. But the reality is that it's ultimately a case where, they're just doing that, projecting their own standards or something like that, where it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with it. In fact, it's even potentially valuable to you. Like, just you're simple. You don't have all these pretenses and care about appearances and ego, and you don't care about materialism. You just don't care. Like, you're very neutral, very simple. But yet, people will not only, like, people are different than that. That's fine, en masse. But the issue isn't that people are different. The issue is that they'll outwardly insist and say, okay, you're just minding your own business, but you don't care about appearances. they're not minding their own business, they care about appearances, and they're so contrived that they'll even outwardly insist. And it's not enough just to value their own appearances or something like that. They'll even outwardly insist upon their standard, like, oh no, I'm going to ridicule yours and make a spectacle of that, and turn that into a big thing. And it also reflects this sort of baseless, mindless, half-assed human function, as I described in the past. Like, you are a mindless human function, and what that means is it basically puts you in a position where you're basically able to, you're always like just an empty vessel adhering to false absolute contrivance state, but you're sort of mindless, aimless, an empty husk of passion. This is where some of the woke stuff comes in, like, you were just waiting to be told what to be passionate about. You're an empty husk, empty vessel, mindless, arbitrary, reactionary. So externality plays a big role, that you're constantly seeking reinforcement through it because your state is objectively adverse and finite by your own standard measure, or even lacking a standard, whether you're aware of it or not, by baseline consideration. But also you're in a position to do this, where you're in a position like you would see like gossip, or, oh, look, they're just people randomly going about their business, sort of, but they're sort of empty. They're like, oh, you could just walk up to somebody on the street and do a pickup line and they would react. Like, there's a sense that being so reactionary is a low standard. Like, that's all it would take. And, oh, even if it doesn't work, all it would have taken is a better pickup line or dependent overextended pretense, or, like, people just kind of minding their, going about their day, but then anything they see, oh, it's a source of gossip. We need something to gossip about because we're mindless, reactionary, looking for reinforcement. Right? It's sort of hard to explain. You're not at peace with yourself, so you're constantly seeking that. So you would see a situation where you're basically able to do this reactionary reinforcement. Like, how do I explain it? Yeah, somebody walking down the street, and then what do? They somebody's walking down the street, and then, oh, they see somebody. Like, let's use our own example as an analogy. You see somebody, and then you you sort of ridicule or judge or turn it into a point of gossip, whereby you're able to make a big spectacle out of it. You're not at peace with yourself, so you're seeking something from externality, positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, and so that ends up being the point, is that it doesn't matter what it is, but like, you're an empty vessel seeking something to react to an externality, and you're defined by that reactive basis, not some inherent standard. Like, oh, you have this standard, this is what you're about, this is what you're always thinking and holding to a high account. No, you're just random. You saw this thing in front of you, and then you react to it, and you're defined by that. And if it was something else, you'd be defined by that. So it's just arbitrary. You might think this is the initial minded perspective. You might think you're defined by your reaction to it, but instead, on a baseline level, you're defined by it, period. Right? Whatever externality, immediate, physical, reality, initial, in front of you, you're defined by that, period, because you're reacting to it. But now it doesn't matter so much what your reaction is, right? That's baseline. So all it takes is, whatever, just control whatever's immediately in front of you. What I always say is, like, there's no standard behind it. It's not even about low standard, high standard. It's just arbitrary. You're just reacting to what's in front of you, gossiping, insisting upon it, insisting upon self, like something is valuable just because it happens to you. And so, neither inherent value nor standard value. And that's the principle of not, that, like, value is, like, let's say there is no value, but then you're treating things up and down for arbitrary reasons. Again, insistence upon the self is a big factor and function. Nearness postulate very strong in that way. But another element that you have is the ability to consider that I don't know, just like people are always trying to prove something or reinforce something, but really they're just a blank slate, empty vessel, indoctrinated human function, contrivance, responder, preserver, stimuli, acme. Like, it's all part of the same process. Whether you're aware of it or not, you exhibit the tendencies that make it up. So that's the important part. It's like what I say about the media sometimes. Like, they might not control what you think or what you say about a topic, but you know the one thing they definitely do control, the topic itself. So they can't control what you... They control what you talk about or think about or what you care about, or, you know, we're all talking about the drones or whatever. Not so much what you're saying about it or what you think about it, but more so the topic itself. So they can control the topic of conversation, not necessarily the content within it, but that in itself is a very powerful form of control. So I was going to do Dragon Ball. Let's just show like my history of what I've watched. That'd be kind of cool. I don't think I've watched much on here. I think I tried to watch Yona. I swear I had watched Dragon Ball on Netflix. I think I even remember being surprised it was on there. Maybe they took it off. But maybe it was on here. I swear. But the only Dragon Ball thing on there, I think, is Dragon Ball Daima, which is that thing. And I would have watched it, actually. I was willing to watch that instead. Right? I was having an urge to watch Dragon Ball stuff, or I was talking about Carthu's Dojo and debunking it. And sort of watching clips on YouTube and stuff of old Dragon Ball clips and all. So I was having an urge to watch something to do with Dragon Ball, but then I was looking on Netflix. Okay, Dragon Ball's not on there. So then I look for Daima, or I look for anything, and then I see that. And I was ready to do it, but then why didn't I? Because it's only subtitles. It's Japanese, but with English subtitles. So that's a little hard for me to do while driving. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have an issue with it, but there's all this like dub, sub, fanboy stuff. The one thing I'll say is the music is separate from a dub, even though it's associated with it. Like, music is just music. It's subjective. So you could switch the Japanese dub with Bruce Faulkner's music. And I think I did an edit, too, even where I did that for a couple scenes. It works pretty damn well, so it's good anyway. So forget about the dub and sub. I don't even care about that. I'm just talking about the music. Like, that's one thing I can say with authority. Bruce Faulkner's score is better. It fits better. It works better. It's totally better. And then also, it's just a better achievement on its own. Even if you separate it from the story and the scenes, just the music raw is better. Now, some criticism is like, oh, it's like a rave. It's all this techno electronic music. Whereas the Japanese is more, simple, I don't know how you'd even describe it, more acoustic, less electric, basically. But that's subjective, and honestly, for a series about, like, whether one's better or worse, they're just, okay, those are just different styles. But for an action series where mostly what you're seeing is fighting and power-ups and everything like that, it's not exactly like a story-driven, like, oh my goodness, Death Note has too much techno music like Bruce Faulkner's score. No, it's not like that. It's literally an action series where people are beating each other up, and that's most of what happens. So, frankly, that might even fit better than some of the low-key stuff in the Japanese, but I think it's pick your track sort of thing, where there are plenty of quiet, meditative, low-key tracks in Bruce Faulkner's score. Like, to say that there's not. Like, Piccolo's theme is very low-key and good. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber is a good one. Right, there's a lot of themes like that, so I think you're totally wrong, too. But, like, yeah, when Vegeta's transforming into Super Saiyan, the music should be hyped up a little bit, and it's iconic. The Hell's Bells and all these kind of big moments are meant to be that way. So, yeah, I care more so about the music. I would openly state, especially as a kid watching, I think I realized this, or realized at least looking back, I absolutely would not have enjoyed the series as much if it wasn't for that music. It's absolutely intrinsic to it. In a way, it's almost so important to it. If you took that away, especially on my first experience watching, I would have still liked it, but I don't think I would have liked it that much. Right, like with Phoenix, right. If I had played that and the music wasn't as good or whatever, there was no music, I'd still like it, but I wouldn't have loved it. Right, so the music was enough to make you a fan, from just a viewer to a fan, because that really puts it over the top. Like, I would almost rate that as 50% importance. Not that I go into it thinking that, oh, music matters that much, but it really had that much of an impact. It elevates the material. It really, really does. There's like this, it's hard to explain, like, it takes it to some other place. Like, oh, it's just a bunch of characters fighting and, whatever. But, so sometimes the story isn't even at that high of a level, but there's something about the music that makes it feel higher level than what it actually is. I swear, that's such an impact. It doesn't mean that the Japanese score is bad, or it doesn't mean that whatever, that it relies on that, but to me, I would almost rate that as 50% of its importance, right, of the watching the original series, and then, I mean, Z, obviously, and then, obviously, the rest of the 50% is just the story, action, whatever, but so yeah, I'll try to start out episode 1 here. I really wish it would show you, like, your history of what you've seen. That would be so cool. But yeah, One Piece, like, look, dude. Look. I know One Piece... Or wait, no, One Piece is something different, like Luffy. I'm thinking of, like, Naruto or Bleach that are somehow similar to Dragon Ball in some way. Right, that they have these long, drawn-out fights, I guess, or whatever. The series that I really... Again, I appreciate the Dragon Ball universe, no question, but my series are more like... I would point to, like, the 2003 FMA, even more so than Brotherhood. Not that I think it's better, but that tone and that severity and where everything can be taken seriously, I find that very valuable. And the reason why I find it valuable is because it plays it straight, sort of. Like, it's not trying to... It's not like this longevity style of writing. Like, oh yeah, with Dragon Ball, there'll just be another series, and, like, characters just keep getting stronger, and when a character dies, it's no big deal. FMA is like, there's more sense of finality. When a character dies, they really die. When something happens, it just happens, and it's not meant to be dragged out forever, and it's not relying on action or anything too much. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it just feels more immersive because there's more a sense of value to it. Like, everything that happens actually matters. Whereas Dragon Ball is its worst enemy in that regard, where it's supposed to matter, but then it doesn't matter. It's kind of hard to explain. They trivialize everything. Like, oh, the Frieza fight was so epic with Goku, and then what happens? They immediately trivialize it by saying that, oh, Trunks, now there's another character who just magically can beat him with ease, and so it made that whole encounter feel like not a big deal at all, just to introduce another character. But I found that, and then they do it again, you keep bringing back characters, you keep diminishing them, you keep raising power levels to farcical totals. Let me see if I can find something here. There's a game vault. Favorite anime teams. I haven't seen that many anime, period. Like, yeah, but yeah, FMA, if you were to ask me, like, what would be my, like, pick 3, and then randomly generate one based on those 3 choices, right? If you could somehow use a function like that. There's, like, sites that do that. So I would pick 2003 FMA, just because of its severe tone on top of everything else, that I wouldn't use Brotherhood then. I could use that, I could use Death Note, and I could use maybe one more, maybe like a Cowboy Bebop, or what's another one? Darker Than... not really. But yeah, something in between there. So it'd be... that's actually fascinating. I kind of want to try that. I want to see, like, what it would come up with if I choose that. Like, welcome to book club. Yeah, I got to do, instead of an audiobook, we got to do an audio manga, or like a, read a manga while driving where it flips through and kind of does it on its own. But yeah, certainly FMA is the class of all series. In fact, I would say it's the best when you look at it from a collective standpoint, which maybe is unfair, but if you combine the best parts of the 2003 series and the 2009 Brotherhood, that between those two is the best anime ever made. But because they both have their certain flaws, not many flaws, but because of that, they fall a little short. If you had made Brotherhood with the same tone and some presentation as 2003, even the art style of 2003 is somehow better. It's sort of darker, more serious. They really knocked it out of the park with that when the manga wasn't even finished. Yes, there are some convoluted elements of the story, no question about it, but it's only fair because the manga wasn't finished, so they had to kind of do that. You've reached the end of the feed. My lists. Having trouble connecting. History. Oh, yeah, I want to see history. Show me history and... Oh, come on, we're having trouble connecting, but how? How come, bro? But yeah, like the number of plot twists that they try to go for in that first episode of Dragon Ball, or the first couple, is like, oh, there's this alien from outer space, Raditz, and then, just immediately all these plot twists to do with Goku. Oh, you're actually from another planet, like Superman copy. And then, oh, I'm actually your brother. And, oh, you have a kid now. Right, which is a revelation, I guess, to all the other characters. And all these kind of things that you're trying to bombard them with. So apparently my internet crapped out. And I don't understand how, because I don't get it. Am I, like, not meant to watch? Maybe my phone service ended. I don't think it's today, though. Like, I'm not meant to watch Dragon Ball. The 2 times I've tried to do it. But I can still watch YouTube, I think. This is how oblivious I am sometimes. I love you. In the beginning. He keeps saying yeah, too, as if to reinforce it. They're like, oh, I'm right, but then he keeps trying again. Like, you'd rather just admit your mistake and move on than to, revel in it. So something is weird with this, and I can't get it to work, so... Offline viewing, I'm not sure how that would work. I love it. I mean, I go in, I subscribe, I have it ready, and it just doesn't want to work. I don't know what to do. It was just working, like, just a second ago. Like, I don't get it. Whatever, I guess I'll never fucking watch it then, or I'll do it later. So trash. We're having trouble. Check your internet connection. I mean, I'm checking it in YouTube right here, and I can see it, so... Where is the Crunchyroll? It could just be a problem on their side. Okay, it's doing it again. I don't feel like doing this. No downloads yet. Okay, that would be for offline viewing. And so there's just nothing I can do. I guess it's just not working. So I'll have to figure it out later. I mean, I hate having to do stuff like this while driving. That's just not very fun. I could I'll uninstall it. I don't care. I mean, it's just stupid. It's just dumb. What a great way to reintroduce using it, too. It's a bad first impression for the app, even though I, used it in the past. I'll uninstall, reinstall. So yeah, I unsubscribed from Netflix, but I have like almost a month left on it, and then I unsubscribed I subscribed to Crunchyroll. It's kind of a weird name, too, like just, that's what you'd be eating while watching an anime, is some sort of Japanese egg roll, something that's popular there, I don't know. Japan always seems like a cool country to live in, but it probably, I don't know, it's very westernized in a way that they sort of embraced after a while. Like, I know you can say it's forced on them, but yeah, get a taste of the West in the nuclear bomb. Like, that's really going to warm you up to it, literally, but it's just different. The one thing I wish I could have done, we should look through the Crunchyroll games, but, like, it was like a text-to-voice kind of game, voice-to-whatever kind of controlled game where you're able to do that. And the reason why is because, see, now it's letting me log in. If it doesn't work, I don't care. I mean, I just won't watch it then. That's just a sign, I guess. Because, like, I've tried to do this multiple times, and then it's not on Netflix, and then it's not. You've reached attempt limits. What do you mean attempt limits? Like, I was just logged in and I don't know. I mean, I was just there, bro. This is just cursed, man. Maybe I'll just buy it on some other platform or something. It's like buy the whole fucking series outright. So I've reached attempt limits, which doesn't even make sense because you've reached your attempt limits. But does that mean the password is wrong, or? Okay, I'll pull over and I'll try to figure this out. This is a very upsetting moment. I just wanted to rewatch episode 1, which I did give an A grade, and I'll try to figure this shit out. And I don't know. So I was just logged in, so I didn't attempt anything. Maybe I did it once just to go in the first place. Now it's saying I'm locked out. And so now I won't be able to, it just doesn't want me to watch it. I get it. Never subscribe to Crunchyroll because it has a vendetta against you, even though it's partly Netflix's fault for not having that on there when I thought it did. I love this one moment where you're on like a very wide road where the two sides are very spread out and there's no allowance of crossing from one side to the other. Really, it's several lanes and a big turn in the middle and stuff. But the bus is on the other side of the road and he's kind of honking at me that I'm still driving, but I'm on the totally other side of the road. So it's like the kid wouldn't be crossing that way anyway. Really, that's not a legitimate thing that you could do where you cross the entire road. It's not like a normal short thing. So I could try to reset my password or something, but I'm not too happy with this. At least 16 years old said nobody ever on these fucking sites. And nobody over 16 watches anime, don't you know? But no, I mean, anime is generally geared towards a teen audience overall, but like even Death Note, you might think, oh, that's good for adults, and it is, but you know, whatever. It still appeals to the teen demographic, or I don't know. Like this, you would think would be geared more so for kids, but it's kind of like the perfect combination. Like, you know, Dragon Ball was for kids, Dragon Ball Z was for teens, maybe GT is for adults, but not really. It's basically the same as. Well, in some ways it's similar though, because you have the ability to consider so yeah, I'm basically screwed. I'm just locked out of here. I don't get it. So whatever, bro. What a great welcoming back party here. So I've reached limits, even though I don't know what that has to do with anything. So now I'll send the email. It'll say, oh, I've reached my limits for that too. A link will be sent to email address. You've reached attempt limits. But attempt limits of what? God damn it, man. Alright, I won't watch it ever then. Fuck it. Like, I'll just watch something on YouTube. It's so stupid, man. I didn't even do anything. Like, I logged in once. I was evidently right. I don't know what this attempt limit means. Like, I didn't attempt anything. And it wasn't working. It's bugging out. Like, maybe something wrong with my account. Okay, I'm actually going to stop here and then figure out what I can do. Unbelievable. Okay, I'll look it up. I kind of just give up. I don't care. I really don't care. Crunchyroll, you've reached your limit. Let's see. If you see a message, it could mean you've reached maximum number of concurrent streams allowed for your current tier. Check your account. Why is my account saying, let me try to do it in a web browser maybe, but maybe it doesn't let me. You've tried to log in too many times. I definitely didn't. I literally logged in once, if even that. I just don't get it, man. So let me just do it in the web browser then, since that doesn't want to work. You might be able to even find some of this for free on YouTube, but something went wrong. Like, what? It might just be a problem on their end. Actually, let me look that up. Crunchyroll. What an amazing timing that would be. All services are running. Yeah, I don't know. Page will automatically refresh at 6 seconds. Yeah, maybe I'm just banned out of it. I can't use it. That's too bad. Upcoming charges February 13th. Mega fan, no ads, new episodes, offline viewing, quarterly store discounts. Canceled at the end of your billing period. The reason for canceling, the fact that it's not working, but even if it does, I don't like to like let me make a new account. Okay, I'll make a new account. Fuck it. Like I can't believe what I'm witnessing right now. It won't work here either, I bet, but it might let me make a new account, but okay, attempt limits. Alright, I give up. I'm not going to even bother watching it. Open streams. There's a limit. Continue watching on device by choosing an existing stream. It's like, it makes it seem like I'm logged in somewhere. And how could you reach a limit when you just subscribed to it in the first place? And by continuing to do this, you might cause some more problem, but like, especially if you're right, like if the password's right, it shouldn't lock you out. Like, alright, let me try to find it somewhere else then. I can't deal with this. Like, is there some alternative? Because that line everybody loves to meme on. Hold on, this man is in black, like when you're going to shoot him. So Dragon Ball Where to watch? So Crunchyroll is off the table. Do it maybe on Hulu. We could do it maybe on something else. I guess. Let's try Hulu, I guess. Like, I'm just not gonna put up with this. I'm literally not gonna do it. Or is it only gonna have sub or what? Apparently it's on Disney Plus, which I wouldn't even imagine why it would be on that. This is just a sad moment. Like, it just shows you I shouldn't even be bothering doing this. Like, it just makes no sense. Okay, Dragon Ball dub, where to watch? Not movies. Sometimes the movies are the worst because they'll have like the same formula and then they'll end in some unsatisfying way. So dub, Dragon Ball dubbed in English, Funimation. I think they combined it together with that. Dub's not on Hulu. So does Funimation have its own thing still, or is it going to be... They seem to have merged with that. It might just be on YouTube, actually. Start your free trial. Okay, let's try to do this, but now it'll combine it with Crunchyroll or something. I don't know. Yeah, it takes you to there. Alright. Because, yeah, it would always say that, like, Funimation plus Crunchyroll. Good news, you're already premium. And I'm logged in here, and something went wrong. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna just probably find it on YouTube, it's okay. I'm trying to just, I don't care. Sometimes YouTube will have it where you can just buy it outright too. That makes me sad, actually. I don't know why it would be like this. So I guess I don't know. I'll just do something random, I guess. This is kind of a good scene from something I wrote where I don't like to give too much of the context of it, just think about the scene in and of itself. There's these two characters who are having sort of a back and forth, right, where they are trying to kill each other ultimately, or at least, you know, beat the other in a certain way, in a contest that they're having, sort of, right, in a rivalry that they're having. So one guy is going in the pool with his family, and they happen to be, you know, around each other at this time. So they're putting on a front and, like, they're friends. But the guy goes in the pool and he's splashing around with the kids. Meanwhile, this guy's sitting there thinking to himself and staring at the guy like, maybe I could arrange for him to drown. And it would just show his face if it was, like, in a film form. It would be showing him in the background splashing with the kids and laughing and showing he's laid back and carefree, even though he's also trying to kill the other one. And, you know, they're having that back and forth. But this guy is more, you know, tortured by it or more focused on it, like he's sitting there staring at it. Maybe I can get him to drown. Maybe I can get something to fall on his head. Maybe I can frame the wife for it. Maybe I can, you know, do something else. So, you frame it like, oh, it's two heirs of a company, and if you kill the other, you take over the rest of the company, or, however you want to frame it. But that's the motivation. Like, it would show you the contrast, even though the other guy is doing that too, and it might portray him in a positive light, but it's not really positive because he's still doing the same thing. He's trying to do the same thing. But it shows you he can still have fun and the laid-back, carefree attitude, whereas the other guy is completely fixated on this. In a way, I like it because it has an opposite interpretation to it. Like, does that mean the guy playing with his kids is, does that mean the guy playing with his kids is a better guy because, oh, look how he's just laid back and playing with the kids, right? Whereas this guy's thinking about killing all the time. So it makes this guy look bad and mischievous. But it also could be the opposite, that this guy is so bothered or so tortured by the thought of killing somebody that he's kind of obsessed with it. So because it's bothering him in a way, and the other guy is so unfazed by it. Like, oh, he could be smiling and playing with his kids, and then 1 minute later he'll murder you. Right, so it's like he's unfazed by it. So you can interpret it either way, and both sort of work, because you're so cold and so evil that you're thinking about this all the time, but you're also so cold and evil that you don't think about it, and it's like no big deal, and you can just switch from one phase to the other. So that's what society views as sort of a threat in a way that's like, oh, look, you must be a sociopath or something, that you can switch from one mood to the next, but you don't realize that they're all fake, so it's just that self-awareness. Being self-aware is sociopathic. Being self-aware is a bad thing. Being self-aware is, this issue of a problem, right? To be aware of human tendencies and behaviors and all this kind of thing that you have. And the reason why that's such an issue is because you can't acknowledge the tendency, you just have to blindly follow it, is what you're expected to do. And the reasoning is pretty clear, because you're expected to blindly follow it without thinking and just treat it at face value as an initial. So the first thing that comes to mind, oh my goodness, that's genuine. Whereas, if you think about it a little bit, that's ingenuine or something bad about it. But yet, or some fault of yours, like you're too stupid to come up with it immediately. As if thinking and putting a bit more effort and thought into something, as if that's actually a bad thing, when in reality, you're in a position to I don't know. It's the same thing, but one, you're not thinking, so that's good. One, you are thinking, so that's bad. One, you're self-aware and counteracting inherent tendency, etc. Other one, you're just embracing the lowest common denominator. You see how it doesn't really make a lot of sense. So you can switch from one to the next, and that's insincere. But it's not so much that it's insincere, it's that people are much more variable than what you're giving them credit for. So it's not just you get to define them so readily. It's like you want to be able to control them or predict everything they can do or know exactly what they're thinking based on their, wear it on their sleeve sort of a thing. But that just means you're a mindless drone, kind of, where you're reducing your infinite objective mind to the physical state, etc., rather than, I can just think and I can just, you can think one thing and do another because you have to do it because of what's in front of you. It doesn't make you a hypocrite. It doesn't make you disingenuous. It just means that you're actually using your brain. And so we condemn that for some reason. And we also put ourselves in a position to basically do something else, which is going to be called something along the lines of, sort of reveling in the base state versus this contrivance response that you'd say thinking is bad, the baseline, lowest common denominator, surface value, initial value, first impression, surface layer, appearance, everything like that is elevated in value because of the unwillingness to be puzzled and the overextended nature and the sort of speed or number of experience versus quality and depth and everything. So you have this contradictory notion. But no, that scene is good because it shows you the both layers of what you could be interpreting, right? Which interpretation do you really have when watching that? If this one guy's obsessed, so that's bad, or he's tortured by it, or the other guy is still a good guy and just can do all this, or the fact that you can do all this and then turn around and still have that same intent is absolutely kind of cold in its own way. So okay, so I got the Crunchyroll thing working finally, but I still, on account of that, I canceled it. Not like now, but I mean for the next month, which I tend to do that anyway. I would always put that as a restriction, like don't do it as long as auto renewal shouldn't be a default option. So what I want to do now is I want to find Dragon Ball episode 1. Oh yeah, I wanted to see my history and stuff too, but I always do this when I'm driving, and then it becomes hard. And you can hear my voice is a little stunted because I was out in the cold, so it kind of fucks with you a little bit for a minute. Okay, let me just... I want to see my history. Dragon Ball will be in there anyway, so... My lists... History. Now, I like this because make history with history. How do I not have history? What do you mean, dude? Maybe it's just been a while, or... Dragon Ball Daima... But that's not my history, that's just... I don't know if they've even made a dubbed version of it yet. They might not have. So, yeah, Funimation is tied in with this anyway. So, like, a lot of stuff from there... I mean, it would have been on here anyway. It's not like they have some monopoly over it, like, oh, Funimation dubs wouldn't be on Crunchyroll, so now they have to collab together. No, they would have totally... The majority of a lot of things are going to be done by Funimation anyway, I imagine, like... So we're going to do Dragon Ball here. Dragon Ball Daima. Dragon Life. Imagine that. You look up Dragon, and Dragon Ball Z is not the first one. It goes Dragon Ball Daima, then Goodbye Dragon Life, then Dragon Ball Super. I mean, that shows you how much you're milking the series at this point. We're going to make little diorama fucking dolls and turn it into a show. But GT was bad, by the way. Like, GT is actually a pretty faithful extension of Z, right? The main flaws being that, I mean, some of the material is just dumb, but that Goku becomes a kid is kind of arbitrary, and also the fact that GT stands for Goku Time, the fact that they're relying on Goku too much. But I actually like the pace of it quite a bit. Within 60 episodes, you go through several different sagas. The Baby Saga, the Shadow Dragon Saga, it's very fast-paced compared to the original series. Like, the Baby Saga alone would have been like 100 fucking episodes, like with the Cell Saga or something. Cell and the androids and stuff. So that's always a net positive when you pace it well. It doesn't matter if the content is good or not. The content could be bad, but at least you're getting through it fast and smoothly and everything. So, Dragon Ball Z, wouldn't that be a cool format? I could do a retrospective on all the retcons and BS throughout Dragon Ball Z, but I really don't think I'd have the patience to do that, especially, like, I was hesitating to even do it with Death Note, which is only 37 episodes. It really makes you appreciate, like, how much you can stretch out a series. Like, you could... That's what Kai was meant to do, but it doesn't even really do it. I don't know. So Dragon Ball, this is going to be, the original. Start watching episode 1. So this is where it all began, and obviously he's just a kid. He's based on Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, some, mythology like that, and also based on Superman, clearly. Well, the Superman inspiration comes in more in Z when, like, Raditz is like Zod coming to take you back into the fold, and Vegeta and Nappa and stuff, are like the remaining Saiyans, and the fact that the planet blew up, and the fact that there's so much arbitrary stuff. Like that Raditz episode, I think it's episode 2, when he really starts telling Goku everything. Episode 1 is just sort of, nothing really happens in episode 1 either. The guy just arrives, we get kind of a feedback of Goku and everything, but I don't have the UI set up at all now. What the fuck is going on, man? My point is that you have a situation where let's give it a second here. I'll have to pull over. I hate when I'm in the middle. I guess I should just be more thorough at the beginning, but when I'm in the middle of like driving and then I have to set it up again, like I thought I had it. So the big thing here is you basically get to, let me see this here. This has been a couple frustrating sessions I'm just trying to get this to work, and at first I couldn't watch it on Netflix, then I couldn't watch it here. So now we should finally be here, Toei Animation. And, you know what was also wrong? Setback after setback. The fact that the angle of this stand now, okay, because I had it horizontal because I was watching those YouTube shorts, and frankly, I guess I wasn't watching much lately, so it didn't really matter, but now it does, and, okay, can I finally get this to work? Because I'm not really enjoying it anymore. I have subtitles on, but typically I'm not even looking at the screen, so it wouldn't matter. Autoplay, I don't really know. Bro, can I just get this to work or what? Okay. Oh, you know what I can't see that could get me in trouble, actually, is that I can't see the opening starting timestamp. Oh, and it takes like an hour to load when you do that, so I don't get it. I don't know about this, dude. It's so hard to tell. Like, if you pause it, it should stay paused. Or when you scroll back, it wants to just immediately play. Or maybe it's not. Okay. So we're going to rewatch Dragon Ball Season 1, Episode 1, the only episode I've seen, and I gave it an A grade. It was very good. It introduces everything, the Goku dynamic, the grandpa giving him the Dragon Ball, Bulma looking for love through the Dragon Balls, Garlic Jr., I'm going to keep calling him, but it's probably Pilaf, I think, instead. Right, you see in a scene there. So you kind of get like a little mini fight at the end. I think the one thing I'll be sort of wanting in this, though, not that I'm like favoring action or saying it has to be an action series. Of course, it's not going to be one. I think it's going to be more of an adventure series for kids. But I'm going to crave sometimes more intense and elaborate and well thought out fights. But I feel like a lot of them are going to be brief. And a lot of them are just going to be a chance for Goku to show off. Like, he's not going to be challenged. He's going to be way too overpowered and just dominate everybody. Right, unless we're dealing with Piccolo or somebody. I don't think... I don't think it's going to be much of a factor. So, here we go. We're starting Dragon Ball Season 1, Episode 1. I'm going to say season, but it doesn't really matter. But Dragon Ball Episode 1 on Crunchyroll version... with 24 minutes and 38 seconds remaining, meaning we're at 00 beginning of the episode, obviously. But that's the total timestamp in case you're watching like a different version. So there's 24 minutes and 38 seconds left. Crunchyroll version starting from 0000 in 3, 2, 1. So 37, I don't know. Or wait, it doesn't change. Oh no, never mind then. I can't see like what second I'm at exactly, but it's not doing the minus thing that it sometimes does. I want to be able to do that, though. I was complaining when it did do. Okay, skip intro, but I'm not going to skip intro. So you see the sun boiling and everything. Cooler's going to cool that shit down one day when he gets blasted in there. I wonder, seeing this at the time, how you would have felt, because you would have never expected to be what it became. But the one thing I'll give Toriyama two strengths. Not even action, necessarily, because it's hard to determine that from a manga, but the characters are strong, that's why I was able to endure, and also the characters' appearances are very distinct. So we get Yamcha sighting there. Don't spoil too much, though. We get Roshi, the Hermit Clan shit that apparently makes people overpowered. You're making people stronger than Hercule, like it's no big deal. Like, what the fuck? And I feel like, why do I feel like this song wasn't originally used? Or it would have been, because, I mean, when the dub was done, obviously. So we are watching the dub, of course, because I can't deal with subtitles while driving, if nothing else. And it's just easier to, you know, the first time I watch something, I don't want to have to worry about reading the subtitles. I want to focus on the characters' expressions and deliveries and everything. You know, it's enough to take in. We see the Uzuru thing, where he becomes a big giant monkey. Like, who else could that be besides Goku? Because we got Yamcha with the sword. So Goku just befriends everybody he fights. Well, not everybody, but Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Yajirobe, all are probably going to be enemies at some point. So, like, Toriyama's biggest strength is not action, actually, it's characters. I love that tie-in, too, that Gohan is where he got the name from the grandpa. He didn't become, he already was uncommonly strong. So the narration is very much to the point. Like, that narration is like 5-star. You just introduced the whole fucking story that easily. Like, that's really impressive how it's so to the point. We're in the middle of nowhere. The grandpa raised him. He's dead. We left the Dragon Ball. And then, like, that's such a beautiful... Everything about this episode is really good. The pacing. I was disappointed a little bit by the action at the end, that it wasn't enough action, but that's just a trope of the genre of what we're going to have. That's my prediction, right? I don't know that for sure, but all the fights are going to be short and to the point, and Goku just showing off or toying around, and, you know, everyone marveling at Goku's strength, and it's going to be too easy for him, and it's going to be one-sided, and it's not going to be fun and intense and strategic, because it's just going to be, oh, you know, at least at the beginning of the series when he's a kid. I know he becomes an adult later, towards the end of it, but doesn't that mess up the aging theory too? Because he ends up, he knows like some kind of martial arts this means, but he's sort of focusing his energy here, but he doesn't really know how to, the way that the way that this dude would teach him Roshi. Almost makes it seem like he can fly, but he definitely can't at this point. This is like if you got to see Superman growing up, which in most versions you don't get to see that. Totally radical. That might be a little bit memed on. But Bulma is such an awesome character in Dragon Ball Z that her impact is unbelievable. So she finds him logically because she's looking for the 4-star Dragon Ball, which is a great tie-in, right? It's not just arbitrarily driving along, right? It makes him a target. Or they sort of glow in the presence of others or something, or I'm thinking about maybe something else. Like when you get close, another one glows. Isn't that from this, or is that something else? Or he thinks it is his grandpa. I like his sentimental attachment to it. And he has such a strong attachment that he eats it in GT, or he has like a strong response to it. And Nova Shenron is better because he was affected by Goku's influence or something, right? Because he always kept it around. That could be the implication that... Or it's like some sort of Tarzan. I'm trying to think all the influences. It's Sun Wukong meets Superman meets Tarzan meets the Terminator for the Android Saga meets what else? I don't know. And then he copies like some magic stuff in the Majin Saga, like Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. It annoys me in storytelling when that is the case, though. Like, how do you get away with that? It's like, okay, I'm going to write a story and just call the characters cliche bullshit, like Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, wow, and it's going to sell millions of copies. Like, it's more than just the characters' names, of course, but isn't that, like, I don't know, I guess I'm too serious of a stick in the mud. Like, I'd find that really stupid. Like, I don't want to do that. It's kind of quiet, actually. Or yeah, the classic naked butt shot that they show, like, in GT of Kid Goku as a... But yeah, of course he has his tail. See, everything's introduced here as a novelty. But that's the one thing I think we'll be missing, though. And again, I'm not going to hold it against it because nobody's saying it has to be an action series, but I don't think he'll be challenged very much. Like, even here, he's just going to destroy that to show off how strong he is. So you're going to be constantly wanting to see him challenged. Like, I want to see him fight the Red Ribbon Army and tear up some tanks like King Bradley and, like, but actually be challenged. Like, he's actually a risk. But he just seems too strong already. Like, it's just no fun. Which is one of the weaknesses of Superman. Like, he already is strong enough. We got to measure the power level. He's strong enough to survive a hit by a car. And he's also strong enough to survive bullets, apparently. Which Bulma gets like a -1 character point for doing that. Every time Goku... he can lift up a car already. Like, come on. They overdo it a little bit. Oh, shit, and he can throw it. I forgot how much he does here. No, but like... he can survive bullets already. You shall. Like, this is a very inconsistent moment. The same way that, oh, it should have hurt him pretty badly. Over the way that Krillin... So you were just going to murder a kid. You just tried to fucking murder him. You are a bit of... But because you're a girl and you've never seen a girl. But you're not a human. Now, Bulma's a human just like Goku, even though, you know, he's a Saiyan. Imagine a kid calling you thin and scrawny. Compared to what? You've never seen a picture or anything either? Now she's going to try to take advantage of you. Even after they try to murder you with a gun. But Goku's no simp. Maybe because he's just too simple that he doesn't care, right? A long time ago. You haven't been alive for a long time. Genuinely, too. How did he go out and get you groceries? I guess he was living off the land too. And I guess Gohan maybe knew Roshi somehow. Like steal. So you know about the cities, but you don't know about girls? But she's already rich at this point because of the capsule shit. Yeah, you really think you're going to steal a fucking thing from him, though? I like the alpha aspect of that. But no, every time Goku checks somebody's gender, you get a -1 character point for that. Like, when he taps somebody on the booty or whatever. Like, you stealing my ball or touching my ball. Yeah, he's a little fucking boy. Yeah, the stimuli acme is preserved here. Like, that's all you can think about. You dirty-minded bitch, and then you try to seduce him. He speaks pretty good English for... It's on your fucking shirt. It's actually Kakarot. Kakarot's weird enough. But no, the whole Capsule Corp stuff comes in. She has her own car and... like, she has a car, she has a gun, so she has a lot of resources at her disposal. Bulma really is the catalyst that makes everything happen. Like, he would have just been happy staying there forever. Or maybe not. Maybe he would have become so strong he would have ventured out, but... There'll be like a horror story tales about there's this monkey that comes to life and murders all the wildlife, and let's stay out of those woods, otherwise he might get us too. This super strong monkey that we see lifting up cars, and he can survive bullets, and they'll create like all this mythology about him when it's just little cute kid Goku. But we don't go for she knocked him over more so than the car knocked him over. Well, she just did, haha. I think he's saying to give it to you. You've got two grandpas, very simple-minded. So has anybody used them before this, like before they gather them now? Like, nobody probably believes they exist, so nobody was looking for them until now. Like, how did she hear about them? Where does the mythology behind them come from? She'll try to switch it out with a dummy. Yeah, see, they're already foreshadowing if some bad person gets it. Then he'll never give it to you, though. They don't do anything. They're worthless. But if she gets a -1 character point for trying to murder a young boy and failing at that. Yeah, this is a Pilaf, I think. Emperor Pilaf. Oh, thanks for telling me your name. So they're already hunting for the Dragon Balls on their own here. They already know about them. Or he thinks it takes one to make his wish. So how did he become emperor? Who is he emperor off? Like the whole world or just Japan or what? How does she know so much? She's a time traveler too, just like Trunks, who she ends up with later, that she knows all this. So he's, I think, in charge of the Red Ribbon Army. Right, I'm pretty sure. Would make sense. Or maybe he's just, well, he's the emperor, so... He wouldn't have known, but he had a Dragon Ball. It made it seem like exposition from her. Like Bulma was telling him about that story. Maybe she was. Like Mai was telling Pilaf, and Bulma was telling Goku both about the dragon. Your wealthy Harris for the... Wish him back to life, then. Yeah, why don't they ever do that? Wish Grandpa Gohan back. But if you die from, I guess, natural old age or something. This is a kid's show, by the way. Goku ain't no simp. But no, -2 character points for her. 1 for trying to kill him, 1 for trying to seduce him there. And then Goku gets a +1 for maybe... +1 for kind of his overall demeanor, and he'd be proud if you gave me the ball too. It flows so well. Like, we're already almost over with the episode. This is one of the best starting episodes I've seen. I've said that about Monk too, but I mean it. She'll steal it when she gets the chance. Good bodyguard. Yeah, and you end up with fucking Vegeta instead. How do you know that? But no, like, you'd have such a hard time finding a boyfriend when you're one of the wealthiest people in the world, Capsule Corp Harris, you have all this cool technology, you have a car, you have a gun, you're so smart, right? Like, why would that be hard for you? Well, just learn how to fly, then use your flying Nimbus. Oh yeah, that's my fault, since you ran me the fuck over, you dumb bitch. And the capsule's already as a plot device. Now this might seem, oh look at this alien technology, this, Goku's never seen anything like this before. You're a wizard, you're a witch, but that would be true even to me, or you, or normal people who are in society. Yeah, how did you do that? You're some kind of a witch. That's not because he's lived out in the wild. That's just the normal reaction anyway. Dino caps. What does it have to do with dino, though? Dinosaurs do exist in this world. I want to see him really get challenged, though. It's like, I feel like that girl telling Jerry Seinfeld to get mad. I'd like to see you get really mad. I'd like to see Goku get beaten up really bad and really struggle and suffer. But it might never happen, really. Maybe until Piccolo. I like how he usurps Pilaf then as the villain. Like, I want Pilaf to be like a villain for like 100 episodes and you never get to him and you deal with General Tao and whoever else you got to do. I want it to be... I love those villains that go on for a long time, but not in the forefront. He's in the background. You don't even meet him. His impact is just he's an authority figure, so he has so many people working for him. Right. I always like that as a thing. Now he fights like a pterodactyl. No, this is a phenomenal episode. It's so smooth, well-paced, good exposition. Some of this exposition is so much better, actually, than the Dragon Ball Z exposition. And the reason why... Something to do with your armpits. Well, you know what pee is. Oh, because it's embarrassing. Mixed signals from a girl. Yeah, good one. The female species, such an enigma. But I like how that's just seamlessly accepted that Saiyans and humans can just reproduce freely between them. Like, I don't know why you would just assume that. Can the Namekians do that too? I'm having a friend for dinner. Or see, he gets tied up, but he lets it happen, I guess, or... Now, he can't fly, but he still somehow gets her. See, now this turns out to not be much of a fight. How do you expect him to get you down when he can't fly? So he just let himself get tied up. Yeah, so you're establishing that he doesn't know how to fly. But he's still pretty damn strong. The fact that he can break the tree, the fact that he can absorb bullets, the fact that he can tank a hit by a car, right? So he's very strong. He can beat up the fish. He's going to beat up this dinosaur. And then you also have the ability to, like, you live in a world of dinosaurs and you're just a little kid, but they are scared of you. You're not scared of them. A very weird universe where you have talking dinosaurs, you have flying cars, you have this capsule stuff. The simplicity of this can sometimes be its strength. Like, there's not as much power creep bullshit, a million forms. This is going to exist on a much simpler level. So this is one of his powers. Now, how fucking far did it extend, dude? And now she's gonna fucking die from fall damage. So that was the first, like, power or ability we've seen, like a named... That's one of the Japanese tropes that I always make fun of. Like, you have to say the name of your attack before you do it. It's honorable Japanese culture. It's, make sure you always say the name of your attack before you do it, which is one of the clunkiest, most gimmicky, stupid things that I hate, actually. That you say the name of your move. Like, you're casting a spell. But it's so cringy, and I hate it, and it's stupid, and it just feels dumb, like you're advertising it or something. That was our first fight of the show, and it wasn't much of a fight. It was played more for humor. Like, oh, he got tied up, and then whatever. Yeah, but that episode is actually iconic, and we get like this little, what is that? Vegeta in the rain kind of moment. Bulma in the rain. What is that song? If I could, with your picture on my wall, it reminds me that it's not so bad, it's not so bad. We could have played that with that image there of Bulma in the rain. No, it almost feels like Bulma is the main character in the way that she drove all the action there. Like, she's so important to the story. I low-key would have wanted to have seen Bulma and Goku end up together. I would have loved that. But it maybe felt too obvious. Because that friendship is immense. Like, you even hear that from Bulma sometimes. She believes in Goku more than Vegeta, even though she's with Vegeta. This is Launch, I guess, with the blue hair, but you never... Apparently people got mad because, oh, Toriyama forgot she existed, or just whatever, but wrote her out of the story. No, he's a master of character design, both visual characters, like how they look, but also character design from the perspective that Bulma's flying machine there, from their personality and stuff. That's the most important thing. The story itself isn't always that great. The action itself is more animation based, so it's kind of hard to say, but author Akira Toriyama, based on the original story, copied from Sun Wukong, and copied 2002. Wait, what the fuck? This must have been like a re-release. That's not when it came out. It's copied from Sun Wukong, copied from the Terminator, copied from Superman, copied from something else. I don't fucking know. So yeah, that was a beautiful first episode. I'm happy I rewatched it. So we'll watch episode 2 maybe tomorrow or at some point soon. I'm very hyped to do this. This is one of those really, like, you waited your whole life for this moment type of series. And the reason why is because, I've seen Dragon Ball Z. I saw it when I was a kid. I've seen a lot of clips and rewatched parts of it many times since then. Some of the high points for me in the series are, like, Vegeta's growth during the Android and Cell saga, his character development. I like Cell the most as a villain. I like how he has 3 distinct personalities, right? That's the problem with, like, Frieza. Frieza has all these different forms, but he's always the same. He's kind of just a dick and talking shit, and we get it. Imperfect Cell is like something out of a horror movie, And then Semi-Perfect Cell is something, he's like a brute and a, bonehead bozo, but just strong. And then, brute force. And then Perfect Cell is so sophisticated and elegant. And so you have a beautiful dynamic dichotomy between that there's so much depth and longevity to it. And the reason why. Yeah, but I love that because I'm able to really sink my teeth in here and I'm going to enjoy it. And I guess the only things I could do is... See, I could always do it later, though. Like, I could sync it up, and I just don't care to do it yet. But I love the fact that, I don't know, this is like as rough of a format as you can do. Like, I'm doing the same general thing, but I'm not showing face cam, not editing it down, not showing what I'm watching, not even doing the timestamp, but I'm just verbally saying it. So it introduces Pilaf in kind of a comical, goofy way. Everything's being played more for humor, but again, I'm not going to criticize that. That's fine, as long as you can still take it seriously. But some of the exposition was beautifully, smoothly done, right? They don't belabor the point, and then the characters are introduced very well. Bulma already is so beautifully defined as a... So she got -2 character points, -1 for trying to kill Goku, and -2, another one for relying on her looks and things like that, and her vanity, maybe for wanting the wish for that reason and stuff like that. Goku gets a +1 for kind of resisting her and standing up to her, and then he gets a +1 for, like emotionally and socially, for him to stand up and not give her the Dragon Ball, not fall for her little seductive attempt. So +1 for that, and then +1 for his physical prowess in general, his overall, every physical feat that he's done, taking out the pterodactyl at the end and everything. So I think he'd be at a +2, Bulma would be at a -2. And then if you have like an overall character rating, sometimes I'll do that once at the beginning of a series. So again, Bulma gets a -1 for trying to murder a child, and then she gets a -1 for trying to seduce a child, and then she gets a -1 for her overall demeanor, like that she's obsessed with boys and that she's kind of, entitled and whatever, and a little manipulative, and that, her vanity. So again, -1 for trying to murder a child with your car and shooting him. And, you might say, oh, it wasn't, Your Honor, it wasn't intentional because he survived. But you even were surprised when he's still alive. You're like, oh, how did you survive that? So you really just intended to murder him? Like, what do you mean, dude? So, yeah, Bulma gets -1 for trying to murder a child. She gets -1 for trying... Yeah, this has a booty. Bulma's booty and attempted child murder. This is a kid show, by the way. This is the first episode, and we get Bulma's booty and we get attempted child murder. So for attempted child murder, she gets -1. For the other thing, she gets -1. The trying to seduce him and relying on that. And then the third thing is for her overall demeanor, manipulative / obsessed with boys and selfish reason for the wish and all that, her entitlement motivation. So -3. Then Goku is going to be a +3. +1 for his resistance of her in general, like socially and emotionally, not falling for the seduction, not falling for any of her manipulations, trying to get the Dragon Ball. So standing up to her emotionally, psychologically, when he's so, unknown to this outside world, right? He's gullible and naive, but he's not so gullible that he would give that up. And so you have this, you have one rule, one thing not to fuck up is don't come after this little boy's ball, and you break the one rule. Like, you can do anything you want, Emperor Pilaf, in this world, but not that. So now... Again, Goku gets a +1 for his emotional and general resistance to emotional strength and general resistance to Bulma, trying not to give her the Dragon Ball, not falling for any manipulation or lies too much, not simping for her with the stripping moment, whatever. So, right, +1 for that. Then +1 for his physical feats, like beating the pterodactyl and, everything else that he's doing, the fish and the logs, just, general physical feats here. And then you get one more +1 for your general demeanor, that you are sort of innocent, low-key, not really concerned with, you're just a low-key kind of dude. He doesn't want anything the way the Bulma's so vain. So Goku's at a +3. Let me try to explain that a little better. Like, his personality is sort of just, he's innocent, he's just simple, right? There's not too many flaws with him. He's helping her. He doesn't really want anything. He's just kind of a free spirit, so he's not really worried about selfish ends. So I guess it almost would be a neutral pass. Like, maybe he shouldn't get a +1 for it. She should get a -1 because she's bad, like she's vain. But he should get a I'll still do it. So he's at a +3, Goku at +3, and she's at a -3. I don't think there's anything she did that really deserves a plus. Maybe for explaining the Dragon Ball stuff to him, but that's only natural. So it's still a -3. And then did he do anything to deserve a minus? And not really. Again, he might be a little gullible, but that's even understandable. And the way the character points work, you might think the vanity one is unfair then. But generally, it's like it doesn't matter what their measure is. It just matters like how well they pursue it. But the fact that Bulma wants a boyfriend and she's vain, that's okay, I guess, right? Like, aside from that one character point, I'm not going to minus that unless it gets in the way of something. So if that's really what her priority is, then I can't really hold that against you, right? It's like a villain. I'm not going to minus a villain to say, well, he's a bad guy and he's trying to do bad things, and so I'm going to give him a minus for that. No, if he's good at doing the bad things and gets away with it and is smart, like Yagami or Red John, then he'll still get a +1 for doing well, like if he does something really impressive. Like Death Note is a good example of character points that I could easily define moments like that. When Light puts the notebook in his drawer and has it catch on fire if anybody tries to force it open, and uses a fake bottom, that's a +1 character point moment, where he's going above and beyond and doing something very impressive that even Ryuk is impressed by. Or when he has the pencilette in the door and the piece of paper, and he can tell if anybody's been in there, and figures out that there's cameras, that's the +1 moment. So all these things that he's doing that are so impressive, and he's able to do it so organically. And the reason why is because he's just a smart character. I'll show you how now. Yeah, I think that's good enough for this session. But yeah, maybe next time we'll watch episode 2. That's what I was trying to gear up for. But it was worth it rewatching that. I think that was still fun. Again, it's an A-grade episode. Really rare that I give A's out. Maybe I'm being too generous, but there wasn't really any flaw with it. Like, I could give it a B and say, there wasn't enough action, like, the fight should have been better between him and the pterodactyl, but I'm granting it that it's a different genre kind of a show, so nobody's saying it has to be an action series, even though that's what it turns into. Like, Toriyama will find any excuse to do a tournament. Here there's the grand tournament at first, like, where Piccolo and Goku fight. I know at least that much. And all the, whatever, he meets his friends there probably and stuff. But then he also does this, where, in Dragon Ball Z, you have the tournament with the Cell games. And then in the Majin Saga, you're going to have the tournament, and then it turns into the Majin fight. But it was going to be that Goku and Vegeta fought in the pretext of the tournament. And then you also have the ability in, in Super, you're going to have the Universal Tournament. I love how it goes from, Raditz says, we Saiyans are the strongest warriors in the universe, to, Frieza's the strongest in the universe, to, now the androids are the strongest, now Majin Buu's the strongest, now literally everybody's stronger than everybody, like Pikkon and... Like, what the fuck, man? They just trivialize their own material. And, of course, by Super, literally, Krillin is stronger than Frieza was. With ease. Probably way stronger. Right, like, it becomes a farce. Like, could Krillin by Super, or Krillin, or, Yamcha or Tien or whatever, could they actually beat like Perfect Cell now? And you might think, oh no, probably not. They probably could. I mean, it probably trivializes because they're probably training with Goku, and it's like, for them not to just completely blow up by one hit from Goku when he's even holding back shows you that, you know, it just becomes a farce. It doesn't feel like it means anything anymore. Like, I really resent that too. There's Super Saiyan Rosé. Like, bro became a fucking type of wine, like rosé wine. That guy, and then obviously it's just so convoluted the way it goes on. So I have to call a little BS in sequelitis terms like that, where you're able to do it this way. And the reason why is because you have the ability to like, it's just, people will just eat anything up once they're established and kind of dug in with the series. You could just literally pull shit out of your ass that completely contradicts everything before, and even trivializes it too, to the extent that it was meaningful. Now it just shits all over itself. Like, oh, it was supposed to be a big deal to become Super Saiyan or to beat Frieza, but now everybody is a Super Saiyan. The kids are Super Saiyans. Krillin's stronger than you were when you were a Super Saiyan, and, you know, originally, and because they don't mean the same thing anymore either. Like, you know, Super Saiyan is not a fixed state of being. It's like a multiplier, supposedly. So Super Saiyan 1 in Super is going to be way stronger than Super Saiyan 1 at any other time. So what you can do now is you can realize that you also trivialize your material like that way. Oh, it was supposed to be a big deal to become Super Saiyan. Now it's not. Now all the kids are. Now everybody's as strong as that was. And also, like, Frieza comes back. So Frieza was beaten by Goku, then killed by Trunks, now comes back again. And when you come back again, you're basically able to now get your little golden transformation and all this kind of shit. Right, so it's just so convoluted. I hate it. You're trying to recycle stuff, you're trying to... I love that one thing about it, the fact that the reason why Toriyama didn't bring back Cell and brought back Frieza was supposedly because the dots on his body made it too cumbersome to draw him. And so it's like, you literally, that would be the biggest pain for me. Like, trying to make every frame of the same character, like, look exactly the same. Like, oh, the spots got to be in exactly the same way. But when it comes to Cell, it's like, oh yeah, in other words, my excuse for not recycling a character and letting it do all the writing for me, basically, and not recycling material, is that, oh, I'm too lazy to draw a couple fucking polka dots. Like, really, dude? That's a form of writing entitlement. So, yeah, basically the point is that you trivialize the villain, like, oh, Frieza was supposed to be dead, but now they're not, and also you trivialize something else. The fact that... the fact that Super Saiyan transformations and power levels, but it shows you people just eat anything up because they're already established in the universe, so, like, they're already dug in and fanboys and stuff. That's why I don't like ever calling myself a fan of something. I can appreciate it, but I call it out when it deserves to be criticized. That doesn't mean I hate it. And it also doesn't mean that you're able to basically do it in such a way that you're basically able to, completely dismiss it, but it means that I can be objective and still point out, like, okay, this is retcon BS, which, even like the whole Saiyan aspect, none of that was intended. I mean, Toriyama would even tell you, there's no way that, like, oh yeah, we want to hold this information back the whole time, and that's why he's so strong. Like, oh yeah, you came in to Earth in a fucking pod. Like, I guess they don't really say how he came to Earth, so they just let it be. But, so it leaves the door open for that, but it's still kind of BS that you came in a pod and you're Raditz' brother, and you bumped your head conveniently to, like, there's so many things. Like, that episode is hilarious. The moment where, episode 2 of Dragon Ball Z, where, again, there's so many revelations. Goku has a kid. I guess that's in episode 1 that they reveal that, but Goku has a kid now, and Goku is actually an alien, and he came to Earth in a pod, and he also bumped his head, and Raditz is his brother, and, like, there's so many revelations and twists in a way that's kind of comical, especially the way they show those frames, like, it'll zoom in at these shocked frame sort of animation moments. Yeah, imagine as an insult, like your manga looked better than the fucking animation does. Like, they sometimes cheap out a little bit. Like, people defend that in the one episode where he's fighting Beerus in the Super Saiyan 3 on King Kai's planet. The animation there is pretty shoddy, and it's like they're defending it, and yet they're defending it on the basis of they're defending it on the basis of, like, oh, people are overworked and stuff. Like, what a stupid or like, the people, and they're not getting paid enough. Like, it's a multi-million-dollar franchise, billion-dollar franchise of Dragon Ball, and you can't afford, as part of this production, to pay people. So the excuse for why the production isn't good is because this big company with the big IP, the big material, is too cheap and stingy to pay its workers right, or give them enough time. Like, oh, they're rushing them, you should feel bad for the employees. RBO kind of fallacy. Like, you know what I mean? Don't feel bad for the employees. Criticize the producers and stuff in charge of this. That this is a big IP, big name series, and you can't afford to have a proper animation budget or schedule to get the job done. Like, that's to be expected. So imagine using that as a defense. Like, oh, the studio is underpaying people and rushing them and creating a low-quality product as a result. And so we should feel bad for the people working rather than criticize the studio for the shoddy work and reasons for it. It's like the tipping fallacy. Like, don't feel bad and tip the waiter or waitress. Criticize the establishment and hold them accountable. Like, you should be doing that. You should be paying them a good wage in the first place so that we don't need to tip. And if you can't, then just don't run a business. I love that other industries don't get away with that. Like, oh, in this you deserve tips, but, like, all it does is it allows you to underpay them and then expect people to not only pay for the product, pay for the food, pay for the service, pay for the employee. All this stuff is passed down in the cost of the product. When you buy your meal, let's say I buy a $20 meal at a restaurant, part of that cost is the cost of goods. So, like, let's say, okay, $5 is the cost of the materials to make it, $5 is the cost of labor relatively to make it, $5 is the cost of bills of the establishment, the electricity, rent. Like, you're accounting for all these things. $5 is profit, whatever. Right? I'm obviously exaggerating, but, like, assume that. And if you assume that, then, like, you're paying for that already. So, like, oh, I'm paying for, assuming that what I'm paying for isn't just the raw product and how much that costs you and then your profit margin. You're also including in that, oh, you're paying, like, based on the salary that goes into it. But then you're also underpaying the waitress and then expecting me to tip. What am I tipping for? Everything I'm paying for should be included in the original price, and it is effectively, but then they want more. So it's like I'm already paying for the staff effectively with the cost of the food, right? That includes it. Like, oh, a $20 meal, part of that is so high because it's to pay the employees and pay bills and do everything. So every other business doesn't get the luxury of that. Like, oh, I can just underpay people and then hope that they do it here. Hope that they, tip to compensate or make up for it. And the reason why is because when you tip, it ends up being okay, I saw this clip of Elon Musk talking about, oh, we're in a simulation, and he's convinced of that. I would reject that a little bit, though, because it's like, I mean, you know the planet, you've seen the history of the planet, right? You have, so like, if we are in one, then who put us there, and how did we get there, and all that. Like, you're giving like potential aliens or external influence too much credit. I don't think you realize the aberration of humanity. Like, we're the exception. All these things that we think are possible, we might end up doing ourselves, but this notion that they've been done before, there's other beings like that, it's unlikely, because I'll lay out all the factors, right? How likely is it for there to be a planet that's inhabitable, number one, right? Just period, in any form. So for a planet to be inhabitable, it's pretty rare, right? There's not too many of them. The majority of planets in space are probably just empty and barren, and there's probably no intelligent alien life. And so let's go step by step. The likelihood of there being a habitable planet, number one, is low, right? There's extremely few habitable planets. The likelihood of it having, then once that it's habitable, that it stays habitable for a period of time, that it doesn't have some catastrophe, some disaster that ends life, right? And then the fact that it has life for long enough time to evolve and develop and get to the point like what we're at is extremely unlikely. Like, you know, oh, the meteor and the dinosaurs going extinct and all this kind of stuff. The likelihood of that happening, right, where you would not only have a habitable planet, but you would be able to have them for long enough to develop and evolve under just the right conditions, then you would also need to have a particular being amongst that develop intelligence enough to like what we have, and then you have to have enough resources still on that planet despite being habitable like what we do, the richness and vastness and variety of resources to do the kind of things we've done, that we sort of take that for granted. And then also you would have to last out in civilization long enough for thousands of years like what we have done in order to reach the level of technology and collective state that we have gotten to. And then we'd have to get even further, and then we'd have to travel, and then we'd have to send something up, and then we'd have to put another species in the simulation for some reason. It's a little narcissistic, like why anybody would even bother doing that, let alone, like, you don't realize how rare that is. Again, it's unlikely for there to be a habitable planet, period. It's unlikely for there to be any life on there at all. It's unlikely for that life to become intelligent and live long enough and develop long enough to do that. It's unlikely that it'll last any catastrophe out to not only reach a level of intelligence, but to such an immense level of intelligence that we get this, like, we get all this technology and machination process to our level, and then from there, it's unlikely that they'll surpass us before they go extinct or something happens catastrophic, and then it's even more unlikely that they would exist at sort of, even though time is sort of thrown into question a little bit when it comes to space and space travel, it's still like we are in a position to, the simulation to society, all the social contrivance, undue emphasis that we put, not anything else. So it's a little bit narcissistic, but you have this idea that, you know, even if there was an intelligent race like that, they might have gone extinct by now, because you have this, you know, the chance that they exist at the same time as we do, which, again, in the history of the universe, it'd be an argument for both sides. Like, the chances of them existing within the 10,000 years of modern civilized humanity from 10,000 BC to 2000 AD like now, right, within that 12,000 year span, the likelihood of intelligent alien life existing at that period of time is very low. And the reason why it's low is because in the context of all of the universe and history like that, you're dealing with billions and billions of years. So 12,000 years is a very minimal amount of time span. Like, that's a very small speck in time. So even if there was one before, even if there will be another now, it's not it's not likely that there'd be one at this exact time, and that they would find us just like that easily and stuff like that. And then the other point is the fact that you won't find us that easily, and then you won't what else was I saying? The fact that, you know, you're dealing with millions of years or billions of years, and there was some other point, like, it's just very unlikely that they would reach a level of technology greater than ours, and even if they had done it in the past, you know, they might have gone extinct later. Like, we're projecting a lot of things that we might actually do. We might terraform planets. But we might be the ones doing that. We are the aliens ourselves. Like, there is no... It's not as easy as you think to do that. To reach that level of development and everything like that. There was one other point, but now I can't remember what it is. Like... that you would, again, you have the 12,000 years, and you have all this evolution and things that have to happen just right, that there wouldn't be some catastrophic event over millions and millions of years that wouldn't necessarily end all life on the planet, but it would end the particular life that would have evolved, right, adequately. But I guess that's how Darwinism kind of works itself out. Natural selection is like, the beings that do survive are going to be the ones that do become intelligent. But then not, I don't know, it's very unlikely, and it's unlikely because you're able to realize the number of layers that you'd have to work through to get there. And the reason why is because, I don't know, it's just not what you think it is, the way that people frame it. And you know, when you can see billions of years of history, what do you mean it's a simulation? Like, the fact that the Earth is, you know, you can see its history and you can see something else. But that is the core existential question that I pose, is like, what is this? As in, if you think about it might sound simple, but like, what is everything? Not just the universe and where did it come from, but like, what is your existence right now? Why do you have this consciousness, this particular one, right? Look at it backwards. Not like, okay, it's possible that animals would evolve, right? Where did they all come from? What is the universe? Where, you know, that's why people come up with a God and stuff. But on a more basic level, what is this experience that you're having right now? Right? Like, why is it personalized to you? Why is that you? That's the thing that's hardest to explain. Oh, because of your parents. But like, how do you place yourself in that? That's what's hard to explain. Like, the sense of identity in that is what is confusing. Like, okay, beings might reach a certain level of intelligence and self-awareness, but why are you this one? Right? And you might think that's egotistical to personalize it to you, but like, what are you then? Like, you're just an animal with slightly greater self-awareness and intelligence. But what makes you you? Like, it's a very hard thing to explain. It's sort of backwards. Like, oh, well, you're aware of everything just because you're greater intelligence, but it is sort of odd. Like, it's an impossible thing to almost explain. Like, why am I this person and not some other person? And what is my, not so much, okay, my consciousness can be explained, like, okay, I'm self-aware, I'm a slightly more intelligent, animal, But, like, does that mean when I die, will I come... Again, not I come back as my soul or anything, but, like, what is my consciousness? What is it? Like, why am I in this body, in this person, aware of this existence in particular? What may... And again, you might say that's egocentric. It's not... You're nothing special. You're just a random animal. But how... It's such a difficult question to even pose. What makes you, you? And how and why, and like, I'm not questioning your, how you're able to be self-aware and all that. I'm questioning, it's a random process, but it really is an impossible question. Like, oh, if your parents didn't have you, then you wouldn't exist. But what are you? Like, you're some consciousness lying in wait that, oh, well, then when somebody else had kids, you would have been theirs. But no, you wouldn't. Like, that's one impossible thing to explain. It doesn't matter who your parents are. It doesn't matter who you are. It's like, why are you in particular and not anybody else? And how is that determined? Your particular consciousness. And again, you're only placing emphasis because it's you, so it's like an egocentric, narcissistic perspective, but it's also sort of inconsistent because, like, you can't explain that aspect of it. You can explain human beings having consciousness, self-awareness, stuff like that, but you can't explain why you're in a particular position, why you're one consciousness, why you're this particular consciousness. Right, this is just a random animal, and you happen to be that animal. And so now, because you're aware, now you ascribe special meaning to the fact that you are an animal. But yeah, it's the baseline question, like, where does that come from, that awareness? It's like living beings just sort of exist. But now, when they have certain awareness, like, what is that awareness? Like, it's tied to just their survival state and, like... all of our life could just be an experiment by some, alien race, whatever, if you want to think about it that way. But the way that, how you would really test that, now that you should do it, you would just try to kill everybody off, and then, they would intervene because they don't want to see their beautiful experiment, come to... That was actually a premise idea for one of my stories. Like, you do that to sort of test it, and you see, like... they wouldn't want to see their precious experiment destroyed with all the work it would have taken to get here, because no matter how powerful they are, they've shown their hand. Like, the time it took for evolution to occur was insane. So it's like, imagine what they'd have to go through to do it again. But no, there's a certain randomness to that, reality and existence and everything, because... And, like, even evolution people would dispute, but, like, why would you think... So your answer would be, oh, God just spawned everything in and just, made everything happen, rather than, more logically, over millions of years, yes, the creatures do develop, they adapt, they adhere to their environments and stuff. Like, I don't know why that's so hard for people to accept. We might not know everything about it, but... how else would you explain all the animals? And you might say, oh, but you can't observe it in real time, but that's just because you don't live for millions of years. Like, that's not a fair thing to say. Like, oh yeah, the Earth was never covered in ice because we don't live long enough to see it, but like, or like the meteors and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, that is the core, like, what is this? What is this consciousness that I have? Why do I have this one? Right, where did it come from? Why this one in particular? So when you ask, like, what are you? Right, you just sort of take it for granted in a reactionary way. Well, of course you have this one because your parents had you, but they're only your parents because now you're reactively acknowledging that. But that's so weird to explain. Right, looking at it from that perspective, like, what are you? And why do you have this particular consciousness? And you can't explain it. Even within the, it's just weird. That part is very mind-boggling, because you have a consciousness, you have self-awareness, and you're nothing more than an animal. But even if you were an animal, like, okay, you're a monkey or something, but why are you that particular monkey, and who are you? Like, what is your consciousness? Like, it's so just weird. So in that sense, like, you're trying to externalize something and say, oh, maybe not that you believe in heaven or God or afterlife, or that's all egocentric or whatever. Like, if I was to die right now, would I, not that, I'd come back, but whatever the consciousness is, which is just tied to my brain. But even that, like, you can say it's tied to my brain, but again, what is the me in that? Like, but again, that is the egocentric notion. You're an animal that just has self-awareness, so now you're ascribing an identity and a meaning to that. But again, why am I aware of this? As in, what would have determined, okay, so I'm somebody else then? What would have determined that? Like, why am I this particular person in this particular era? Right? That is a fucking thing, like, to explain. It's actually mind-boggling. Just, why am I this particular person in this particular era, and not somebody else before, not somebody else at some other point? And you might think, again, that's egocentric, but it's like, yes, okay, consciousness comes from the brain, but why is it my brain? How is it my perception? How is it this particular individual? It's something you really can't explain. As Bill O'Reilly would say, you can't explain it. Tide goes in, tide goes out. But the deeper meaning is actually correct. You might explain it with the moon and different, currents and stuff, but ultimately, if you trace anything back far enough, you can't explain it. Like, okay, then why does the moon exist? And why does that process occur? And why does, if you just trace it back far enough, you'll get to the inherent existential question. Where did everything come from, and why does it work the way it does? But no, I'd highly doubt that, because, like, some alien race is so advanced that we take for granted a lot of things. Like, again, human beings are an aberration and an exception. I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't know. We think, we're on the precipice of something, but there's a limit. There's a net sum limit to what we can do. All right, what if we just run out of resources? Then we're fucked. So for all our hubris, we'll terraform another planet, but, like, I don't know. There's something that just feels still finite about it. You're never going to have, especially with the priorities of how people do things, but you're never going to get to the point that people think you really are. But if you terraform enough planets, I can certainly appreciate that. It's a good safety net, too. Like, if the Earth just blows up tomorrow, it's good that we terraform Mars, but then it's so close that it's still going to backfire on you anyway. But you have this, I don't know, it's very disappointing that way. That people had that opportunity and they probably are going to have missed it now. Okay, so today I'm going to watch Dragon Ball Episode 2. I won't even bother saying Season 1 anymore, because it's like, there's no season, it's just whatever. So, even the way they list it on there, it says one season, but like 150 episodes. I hate when I get spoiled on stuff even like that, where it's like, I'm trying to know as little as possible about the series. Of course, I've seen certain little suggested clips and stuff over the years. It shows you the damage that can do and why there should be spoiler filtered sort of tags. Anything related to such and such I could filter out, which there are add-ons that let you do that, but either that or you have a situation where you you have a situation where you have like spoiler tags or something, filters that just, especially major character deaths, but even like knowing general facts about it, or again, even you'd think that's weird. Why would you watch Dragon Ball Z and then you're complaining about spoilers potentially about Dragon Ball? But I feel like a lot of stuff they don't actually tell you. Like, I don't know Yamcha's backstory, I don't know Tien, none of that is really covered. I know a little bit about Piccolo, that he gets spit out as an egg or something. So there was like Demon King Piccolo, who's like his father, I would assume. And then the Piccolo we know is just his offspring, I guess, who also starts off as evil, but I don't know how long that really goes on for. They fight at the tournament. Like, I know little bits and pieces just from either suggested videos or of stuff that I'm watching, or references that they make in Dragon Ball Z, but to be honest, they don't really tell you that much about it. A lot of the abilities and stuff are obviously referential, like we know some of them from there, like Solar Flare probably. They explore these things for the first time. Kamehameha. It'll be like, remember that 10 episode arc in which we learn this ability, like how to do the Kamehameha for the first time. Now any little kid can fucking do it on a whim and it's no big deal. Like, remember what Goku had to go through to become Super Saiyan. Now it's all just anybody can do it. Yeah, episode 1 was good. I rewatched it. I maintained the A grade. And some of these maybe came out a lot earlier than people realize. I think of it as like, oh, the early 2000s maybe, because that's when it was probably dubbed over and shown in the US. But some of this was showing like 1986, like for the original Dragon Ball. That's insane. And then I guess Z would have been in the 90s, so even though that's not when I saw it, you know, you're thinking more like early 2000s to mid 2000s. And I remember something distinctly. I was watching on TV, and then they stopped right before the Kid Buu saga, and then they just didn't do it. Like, they kept re-showing either old episodes or even the part where they're inside Boo's belly, but they never showed the Kid Buu part, like on TV. So eventually I had to watch it online. So yeah, what we need to do is this is one of those segments where I eat, so I should almost watch something on YouTube, but I don't really know what to watch. I still can't believe that guy's a producer on that. Tony Shalhoub on Monk. Like, where did he get the money to do that? I thought that's what he's known for. He probably was on some TV show before that. For a long time. And I hate sitcoms from the perspective that, like, they're so simple. Like, oh, a day in the life of this guy, this average everyday guy. And it's like, why is this so interesting to people? You want to come home to your regular life to watch about somebody else's regular life. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's a trigger of mine, pet peeve, like getting spoiled on stuff from just YouTube thumbnails and suggestions over the years or other things over the years. I should just turn that off altogether, but because you're looking up something maybe semi-related to that or maybe totally unrelated to that, but you're watching a Dragon Ball Z clip, right? Because I want to rewatch something from there, but then it's going to spoil you on Super or GT or that's why I probably know a lot more than I should, having never seen it. So even whether I'd like it or not, it's you wouldn't know whether you like it because it'll kind of taint it a little bit that now going in it's going to be this and that. So, yeah, let me look up something. Speaking of sitcoms, okay, this is kind of funny. The fights that Leah Remini, what's her name, Carrie, and Doug have on King of Queens are actually pretty well done. Like, not so much that they're even funny, but they sort of feel very realistic and almost raw and almost, just very serious almost. She's a very toxic character, Carrie Heffernan, and it would sort of explain, even though I don't like saying it this way, why does she, such an attractive person, subjectively whatever, end up with this fat guy, with all due respect. But that's why she's such a toxic, terrible personality. Honestly, she's horrible, vain and obnoxious. Yeah, some of their fights are shown in like a serious, dramatic way that are not really even that funny. Carrie and Doug's funniest fights, but this is too long. Where she yells out the window and doesn't realize they can hear it. So this is Doug and Carrie's funniest fights, King of Queens, is 21 minutes, 3 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. Fatty McButterpants. I don't remember this. He tackles somebody. A little mannequin. This is more him just feeling bad, though. It's not much of a fight. This one's sort of justified. That was sort of short, though. That's like when Elle asks if anybody else is hungry. Lou Ferrigno. That's a pretty good joke. If he wasn't nice, he'd have villagers coming after him. That's so, like, nuanced. Always the fat joke. Oh, you got an ad now. Yeah, but the way they actually portray these, I'll give a major merit. Like, they're better than a lot of the fights you see in movies, even serious movies, even dramatic movies. Like, there's an element of humor in them, but they're actually very toxic and very kind of realistic. This is how people would really talk or really fight. It depends, I guess, on the personality, but it's not, I don't know, some of them are really serious. So yeah, like Lou Ferrigno asked her how her day is, and then but I mean, he only knows that because you must have told him, so, or maybe Doug must have told, whatever, somehow he found out. So I love that standard of like, oh, it's nice to ask, but the only reason why you know is because you told them, so it's almost like you want them to do that, whatever. At this moment, he's like, Al, you're upset because I'm the only one eating cheese sticks at the moment, right? The way that he misinterprets, like, Al Light thinking deeply about something as, oh, you must be annoyed because I'm the only one eating dessert at the moment. So he's projecting his love of food. Oh, you must want a cheese stick, right? But no, I swear, Carrie is one of the most toxic characters ever, which maybe explains her situation a bit. Being with Doug, I guess you could. Because think about it, if she had a great personality, why would she end up with somebody like that? With all due respect. You could do better. And then you could do a counter. How many fat jokes are there in that show? And probably fucking. As half of them and half of them probably come from Carrie herself. So my point is that, yeah, some of these fights are brutal. Let me just skip ahead. And the dry cleaning, the food. Let's see this one. Okay. 4 minutes, 55 seconds into Doug and Carrie's funniest fight, starting in 3, 2, 1. This is a great fight. This is like, if you take away the laugh track, it's so serious. Or no, there's another one to do with food. It's not even this one, though. Yeah, food is his weakness. He can never stand on principle. Maybe you should have dried and dried. No, this isn't even the one I'm thinking of. But where they're fighting, like, he gets food for himself, but not for her. These fights are actually amazingly real, like I'm saying. Something tiny that gets blown out of proportion. Or this is the one to do with the window, but it's not the one. So this is different. They fight about food one time, like, the fridge warranty. I'm the elephant. This is a great line, too. Good memory for being fat. And she has a right to be mad a little bit because she does a good job, too. It's not like she's a stay-at-home bitch. She's literally works. She's a paralegal or something like that. You know, they can hear them even talking at a normal volume, which means, of course, they could hear you. They might not know exactly who's saying it, though. You're fighting about fighting. Guerrilla warfare. Where's the one where they fight over food? Like, he gets food for himself, but not for her, so she gets mad. I swear I've confused those two together with the window one. Let me try to find it. Guerrilla warfare, window pane, attention deficit, Fatty McButterpants, window pane, guerrilla warfare. I can't even find it. Maybe it's not in this one. Carrie and Doug's fight over a restaurant, which is probably not the one. Damn it, I want to find that. Where Carrie doesn't get... Carrie doesn't get food. I could put in food, but then you realize half the moments in the show are to do with food because Doug likes food. Like, we get it. That's the one joke. Oh, yeah. Doug forgot Carrie's food. The King of Queens when Doug forgot Carrie's food, starting in 3, 2, 1. Threw in 6 free garlic knots. See, again, she has a right to bitch because she's a hardworking person herself. She could do just fine on her own, right? I don't know how much she makes compared to him, but he's a truck driver. She's a paralegal, so... You could just diffuse it by sharing that with her, but maybe she doesn't like that. That's really toxic. And that's why people find it believable he'd lick a trash can. Continuing to eat his own food, oblivious to how much he screwed up, is the most Doug thing ever. Yeah, at least give her your food or share it or something. But yeah, Carrie Heffernan is a strong, independent woman who does her own work and makes a good amount of money. Which perhaps entitles her to being a toxic bitch. One of the most toxic characters ever, but no, those fights are actually really good. On an actual dramatic level, more so than even a comedic level. Okay, that was just like a little warm-up. I like doing those in-between things, so we're taking a break from the Netflix movie gauntlet. Where I was watching like one movie per letter. It was a great balance. In fact, I could almost do that with anime, but I don't really... Or I should split it up somehow. Like, not so much that I watch an anime movie, because that might be a little bit too much to ask, but the fact that, you just watch, like, one episode of a committed series, like this, what we're doing with Dragon Ball, and then another episode of another series. And you might think, how do I balance that out? But it'll always be, like, okay, I'll explain what I was doing before. I had a committed series in Monk, right? So I'm watching one episode of the mainstream series that we're watching, then one movie for each letter. So, like, we're at the letter A, so I watch Alone, then I watch Monk episode 2, then I watch letter B, Bird Box, then I watch Monk episode 3, like that. So we pick a big name series and obscure kind of movies, and we keep alternating. So one episode of the big name series and one of the movies, one for each letter. And then with this, what we could do is similar, but since I'm not too keen on probably anime movies, what I can do is I can also rewatch stuff. Like, I almost want to rewatch the 2003 FMA because it's so good. And I know people would try to argue with me, but I'm telling you, it's almost as good as Brotherhood. Brotherhood is great. Brotherhood is actually better, a little bit, but not by that much. So it's great, and all the praise that Brotherhood gets. That 2003 FMA is god level. It's one of the best animes ever made. It's fantastic. And so my point is that, and it establishes so many things that end up being used, right? Just the tonality, some of the delivery, the dialogue, the voice acting, the everything. It's almost like Brotherhood feels at times like Dragon Ball Kai, where, especially the beginning, where they're kind of rushing through it. So it doesn't mean it's not good, but something feels a little bit less passionate about it. But, yeah, I could do, like, okay, a committed series, like we did Dragon Ball Episode 1. Now we'll alternate and do something else, like some other series, and we'll grade that series highly. Like, I'll make a really stark condition. Like, if it doesn't get a B grade or higher, I stop watching it. So either we'll do Dragon Ball Episode 1, then we'll do some other series, then we'll do Dragon Ball Episode 2, and then we could do that same series again, or a different series. And the way that I could do that is, if it gets like a B grade or higher, then I can keep watching it. Or I could do a randomizer. I could do a lot of I could do that at the same time. I could do a randomizer to determine which one it is that I actually watch. But yeah, let me go in there. I think that's a good way to break it up, because I don't want to only watch Dragon Ball, even though I just rewatched whatever. So the first episode was very good. It introduces a lot of material. You have the unholy trinity of the cat guy, or whatever he is, and Mai, who ends up with Trunks, I guess, later, which is really weird because their ages don't line up, I don't think. And then, it's speaking of FMA, like where Al and May end up together, right? And she's like way too young, period. But in Japan, I guess it's okay. Age of consent is different. I think it's like 13. But my point, there's an obsession with youth in Japan, and like a stigmatization of age, getting old. Like if you're 20 or older, oh no, that's too old now. But the point is that I read that somewhere Betty Brant, actress, auditioned for Mary Jane, but she was too old. So then she ends up obviously getting that role, which is still good. That's how you get roles. Like, you know, there's some famous examples, like somebody auditioned for the main role and then instead they became the villain. I forget in what it was, but like they wanted to be somebody. Oh yeah, like Cillian Murphy, I think, auditioned to be Batman and Batman Begins, but then he ended up being Scarecrow instead. So like that's still a pretty good role. So that's why even if you feel like, oh, you're not going to make the audition, you should still try, and then you might get a foot in, and get a different part. And that obviously suits him a lot better, with no disrespect, but I don't really think of him as being, although I wouldn't have thought of Christian Bale either. He's the perfect Bruce Wayne, but he's not really, I don't really buy him entirely as Batman, because he's physically not that imposing. I don't know, I never look at him that way. So yeah, we could alternate with the series. So I could either choose it in a randomizer, or I could do something else along the lines of being able to basically do either a randomizer, or I won't do alphabetical because that gets kind of annoying. And at one point I had watched like Yona. I think that was through a randomizer though. So either randomizer or sort of alphabetical, or just on a whim. I want to do it with some sort of structure, though. I should do a randomizer. So, and if it's like a sequel kind of series to something like Code Geass R2, like if I hadn't seen Code Geass, season 1, then, I'm not going to do that because it could ruin it, or something referential to another series. So, there's so many big name series I haven't seen that I should totally do. This is the beauty of it. This is really opening up. Like now, I'm not. At first, when I was doing this, I was hesitant, but now I'm ready to do anything because. Even though the format's not that great, I've at least got it on a good routine, and it's like, I guess the mic is a little better or whatever, so, like, I'll watch Breaking Bad or Game of Thrones or whatever, and even for anime like Attack on Titan or stuff like that. So, but, yeah, I'll actually let it do a randomizer. I don't know if this has a feature for it that does that. It almost should. But also, the other thing is, you can just do it in a web browser, basically. It's a little hard to navigate and search this, though, because, I'll actually abide by the randomizer aside from those few criteria. Like, if it does Dragon Ball Super, obviously I'm not going to do that. Even though technically that wouldn't be spoiling anything, because I've seen, obviously, Z and GT to what extent it feels. That's the whole irony. Like, as much as people ragged on GT, in hindsight, it might actually be better than Super. Because, yes, there's a lot of seemingly retcon BS type stuff in GT, but I'm sure there's even more in Super. Like, Super Saiyan 4, now there's a Super Saiyan 4 eye roll, like they keep dragging it out. But also, oh my goodness, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Rose, like what the fuck? Or like even, Pan, but Pan's in that too. Maybe she's younger, she's just a baby, but like, I don't know. There's a lot of things that GT did first, for better or for worse. And I always love that Shadow Dragon saga. It's so good how they present that. Like, just, I don't know, that you're coming back to the name of the series. It might seem a little too on the nose, but it works because that's a good final villain. It makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways. Like, you have overused them. It has been a plot. That's actually a good thing. Like, even if you have a plot device that you're abusing to keep characters alive and to undo everything and to always just, keep using that plot device to rely on, there should be some comeuppance at least to pay for it. So that's the perfect final lesson. Like, now we'll never be able to use Dragon Balls again, and we have to pay a hefty price that we lose Earth or we can't even wish it back or whatever happens. So it's like, it's a big deal because you weren't treating it with the severity that it deserved from the beginning. So it actually is that's the most iconic, appropriate ending, actually. It's better than beating Kid Buu, who, like, again, he's a major villain, but so what? Like, it doesn't feel intrinsic to the series. And I know not everything always has to be on the nose like that. Like, it's called Dragon Ball, so the final villain has to be related to the Dragon Balls. But it actually made a lot of sense. It was a great arc. Omega isn't the most interesting villain. He starts to get a little... he kind of headstrong, brutish. Like, he's not really that smart or anything, but whatever. Like, in fact, Sin comes off as more smart before he transforms into Omega, when he's like, the way he talks to him, if you feel so bad about using the Dragon Balls, then maybe death should be your penance. Like, that's not a Dragon Ball type line. That's a very deep thing that you wouldn't expect. So that's the whole irony, though. GT is probably better than Super. Not because it's even so great, but because Super probably, a lot of those same flaws it probably has. Another arbitrary transformation. A lot of these young characters or other characters who have no business being this strong, suddenly being strong. Although GT, in a way, relies on Goku too much, so that's a contradiction either way. Like, it doesn't make sense for Krillin to be able to spar with Goku and not get destroyed in one hit, but it also doesn't make sense to... or it's not the best to have everything rely on Goku either, so... bringing back old characters, like, let's bringing back Super 17, that's a bad idea. Or bringing back the Majin Vegeta saga and Baby, that's not the best idea, right? Those are fair criticisms, but, let's bring back Frieza, and that's okay. Like, you see how that is the irony. I haven't seen Super, so I reserve judgment, but it's probably more convoluted than anything else. Again, GT has some issues, no question about it, but GT is probably middle of the road, like 3 out of 5 stars. Super is probably worse, probably 2 out of 5. Because again, I'm just assuming some of that trajectory is there, that people just eat it up because they're overly defensive, obsessed fanboys. But it's so probably retcon intensive. There's so much nonsense that I just know from a surface level. I'm not going in with negative preconceived notions, and I'm not even necessarily watching it now. I'm just saying, like, how can you... I know there's like a time travel arc again, which is always annoying, with Trunks and Goku Black and whatever. And then I know that there's going to be the Tournament of Power, which seems really contrived. All these characters way stronger than we ever knew, that we've never heard about, Beerus and so forth. All this kind of convenient stuff, trivializing Frieza. And then also having Vegeta turn his back on his pride completely, like... Yeah, see, people say GT does Vegeta dirty, but Super does him way more dirty. He's dancing for Beerus or something like that, where he even says so many times in the series, like, I'd rather die than forsake my pride, yet you would do all this, make a clown of yourself, be deferential to Beerus. So, like, really all it would take for him to forsake his pride is for this guy to just be that much stronger, which I guess people could bring up, well, he did that with Frieza, didn't he? But he did it sort of begrudgingly. Here he's doing it like, you might be like, oh, well, Beerus is way stronger than him. But relatively, he's actually not. Like, compare Beerus' strength at the beginning of Super to Vegeta's strength at the beginning of Super, compared to Vegeta's strength at the beginning of the, like, Z, I guess, or that period, to Frieza's strength there. Like, Frieza would be astronomically way stronger too, even though he might not know the full extent of it with all the forms, but, like, Frieza is absolutely, and yeah, like, that's just a way to show off your different art designs. Like, oh, you know, why make all these forms? Just so we can show off different concept art for the same character. That's almost what it is. Like, I had all these cool designs, but I can only use one, but oh wait, now I can transform them. And but no, all those things that they sort of forsake, so they're doing him dirty too. They're recycling old characters. They're doing this power creep that doesn't make sense, that everybody becomes more powerful magically again. They're doing this, Goku's apparently dumb here, whereas in GT he's definitely not dumb. In fact, he's quite badass. Some of the best moments of Goku's maybe ever are in that, where he takes everything so seriously. As Super Saiyan 4, his voice and his whole demeanor is like the most serious he's ever been, kind of. And also, it's like the Pharaoh. It almost reminds me of that. It's like Yugi transforming into the Pharaoh. When he becomes the Pharaoh, you know shit's about to go down, and he's serious, and he's lecturing people and you know, talking in such an authoritative way. So it's the same way when he becomes Super Saiyan 4 versus Kid Goku, who's still mature, but he acts a little less mature in that form. And Yugi becomes, you know, Yugi is obviously more like that, but then when he transforms. So it's a similar dynamic with the maturity level and stuff like that. And then from there, you have the ability to, so as we speak now, we have like a 30-hour stream going on. It went up to a day. So when you're looking at it, it says like one, and then 0, 0, 0, 0, and then the second. So it's like day, hours, minutes, and then seconds. So we've been streaming it nonstop, different episodes from YouTube that I have. So I started off doing Dinner, the one where I watch Dinner, where the Richie's like the Sigma male guy, and then the Easy A with Emma Stone, and then I did, I was going to do more, but I guess it's too long to really fit that, so I guess I was going to do it before I went to bed yesterday, like change it from that one to this one, and then I would have also been able to fit the Mila Kunis one in, but I kind of want to try to catch up before I'm caught up with uploading, but I'm not caught up with streaming every single one. I like to do it at least once. That way I can, like, start to do it. It's going to be impossible to catch up, but whatever. So we have, like, maybe 4 more left. Mila Kunis, Hypno Goddess 1, Friends with Benefits. Number 2 would be the Death Note one, I think, where I use Kira's laugh as a thumbnail, but Death Note anime takes, and Carthu's Dojo debunking was the third one, and then the final one would be the me sort of debunking Star Wars stuff, retcon BS in the thumbnail. I love that format actually so much, like debunking stuff for overly defensive fanboys that they just accept. Like, you know it's not true, but you just do it you believe it anyway. Like, I get it, it helps your immersion, but I can acknowledge, like, why are certain things the way they are in the story just because they have to be to keep it going? Like, no, there's no such thing as Super Saiyan God. There's no such thing as Beerus. These things are all fucking made up, like, just to keep the series going in a way that maybe tries to feel organic, but it just trivializes everything that happens before, too. It's like, so the Supreme Kai would have let the planet blow up, which might have released Majin Buu anyway at that point. Like, when Cell was doing it, he didn't intervene, and that all these characters that ended up being so impactful later were on there, and they're not worried about the Dragon Balls, or I don't get it. Like, it's just convenient. Even the Supreme Kai, if you know, and it's not even retconning like okay, it's okay to add more content to your series, but Toriyama would even admit that. Like, I didn't think of any of this ahead of time. I'm just pulling shit out of my ass here and there. Like, so on one hand, the Supreme Kai wasn't aware of Cell or anything that happened with that, apparently, or I think Cell's personality, though, is the most iconic of the whole show, because Boo kind of is just annoying. He's childlike as a fat Boo. He's kind of, his personality is sort of understated a lot of the time. Frieza is kind of just dickish, but in sort of a cliche, like, oh, I'm an evil villain type of way. Cell is more in control, like the sophisticated, perfect version is very interesting, or even, you know, the distinct nature between all three of his forms. I think Cell is the greatest achievement when it comes to that. The concept behind him, even the way he's so powerful, kind of makes sense to some extent, although it's a little bit convenient, like having all the cells of the other characters. That is a really cool idea. Like, what is that based on? Is there some other character in the story that I probably can't think of on top of my head, where something like all the heroes are combined together to make this ultimate being that's a villain, and like maybe there's something like that in the Terminator that I forgot, because supposedly that whole arc is based on the Terminator. Like the Android saga obviously wouldn't surprise me. I never really thought about it like that, but it makes sense, especially with the time travel aspect, like the fact that either the android itself is coming back in time, or that you're coming back to warn them about them. But see, even in that sense, Terminator is more realistic, because the power level of Arnold is not that high, right? He's stronger than an ordinary person, but he's not that strong. Whereas here, it's like, oh, you're stronger than Super Saiyan? Like, how the fuck would you make an android durable enough for that? And it's obviously the energy field around them, not the material that they're made of. Or I guess I don't even get that, because they used to be people, apparently. Right, that Krillin says that. But Juro modified them, and so what that means is you're able to basically, I don't know, like what, so their skin is just skin, so what is it that makes them so durable? Whatever material that is couldn't be strong enough to withstand a Super Saiyan, so it's some energy component that you have that somehow, I don't know how they exactly work. Again, at least with Cell, he's biomechanical in the sense that he's an organism. He's like, you know, he's doing it the same way that, no, but even his skin is sort of stronger too at times, but no, he's doing it through his ki and power-ups and all that. So yeah, I would have liked to have watched something here, but now I can't really navigate this when I'm driving. But no, we could do a randomizer, we could just pick something at random, and I would like to sort of alternate that way, where I don't like to overdo one thing. So I was going to do Dragon Ball Episode 2, but I could do it in the next session or whenever, right? So we should sort of alternate. Because yeah, I haven't seen very many anime, but of the ones I have seen, I've been pretty fortunate. Like, you know, both FMA series are, you could say it's mostly mainstream stuff, but it's all good mainstream stuff. Like, you know, I've never really been disappointed. I guess Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one that I kind of would question a little bit. It always is amazing to me that I actually watched the entire show. Some of the stuff with Bakura and towards the end is pretty badass, like how it turns into, like, actually what it should have been. I understand people might not even like that part, but, you know, do you want to see them play a card game, or do you want to see them fight with actual real monsters, like in the Shadow games? And, you know, Bakura sort of playing the game within the game, and I don't know, there was just something really cool, and he bided his time very well. I compare him to Schneisel a lot. Like, Schneisel is, he's in the background the whole show, and you can tell he's always up to something, or he's just got a bigger role to play, but you never know what it is. And so when he ends up being the final villain, not only is that not arbitrary, that's actually one of the most earned outcomes possible, and why he's one of my favorite characters actually ever in the history of fiction, because you could not, it's almost like I wrote that, not that I could write necessarily always that well, but like, it's an ideation that I have. Like, that's exactly what I would do in a story. I would keep a character like that in the background, and then they end up usurping the main villain or doing something else unexpectedly, but it wouldn't be unexpectedly, but believably. Like, he was there the whole time. He was very smart. He was always in control. He always had this aura about him that was so sophisticated. So it's very earned, the fact that he's the final villain, right? It makes perfect sense, because he was always plotting something. He was always, you know, so superior. I don't know, that there are flaws with Code Geass, but that is the most iconic thing of all. Schneisel is the most deserved villain that you've ever seen in the history of fiction, maybe, because that you bided your time. Bakura, you know, is, well, maybe I oversaid it, but no, as far as the long game series, like, that's really well earned. Like, I don't know, I'm telling you, they'll show you him once in a while. He's always there in the background, and they do a great job with his character. And then, obviously, this other one, like Bakura, he's always there and kind of more in the forefront, and you can tell he's a villain, but you don't know exactly what he is or what he's all about. And so when he ends up being Zork and the final boss, basically, it's believable, because he's, I guess Schneisel is more impressive, because he kind of doesn't lose any fights or ever seem stressed out. He's always in control. And in a way, Schneisel gets the moral victory. I'll even give it to him. He has Damocles, but that's just his own preparation and infrastructure. That's good enough, right? But he doesn't have Geass the way that Lelouch does. So give Schneisel Geass of any kind, not even to control people, but to stop time or whatever. Give Schneisel Geass, and what would he be? Oh, he would fucking rule the world, because he almost did it without Geass. Whereas Lelouch is struggling to beat him with Geass. If you want to say, oh, well, Damocles, but also Lelouch has a lot of characters helping him, like, oh, Nina's a double agent and makes the, you know, plot device that disables the bomb, or Suzaku helps him. So I'm not going to point out those things as a negative, that, oh, you have help. That's just part of your infrastructure and your planning. Same thing with Damocles. So what does Schneisel have? All his planning throughout the series, the same way that Lelouch does, but Lelouch had Schneisel even turns the Black Knights on him. Like, basically what I'm saying is Schneisel is more impressive than Lelouch. He's absolutely more impressive. He's you know, he gets saved. Plot armor moment. Rollo saves him, even though he's being a dick to Rollo. So he didn't deserve that. Like, he didn't do anything to earn it. He even pushed Rollo away. Right, so you alienate Rollo, you alienate the Black Knights. Schneisel turns them against you, the Black Knights. Then you get saved by pure plot armor. Like, that'd be the equivalent of, like, in episode 37, if, like, Ryuk helps Light and saves him, right? Oh, he'll just kill everybody and save Light. Like, what do you mean, dude? Like, Rollo coming in wasn't part of his plan. Lelouch had given up, so I don't respect that at all. And then, even with Geass, even with all this, you could have used Geass on all the Black Knights earlier at some point and done it, like, only in this way. Like, whenever I say this word, pink flamingo or something, you'll do what I say. So then he would have that in his back pocket. Right, so you would never need to use it, and maybe out of respect he didn't want to use it, but it doesn't matter, because in this moment they think you would have used it anyway or whatever. But, like, now you could use that, and then I'd be impressed that they'll all turn on Schneisel, so he never uses a Geass on them. He uses it on Colin for a second, but you could look at that as a symbol of respect, but I would do it as just in a thing in my back pocket, like, catch them off guard one time, each of them, and just use it on them, and they would never know, and you would never need to use it until a moment like this. That's the sort of planning that you should do. Don't trust anybody. So Schneisel is going to be, a GOAT caliber villain, and the reason why is because it's very earned over the course of the show, and, Bakura, again, his performance isn't as impressive, though, because he's constantly losing duels. He loses to even Merrick and Yugi multiple times, but he also, he would have needed to beat Kaiba and beat Joey at some point. That would have established him a little better. Like, that's typically what you see with other villains. Either they beat Kaiba or Joey or both, and when they do that, then they're established in a high level. Right, the way that Siegfried beats Joey, the way that, I guess who really beats Kaiba? Nobody really beats Kaiba, do they? Major villains. Like, Pegasus beats Kaiba, because he's cheating, but still. I feel like that duel ends early, too. It's not actually over in terms of life points, but he just absorbs his soul anyway. Like, it's implicated that, obviously, Pegasus is going to win, but I think, some major play happens that favors Pegasus, but then he just says, fuck it, let's just absorb his soul now, and then he just uses the eye, but the duel isn't actually over. I swear, that's how that scene goes. But, yeah, the point is that Kaiba loses to, like, even Yugi has a lower brow defeat than Kaiba. He has, Raphael beats him. Right, like, when does Kaiba ever lose to anybody like that? He only loses to Yugi himself. He loses to Pegasus. He doesn't lose to Merrick, because they never play. He doesn't lose to Noah. Or no. He does lose to Noah, but even then they cheat. This is the beauty of Kaiba. Like, Kaiba never loses unless they're cheating, and that includes to Yugi. Yugi has the Pharaoh, and he can determine fate with his will, the way that Ishizu says. So, like, Yugi is cheating to beat Kaiba, and so is Pegasus with a Millennium Item. So is Pegasus. Then Noah threatens Mokuba to beat Kaiba, and then Darts. I guess Darts isn't really... No, he is cheating, too. Because he's holding the souls hostage and attaching them to his monsters or something. So, yeah, even there he's cheating. So, like, I love that implication. Kaiba's the best duelist, the same way that Vegeta is stronger than Goku and better than Goku, at the same way that Edgeworth is better than Phoenix Wright. Because they don't actually beat them legitimately or at all. They beat them like, because we're actually cheating every time. And then Kaiba in Season 5 beats Siegfried, and he's dueling Bakura, but we don't know who is going to win that. So yeah, actually, in a way, he has a better dueling record than Yugi and the Pharaoh, because they lose to, I guess, Rebecca, if you want to count that, or they lose legitimately to Raphael basically twice. Raphael's about to beat him the second time, and he just chooses not to. Like, literally, he was about to win. I just love that idea of, imagine, like, okay, you hit the lottery and you can make a TV show, and I'll make a show about fucking card games. Like, what the fuck? But no, that's very interesting, because you have, those sort of lowbrow defeats. Like, Phoenix Wright has the help of spirit channeling and Mia and all this kind of plot armor kind of BS that happens, and Edgeworth is still better, and every time his client is actually innocent, so the truth favors Phoenix as well, and all this kind of stuff on his side. So you could say the whole system is kind of rigged against him a bit, because it favors the prosecution, but even then I don't look at that as an indictment of Edgeworth's skills, especially when Edgeworth helps him so much. And even Vegeta never loses a fight to Goku, at least in the main series, because you have this I just love how people can play mental gymnastics so much. There's so many things that would contradict in its own material, like Dragon Ball Z or whatever, but they just they just look past it. So like that's the thing you have to do in fiction, I guess, sometimes, is just have the right, like I'm too overly analytical, so I'd be like, oh, well, what about this? What about that? And like you just have to be brazen enough just to do it anyway and just hope that people won't notice, because clearly there's contradictions in a lot of things and people just eat them up. So I love that overly defensive fanboy effect, like, oh, people will just defend it for you. You don't even have to defend it. Pretend it was like a new author, a new work that you've never seen before. You wouldn't be so blindly accepting of every flaw. And it would be more organic because you're not familiar with that universe anyway, so it's introducing everything for the first time. Instead of here, you're able to just I don't know. I probably could have done something like a long-form story, but I never really tried, honestly. Like, that's the hard part. It's not having the ability or imagination to do it. It's like the hardest part is limiting it down just to one thing and reducing it to a lowest common denominator and kind of settling on that. And then at the highest level of existential purpose, like, oh, well, that's not going to actually change the world or do anything. It's just distraction, escapism. So you'd want to be more direct. Why kind of take good ideas and reduce them to a distract from what they're actually about with all the fluff around it. Like, oh, I watched Dragon Ball for the story and the characters. I watched Star Wars for the story and the characters also. And I'm not saying they're not an important factor compared to other series that might do the same thing. But, no, you watch Star Wars because of the special effects. You watch DBZ because of the fights. Like, the characters and stuff are a bonus, but there's plenty of good stories and characters out there that don't involve those genres and subject matter. So clearly it's about that more than anything else. And they were both ahead of their time with the visual aspect. Like the animation in the original Dragon Ball Z, for when it came out, was very good. Obviously because I don't know how many series like that there were, but and even then the action is sort of low-key compared to what it gets to later in the show, but it's just you have to have sort of that cocksure confidence. Like, if you do something random, like if you came up with a random idea, let's make a story about bugs and this and that. Oh, that seems stupid. Nobody's going to like that. But then if you actually do it in practice and you commit to it and really obsess and get it down to details, now all of a sudden, oh no, now it'll be immersive, and so it just shows you the arbitrary nature of it is there. Like, something that seems arbitrary if you actually analyze, like, oh, imagine I'm making a story about a kid in a suit of armor who gets trapped in there because of alchemy, who, like, I don't know, like, it just seems so arbitrary and random at first glance that you just kind of accept it at face value. And but yeah, that's one of the biggest writing tips. Don't let the subject matter be the focus. Like, oh, well, this is the premise. It's about wizards, so let's just have magic all the time. No, try to tell a real story under it. Like, pretend they weren't wizards. This is actually a great writing technique. Pretend they're not wizards, and then try to tell a good story there. And then the fact that they're wizards just happens to be a bonus, right? So, like, even the original Harry Potter, Sorcerer's Stone, Philosopher's Stone, whatever you want to call it, is like, if I'm going to come to find out Fullmetal Alchemist was based on that a little bit, if it even lines up in terms of time. But there are some similarities, like the whole, young vibe of a character and everything. He's using alchemy instead of magic, but there's the 7 deadly sins instead of the Horcruxes. Like, I don't know if that's actually true that it was inspired by that, but maybe not a lot of people think about that. But the point is that you have a situation where, yeah, like the whole story with Quirrell and his duplicitous incentives, and he's trying to steal something of value. It doesn't matter that it's the Philosopher's Stone. So you have these double agent type characters, Snape and Quirrell and all this going on, and you have all the drama about the Philosopher's Stone. So, you know, people are out to get Harry, Voldemort's the bad guy. Like, even if they weren't wizards, you could tell sort of that same story, where this really smart kid is uncovering some conspiracy, and these really powerful characters are trying to kill him or stop him from interfering. So that's the point, is it tells sort of a real story underneath all that. Right, instead of just, they're just going around using magic, and then they fight Snape with the magic, and they beat him, or, you know, like something more basic like that. It doesn't happen. That's the problem with so many series, too, when they go on so long, though. It's like, the series will set rules itself, and say, this is how this works, this can't work this way, and then they'll break their own rules, and then people get mad, and you'll say, you're just taking it too seriously or something, but those very same rules were important to the series, and were what made it successful in the first place. So it tells you people kind of have short memories or forget or don't really care, because it's like you have this I don't know. So I ended up not really watching anything in the session anyway. I really should go in better prepared. I had planned on doing either Dragon Ball Episode 2 or now I'll use like a randomizer, I guess, to try to do this. And the reason why I'll do that is because I can't seem to decide what to watch otherwise, so that's fine. Okay, let's look at a few concepts here. Like stigma and glorification, I had a better term for it, but I can't remember. Like, both sides indicate an obsession with the process, and you're controlled by it and subverted by it, and not at peace with your inherent nature. So, like, when you stigmatize sex, that shows you're obsessed with it as a society, as a people. When you glorify, like, if you have sex too much with too many people, that's bad. When you glorify it, that, it's meant to be, it's love, it's all this, like in the marriage and stuff, whatever, that's also, you're obsessed with it. So either way, you're obsessed with it and controlled by it, no matter what you think you're doing with it. Whereas just treating it like, it's just a normal part of life, so it's not that big of a deal. You might do it freely, uninhibited, you might not do it at all, right? It wouldn't be a big deal either way. So that's one concept. Let's look at also the structured mindset, like people are always obsessed with sex and assume everything's about that, and so stimuli acme present, but also they'll assume that the way of doing it too shows the same thing. Like, they can't imagine a fetish or a super elaborate thing. They would just be like, okay, traditional sex or something like that, where it's just very basic and very very typical kind of. So you're assuming, okay, the only value, only purpose, only thing people care about is sex, and then on top of that, you'll only project the traditional way and assume that, rather than, what if it's something else altogether? And then another point is the fact that you have, absolute standard, that if you do something fully to its maximum, then it invalidates all other things, whether it be zero-sum means you have in a sense, or whether it be, like, pretend, would you be a jerk if you were the world's first trillionaire and you cured cancer and you terraform Mars and you do, all these things? One of my characters that I've written about right, hypothetical person. Like, if you've done all those things, you can get away with being a jerk. Or maybe being a jerk is what it took to do that. Or maybe, you don't have time for all these social contrivances, they just get in your way. And then you can't argue with the results. Or maybe something else. Like, it doesn't mean what you think it means, because everything is just a performative contrivance to maintain a half-man's longevity state and hold you down and inhibit you. So people who are not willing to be inhibited, or so you're glorifying it for the wrong reason, just for overextended collective mass, right? That it exists clearly to prioritize contrivance over any sort of standard, contrivance for contrivance sake, right? Not even justified by functionalism and inconsistent, right? So if you truly have something at the highest level, then how can you question it? Right, that would exhibit some of these tendencies you might criticize, like, oh, that's weird, that's this or that, but like, you wouldn't want to be normal if normal just means mediocre and overextended and collective contrivance insisting upon itself just to feel comfortable with itself, but really just a total farce. And so now what you have is a simple ability to consider the fact that you're basically able to, you have something, I forgot, like, you have the ability to, if you do something in an extreme, right, then nobody can question you. So it shows you that standards are not real or solid or truly believed in. Oh, you believe in this, and you're so honorable, and you believe in true love and personality. Oh, somebody comes along with $1 million, you might say no in hypothetical, but if it was actually in front of you, right, it all goes out the window. That doesn't mean that you're a bad person or something, but by your own standard, it shows you the artifice of it. Like, you don't really have standards, right? They're just secondary functional. So, if you get enough zero-sum means, you would bypass that, right? Oh, no, I'd never, just sleep with somebody I just met. If they offered you $1 million, you very well likely would do it, or... so if the price is high enough, or again, if you do something in enough of an extreme, it invalidates everything else. Like, society is about being nice and courteous or social contrivance. But then, if you're that capable and you did something, or you have zero-sum means, now that goes out the window. Or if you don't have them, right, you don't have anything for somebody to gain from you, now all of a sudden it doesn't... See, that's the inverse cynicality that's actually so amazing. Where the unconditional non would be projected into some zero-sum negative state, whereas the overcompensated performative aspect tied to some dependent overextended pretense would be glorified instead. So you're rewarding the amount of effort into artifice, but not realizing the same measure, nature of process, or even different nature of process, that you see some base sort of neutrality. And the way that you can see that is because you're basically able to you have base neutrality, and you have, again, the cynical projection in that way that's like, you'd be half right that, like, okay, it only makes sense that people would value their own self-interest. That's only natural. But on one hand, it would be condemned, but then on the other hand, it would be projected and assumed. And on the other hand, if it's not even present, like unconditional, non-neutrality or a different measure, none of that is even acknowledged, let alone considered and practiced oneself. So it kind of breaks the whole illusion. Like, what if somebody genuinely doesn't want anything? Either they have everything they want, or they're a minimalist, they don't care about all that. Like, pose a scenario like that. Oh, you genuinely just want to, like, and I hate this with something. There was something like this with Michael Jackson, whether he really was doing something wrong with kids or whatever. Like, I just genuinely, let's say hypothetically, he just genuinely wanted to take care of kids and just give them a childhood that they never had, or sort of, use his wealth to really, give them a nice time and let them, experience things that they couldn't experience otherwise if they're poor or whatever. So, like, hypothetically, pretend you're an adult and you're like that. Okay, you're a millionaire and you want to, it don't sound weird, spend time with kids, but you want to spoil them and make them have a good time that they maybe missed out in childhood, that they maybe would never get to experience. So you're generally doing a positive thing, but somehow the cynical framing of it is so extreme that, like, oh no, he must be doing something sexual, stimuli acme. Like, really? Why couldn't it, hypothetically, I'm not saying in his case for sure or not, but why couldn't it just be, okay, somebody's using their wealth and success to be nice and give them an experience that's positive? So why would that have to be a bad thing? So it's the same thing here. Like, oh no, you genuinely just want to help people or observe something about the human condition, the stimuli acme, but you are projected into that. That's the best thing too. Like, pretend your objective observation versus, contrivance reinforcement. Like, they would not understand the difference. Like, they would view it as, even trying to objectively observe a process must be practicing the process, and the act of doing so somehow invalidates you, or so you can't even in a vacuum be objective. But even if you were, it's like, oh well, that's just your failure to practice the process, or you even successful at the process. Like, so what does it prove, right? It's like everything is taken as egotism, which shows you the objectively adverse half-mass contrivance state, because if it was worth doing and a sound process, self-interest, zero-sum means, right, if it was sound and fully validated that way, right, like you view it as worth doing or it has some inherent value, then you wouldn't need to glorify it or feel good about it. It would just speak for itself. Okay, you did that in your own self-interest. So why do you need to feel good on top of the self-interest? It's because it's reduced to a half-mass state in which it's heavily controlled and overextended to a mass collective state. So it's not direct, either in form, because of overextension, machination process, but neither is it direct in even its value to you is kind of overdone. So you have a situation where, okay, this is just meant as a mini segment, but the next segment, which I might not do tomorrow, I might do a day after tomorrow, I can actually do an episode of the particular thing here. Not Dragon Ball episode 2, maybe I'll do a randomizer. So we'll go back to our Crunchyroll randomizer thing. So I'll watch the first episode of random series in between episodes of the main series I'm watching, which is Dragon Ball. And of course, Dragon Ball is still exposed to the other negative things. Like, the thing I don't like about doing this is it makes it very hard for me to remember my character points. I don't know how I remember them so well with The Sopranos. Maybe I would review them every episode and I would do it kind of every day on a regular basis, so I would have it on hand. But it's a situation where you're basically able to drive-thrus are so good in the area I live in as a concept. Like, normally you might think, oh, you're too lazy to get out of your car, whatever. But when it's so cold or the weather is so bad in some way, right, it actually validates it pretty well. You don't even have to get out of your car to get something. And like groceries sometimes is moving in that direction. So what you need to consider here is, again, I can do the Crunchyroll randomizer, which I'll disregard what I did before, but the standard with that will be very high. And the reason why it will be very high is because of the simple fact that the standard will be high because, like, the first episode has to get a B or higher. Otherwise, I won't watch the next one. If it does get a B or higher, I actually will. And then maybe I'll keep that up with every episode, or maybe that's unfair, but it'll get like a pass. Like, if it gets an A, then it gets an extra episode that can be anything, even an F, and it'll even it out. So every episode has to be a B, and the only way it survives is if it gets an A. Then that can negate if another episode is a C. Maybe that should be the thing, or 3 strikes of episodes that are below a B. I want it to be super high standard because I don't mind switching from 1 to 1 to 1. And it doesn't mean that it's a bad show even, right? Like The Sopranos, don't take it the wrong way. Although there were some pretty bad episodes. In fact, what the series seemed to lack is a real structure to it. I'm sure there's some good arcs and things that happen, but like, there's no overarching plot line to so many episodes. Like, Junior becoming the boss is a good thing early on, but it's like there's a few episodes, like when they're dealing with the music and all that, they completely make no sense because it's like there is no actual other story going on. It's like, okay, we're worried about music this episode. That's cool that that's what the episode wants to be about and something comes up. But what else is happening? And the answer is not a whole lot was happening. There needs to be an ongoing core conflict, like the Junior situation. And you might say it is kind of casting a shadow over the show, but it's something different. Like, you need something major going on, like in the foreground, and then, the music thing is a side plot in this particular episode because we want that to be what the episode's about. Instead, it's like that goes in the forefront. We got this arbitrary thing going on with the soccer coach, the episode that I gave an F. Like, that's cool as a subplot, but what else is Tony doing in that episode besides the soccer coach? Right? Does he have some big meeting? Does he have there's some minor scenes, but I would have reversed it. What he's doing as part of his business and everyday operations and, major conflicts going on, that should be in the forefront, and all this other cutesy stuff should be in the background. He's worried about the ducks and the whole intrigue of the mob. Like, I get that you're trying to not make it overstay its welcome, but there were a few episodes in there, right, that were like, okay, we've lost the script of what this is about. Right, where it wants to focus too much on the subplot of what that particular episode is about, but there's no overarching narrative that's strong enough. Even though there is a strong one, they're not really exploring it enough. There should always be some reference to it. There should always be something going on that let's try to fool Junior by doing this, and then whatever. There was a bit of that where they're searching his house and stuff. So that means that his mom must have known that he was putting the guns and stuff in there. Like, how did she have everybody fooled that well? She had me fooled. I mean, that's the ultimate crowning achievement right there. Personalizing a process is always a fallacy, because it's like, what you're doing is you're basically considering the fact that like social contrivance, like, you're fake, as if your performative aspects aren't good enough, or undue emphasis, or whatever you're doing. Not that the process itself is fake, whether that's even a bad thing or not, but like that you would observe the nature of the process as being the same. So it's just like, it's your failure to overcompensate. So it's not a question whether you should value the process, whether you should do the process. It's a question of understand the nature of the process and then decide whether it's worth doing or not, rather than saying, it's only good if you do it overcompensative, or it's bad if you don't. Like, so that's the point. It's basically a situation where you're able to consider this, like, just, can you consider that like the whole process is fake, so the issue isn't you, but it's like personalizing a fallacy, like, it's just you're fake because you're not. Just by, again, being neutral is the tell. You're not doing anything, you're just neutral. But, it's fake to be neutral, not. But yet, that just shows the nature of the process, or makes one aware of the process, or shows that one is aware of the process. And so now you're basically in a position to do it this way. Like, blame the person, not the process. Okay, this is a little great scene and quote from one of my stories over the years. It's basically this is involving the absolutist, that I always am an absolutist philosopher. So a character is chiding someone for talking too much, basically, right, and advising them. And so he gives them advice about one of their opponents and one of the really strong beings, basically like a god-like being. So it's like, what do absolutists and gods have in common? They speak very little, or they speak less. Basically, he even tries to say it in a way like that. Like, he says it with as few words as possible. They speak less. And so that's to say the absolutist has no need of it, because it's just reinforcement and overextension of self on basis of self-interest, etc. So all of this comes out. So that's the best way to put it. Whether it's, in this story, a god-like being, or whether it, just a god, period, like in how we treat it in our world, like they don't actually exist, but we pretend like they exist, or whatever. But a god-like being, in that sense, like, what do absolutists and gods have in common? they speak less. They let actions speak for themselves. They remove the need for overcompensative, overextension, etc. So it's a hard character type to portray because, of course, less is more. So, well, it worked in the sense that I would have other characters around them, right, to emote a little bit, but they never do. Like, it's... Well, so think about those two characters. This absolutist king, if you will, and this godlike being. First of all, the godlike being, you see very, very little of it. In fact, almost none of them. So you just feel their presence and know them by a distance, right? So everything they do is such a big deal because it's like, wow, we finally get to see this character. But with the absolutist character, it's like you see a lot of them. Not as much as some of the other characters, but you do see a lot, and they come in and they're a big X factor, and they do a lot of things. I wouldn't even say X factor. I mean, they're like the driving force of the story in a way. But the point is, yeah, they speak very little. So how do you write a character like that? I'm trying to think of examples in fiction, like the character in Drive or Lay Samurai is kind of a little bit like that, right? He just doesn't speak much. Even the dialogue in the movie is very sort of mundane and to the point. So... because you break down the nature of social contrivance, like what purposes does it serve? It serves only to overextend your self-interest to a collective. Like, you're only talking because you want something in some form, no matter how much you overextend that, no matter how much you don't even realize that yourself. So you're only talking because you want something from a collective, or, you know, you're bypassing something, so you're overextending your self-interest to a collective and pretending like, oh no, it's about this, or oh no, I care about you, or I care about this or that. But ultimately, it's a dependent, overextended pretense of the fact that that person is nearness postulate based, like your family, you go to the same school, you go to the same work, so it's tied to that. You have some other thing to gain from them. Even friends is kind of nearness postulate based, although that's more genuine. And then you also have like maybe stimuli acme basis. It's based on all of those things. And the stimuli acme basis is actually pretty telling because even the nearness postulate of the family is based on that too. Like, oh, you have the social contrivance incentive because you're trying to engage in the stimuli acme with somebody else, but also the only reason why your family is what it is because of the stimuli acme that they engaged in, like your parents engaged in the stimuli acme. Now you value them and your family and your siblings and stuff by that. Like, you value them by that, and the reason why you value them by that is because it's just purely reactionary to that basis. So that shows you the stimuli acme determines it fully, as in you're engaging in this half-mass hedonism, and then you reproduce, and then that's where value comes from. So it's not only the pinnacle of value as perceived by the hedonism hierarchy, etc., but it's also the value perceived in a different way. I like how this is really the form I've decided to do this in, but it's better than nothing, I guess. The point is I would have never done it any otherwise, so fuck it. Like, just, this is what you're going to get. And I don't think it's an ability issue or even a time. Like, I always had potentially the ability or the time to do it. I just never bothered to do it. I never really tried. Like, I'm too much of a perfectionist in that way. Like, if it's not perfect, then why even bother doing it? So it's either that extreme or this extreme. Like, this is the lowest form of content possible, but it's still... I'm up to 9 followers now, maybe because I did that 30-hour plus stream. And again, I'm just rerunning stuff, which... that is interesting. Like, so I've gotten 9 followers from doing those re-streams of videos, but I have 1 subscriber on YouTube. So for this standard, like, you just need like 1 video to go viral, but it's interesting that it's working better on that. Like, who are these people and why are they following when they might just hear a certain portion? And it's like, again, some parts of this are pretty good. The problem really comes with the timestamps because I just simply can't keep up with doing that. Like, I watch so many random things. I guess for a movie, I should maybe make the exception, like when I was doing those movies in the Netflix gauntlet, or even like a major, what I'm naming the title of the video about. It could be a 10-hour video in which I talk about all kind of random stuff like this, and even where I watch like random videos on YouTube, but the timestamps I should do are at least for the core thing, like, okay, now I'm going to watch Dragon Ball episode such and such, but because again, somebody joins in the middle of a stream, I'll be in the middle of an episode or in the middle of a movie, so they have no idea where I'm at, or it'll be very hard for them to sync it up. So at the very least, you should do a timestamp that way as a courtesy, but I don't even do that because I just do it verbally, which, again, it does work, but it requires you to have been watching for a longer period of time. This is a fascinating way of actually doing it because I'm doing React content that would be, oh, you got to show the video and you got to edit it down and you got to, have a timestamp and you got to sync it up. And like in this case, I don't have to do anything. It's so easy to do. This is actually a great way to encourage people to just do content, period. Whether it's React content or even anything else, like just do it and then figure out the details later. So I could obviously edit stuff down, cut stuff down, sync it up with videos. I could always do that later. But at least we have it here in some form. And the reactions are genuinely pretty good at times. Like I do have some pretty good visceral reactions and stuff. I love, the Sheila John Tolo thing from Evil Lives Here, like where I'm doing getting triggered, elitist victim blamer mindset that I'm going back into, or like even the C word calling Marnie Michaels because she's so bitchy in episode 2. That's one of my favorite moments actually, because that's so genuine. Like oh, you're just doing that for content or something, but you're doing everything then for content, but that was a genuine moment where I could think of no other way than to, it was just like, you feel it on your lips. It's like some kind of juicy, thing that you're about to eat or whatever. Like, you can't help it. It's just sort of, that word came to it. So it's the beginning of episode 2, right? The only 2 episodes of Girls that I watched. And in fact, in a weird way, I watched the show only because of Allison Williams, because I just, whatever, I always talk about how she has such a photogenic quality and everything. So with her, she's like the bitchiest character, though, not really what I would have expected. So she's having sex with the guy and be like, she's being all bitchy and then like, oh, I almost came this time. And like, she's making a point to be a bitch. Like, she's so, in a way, it's kind of one of those things you might find hot. Like, oh, he likes having his balls busted and how superior and alpha she is, the kind of femdom vibe. But just her way of doing it is so bitchy that unless you like it that way, or even if you do like it that way, it's like, come on, you're just being a bitch just for the sake of being a bitch. She said something before that, too, that's like kind of bitchy. Yeah, don't blame me. It's like if I come, it was right on time. Don't blame me because you're a girl and, women just have a lot harder time coming. Like, fuck it. Like, imagine that. You can get pregnant without actually coming necessarily, because as long as the shit gets in there, that, you getting pregnant has more to do with the guy coming than the girl coming, because, you just get your shit in there, get your sperm in there, and that's all it takes. That's a hilarious way to look at it. Like, you don't need anything else, right? The guy, maybe my understanding is not completely perfect, but you can live, because yeah, of course, you can have artificial insemination and stuff, and you don't need to, you can do it all kinds of different ways as long as that's in there. You won't necessarily have to go through that. Whereas with the guy, it is a twofold process. The guy has to enjoy it and has to come in order to release the sperm necessary for reproduction, but the girl doesn't have to. They're just a vessel. That's all they're good for, is just reproduction. Like, I love some of these Sigma male things, like, oh, Bobby Fischer talking about women in chess, denying them even the rights of, oh, so they should stay at home. Oh, so they should be in the kitchen? No, they shouldn't even be in the kitchen. Which obviously all this stuff isn't good fun, because it's too broad of a stereotype anyway. Like, some baseline naturalistic perspective would say, okay, men are more physically capable than women biologically on average, but the world today isn't a physical world, just like it's not a natural world. So to say, well, the natural place of women would be, in the home or taking care of children because they're the child bearers. In a natural perspective, yes, but also it's not natural to sit in a car and to sit at a computer and to eat processed food. Like, all this stuff isn't natural either. So you're not exactly credible in a naturalistic perspective. And then the other side of it is the perspective of the broadness of it. Like, oh, there's 4 billion women in the world, so it doesn't actually fit, No, you can't generalize that large a number of people, but I always see these stupid podcast clips like that, like, oh, men are blank, women are blank. Yep, all 4 billion of them. That's a very credible take, not at all myopic. It's just stupid. And it sort of creates this preconception and stereotype that then you feel pressured to play into, but that doesn't make it so. And then the other point is the fact that you have the manner of functionality in this modern world is not really physical based anyway. Like hunting and gathering, for those kind of jobs, you could point to it, sure. But like, there's so many things. Like you could be, so many things are intellectual or technical or jargon or whatever. So they don't require the most physical aspect in that. So there's so many things that you can do, right, in the modern world that do not require that physical element. And even within that, of course, again, out of 4 billion people, it's highly subjective and highly broad to make that claim. So, again, it's not even making any point. It's just like, imagine using that as a generalization. Whatever you say in there, like, men are blank, women are blank. Whatever that blank is would have to be very, very general. Like, oh, women are women, men are men. Or, women are capable of getting pregnant, men are not capable of getting pregnant. It would have to be like that. These generalizations can't be so broad. Like, oh, you have this case of like, what could you say about 4+ billion people and all the ones who have existed in the past and all the ones who will exist in the future, just by that sole criteria of them happening to be male, happening to be female? What could you really say about them? And the answer is most of what you say is probably nonsense, because it might be the societal structure that you're trying to compel them to engage in. But like, oh yeah, so let's say your woman makes, let's say your woman, like your wife or whatever, girlfriend, makes more money than you do. That just means you're a cuck. That just means you're a loser. But also it could just mean that, okay, you're successful, but she's more successful. So doesn't that earn her the right then, oh, you should stay at home with the kids? Or, you know what I mean? Like, how can you say that's not the case? And you might say, well, then you could put a certain onus on yourself. Okay, well, then men shouldn't make less than women if you want to frame it like that. But sometimes they do, and it's not even the fault of the man. Like, you make 100,000, she makes 200. Like, fuck it, she's just good at what she does. What do you want me to say, So rather than just letting people and I hate that in a preconceived, self-fulfilling prophecy basis. Like, I don't care about the generalizations, but I'm saying you're almost planting a seed in people's minds. Like, oh, if you're a girl, you're a woman, that's how you should live your life. I'm not saying how you should do, but you shouldn't feel limited. Like, oh, you have to be perceived in that way, and you can't be the breadwinner and all this. Like, don't limit people like that. Let the chips fall where they will, and then that'll speak for itself. Let's look at a concept here of like how Dragon Ball fights are often inconclusive, because it often comes down to some plot device BS, like a spirit bomb or something. So it makes you question, like, why didn't they just use that in the first place? Like, think about some of the major fights, like, okay, Vegeta is stronger than Goku, just period, end of story, right? Goku can't win. But then, oh, it's a plot device kind of thing, like the Kaioken, but I'll equalize that out because of the ape form, even though the ape form is more intrinsic to the lore, but that feels like less of a plot device, and it's just Goku's fault for losing his tail, otherwise he could have done it too, or whatever. But Kaioken is like, oh, it's just some new BS technique that even though Vegeta apparently has heard about it, I don't know exactly when or how, but he knows what it is when Goku mentions it. It's like, it's just BS. Like, so Goku's not strong enough, but he just magically gets that ability that conveniently lets him do that, to just become as strong as he wants. Like, and then beyond that, he also uses a spirit bomb, so he's just cheating. These are things that are not a reflection of your ability or your power, but it's just plot device type of things that are convenient. And then, like Frieza, same thing, he tries to use the spirit bomb, but it actually... So those two instances, noteworthy, as much as I say, oh, the spirit bomb is BS and wins fights all the time, it fails against Vegeta, it's not enough to kill him. And then it fails against... Frieza, too, I believe, survives it. And so, I mean, obviously, because that's not how that fight ends. So then, it's used again on Kid Buu. So either, like, fusion or a spirit bomb is, like, a guaranteed fight win against anybody, regardless of power level. So why not just use that from the beginning? which compounds the character's stupidity and almost plot armor in both ways, like plot armor for the heroes that somehow you always get wished back, but plot armor for the villains too, that you always drag it out just because. And then yeah, so Kid Buu is taken out by a spirit bomb again. Nobody could beat him. Either you fuse or you use the spirit bomb. That's the only way to do it. And then, like, Omega, also the same thing. Like, Omega's virtually invincible. It takes the spirit bomb. Or, again, it would have taken fusion, but they don't finish him off there. So you have these plot device abilities, right, but you don't start using them, like, maybe out of a sense of honor, but then it comes down to that anyway, because they're just too powerful, and then you fuck even that up, like with the fusion. Like, the fusion actually never ends a fight besides Janemba, right, where the movie just has to end and he ends it quickly. That's actually a pretty lore-accurate depiction of what Trunks shows, a lore-accurate depiction of what would happen if a character was just trying to end a fight. But also, that in Janemba, obviously, Gogeta shows what would happen if a fusion wanted to end a fight, like against Omega or Super Buu. It would just be over, just like that. But he wants to toy around or whatever. But that's actually kind of not true, though. He does the Big Bang Kamehameha, and he actually was surprised that Omega survived. So even despite how strong he is, at that time he was actually trying. And then he goes to do a second one, and then he dies. Or, I mean, he unfuses. Okay, so here let's look at a brief concept, like some moment that might be considered traumatic, when all it does is make you more acutely aware of the existence around you, so now you're just more hyper-aware or alert, as if you shouldn't be that anyway, self-aware, actualizing at all times, thinking, always thinking, having an inner monologue, instead of just mindless reactionary sort of thought, quote-unquote, like social contrivance reduction, but actual value, like thinking objectively and fully and deeply about everything, regardless of the functional contrivance state. And also this notion that you have, again, trauma is nothing more, right? Nobody can ever paint your perception of reality other than they can just reveal and reflect the nature of it to you, perhaps outside the bounds of contrivance. So, like, somebody is abusive to you or something like that. That just shows you that's the net sum capability of human beings. Now, maybe it's unfortunate that you had to experience that, but it's not that is part of human nature, that people are capable of doing that. So now, if you're weary of that, that's not, it's because you're traumatized. Rather, it's because you experienced that now you're aware of some element. So that's the point, is that nobody can dictate reality or change reality to you. They can simply make you more or less aware acutely and reflect its nature to you, reveal its nature to you. So that's the thing, is like, if you break the illusion of a contrivance state, somehow that is blamed, or the influence is blamed. But it's not the influence or the fact that I always use that as an opposite interpretation example. Like, if you you have a traumatic childhood or something, so that could, on one hand, that could make you behave more in the same way, like, you're damaged, so now you'll be abusive to somebody else, right? It could create that and bitterness, etc. Or it could have the opposite effect, like now you're so repulsed by it that behavior, that you make it a point to not do it for that reason, like, or to go out of your way and help people and things like that. So it could make you do the same thing and somehow be compelled by it, or it could make you repulsed by it and do the opposite, or even actively try to prevent it, etc. So this is like violent video games. I always use this. This is one of my favorite takes maybe ever, actually, where I just simply said, don't blame the influence, don't blame the tool, blame the user, don't blame social media. But with violent video games, I use this like, okay, so you could play a violent video game or watch a violent movie or even see it on the news, right? You can't really censor reality and prevent people from seeing the very notion of violence or whatever. But you could look at that and either be emboldened by it and say, oh, I like that, now I feel like doing it myself, right? So you could be drawn to doing it by seeing it, or you could be repulsed by it and say, oh, I hate that, I'm going to, by seeing it, you'll feel the other way. Like, so you're simply seeing a part or notion of reality, like, okay, this is violence, this is something. So either you're encouraged and emboldened by it, like, oh, I like that, I want to do it myself, or I don't like that, I'm repulsed by it all the more, and so now I would want to do it even less, if I even wanted to do it in the first place. So it can pull you in either direction. So it says more about you as the observer than it does about the influence. And in a more neutral, rational sense, right, you might have neither of those reactions and just say, well, it's not real, and it's just fantasy, and it's just whatever, indulgence. So in that sense, you can separate it from reality, and you can absolutely not take it so seriously or literally, and so in that sense, you just don't really care, but like, it's just a game or something, so it doesn't matter. But regardless, again, certain age considerations, I get it, people are more suggestible at a young age, but impressionable, but the point is that you have a situation where you could be influenced in one of two ways. So, like, you see some part of existence in reality. Like, you see on the news, somebody murdered somebody, and then, wow, that's horrible, I want to become a cop to try to stop people from doing that, or that's horrible, I would never do that. So you're repulsed by it, so you see it and you're repulsed by it and drawn away from it. Or you see it and you're somehow emboldened, like, oh, I want to copycat crime, I want to do it myself. So is that really the fault of simply being aware of that thing happening in existence, or the possibility of such a thing happening? Is that the issue, or is it the issue of your own practice, like your own reaction to it? So it says more about you. Again, the one differential factor is if you're super young age, I understand that might be a little different because you're, whatever, you're not adequately indoctrinated, so, and you're more impressionable. I get that. But outside of that, generally speaking, and I get it, a lot of the people doing some of these things, school shootings and stuff, are pretty young. So I get it. I'm not completely dismissing. You might think, oh, that's not how it works, and I would even ridicule that. Like, oh, somebody plays a violent video game, now they go out and do it themselves. But honestly, some of these people might actually think like that. It still is their fault, obviously, right? I'm not going to blame the video game or something, but I'm not going to say that can't be possible, but that still says more about you, if that's all it takes. So you could have read a violent book, seen a violent movie, TV show, like, so you can't really censor reality that much. You can try to push for more age moderation in that consideration, but it really says more about you, the person, than the tool or the influence, because again, the better way to put it is like tens of millions of people play Grand Theft Auto or whatever you want to point to, and they don't do anything, right? They're just perfectly normal people, or it doesn't have any influence. So if 100 million people play Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, etc., between all these games, and one of them, 0.00001%, do a violent crime, now you'll associate that, but first of all, that's not even a very strong correlation. But also, you could pick any group of anybody, no matter what they do, and say 0.001% does some such and such. So it's not a very strong correlation anyway. But even if it was, right? Correlation is not causation, but, out of 100 million people who play all these kind of games, collectively, between them, how many of them really commit a violent crime? So you're looking at it backwards, right? This is the fallacy, where you'll look at somebody who committed a crime and point to some influence. Well, this person who killed somebody played Grand Theft Auto, right? But that's not the causal correlation, because millions of people play Grand Theft Auto and they don't do anything. So that's not that's not causation. That's just an incidental factor. Or even, I like this as a trend. Out of 10 school shooters who did a school shooting, 9 out of 10 of them played Grand Theft Auto. But guess who else plays Grand Theft Auto? Literally everybody else on the fucking planet, right? Because it's that popular. That would be like saying, 9 out of 10 school shooters eat breakfast every day, or they eat Eggo waffles, or they ride the bus to school, right? So, it must be the bus that's to blame. The bus conditions make people kill people. Or, like, they watch a certain show or they watch a certain movie, like, 9 out of 10 of those kids who did that watched the Avengers, so it must be the Avengers. And, like, just because something's popular. So you're misframing it in the most ridiculous way possible. That, like, take some pop culture thing that's really popular and that 99% of people do, right, and say, that's why. Like, look at this correlation. All 10 of them played Call of Duty, assuming that hundreds of millions of people don't play Call of Duty, and it's not just a super popular game or what, between all the versions and everything. You're missing the point that, there's some historical foundation to this too. Like, at one point, what did we, people are always looking for something to blame, not the least of which could be like, it's the devil, it's this and that. Religion always takes power away from people. It says, just accept that God has a plan, rather than, God has a plan, even if you want to deal with that, but focus on what you can control to the max of what you can do. But instead, religion exists not to empower or to enable people. It actually exists to inhibit and control people, take power away from them, like society. You should just let everything be and just put your hands up and just accept it, rather than maximizing your own potential, your own ability, right? That there is no God, there is no absolute. Now, what would that do? Now the power's in your hands, and it empowers people. Now, maybe empowers people in a negative way to some extent, that people look at, like, people would just kill and steal and potentially do all this without inhibition. But you could temper that a little bit and say, within reason. But instead, no, it keeps you in this half-mast state where you're always wishing and hoping, and you're superstitious, and you're, it's all part of a plan. And it just shows you how powerless people are, and that's the reductive state that contrivance in society reduces you to, that religion also reinforces. Like, you're not maximizing your potential and everything that you can do. You're not doing that. But rather you defer. You defer to religion or God and say, but they have a plan and they have a design and they have this and that. So rather than maximizing what you can do, you're deferring to invisible authority and saying, I'll just let whatever happens happen. So it's taking power away from you, which is why the strongest argument against religion I always would have is, even though it can have some positive psychological effects, and I've argued the benefits of that at times too, similar to folly favoritism, like that fiction isn't real, but it can still have positive psychological effects. Same thing, like religion isn't real, but it can have positive psychological effects. The difference is, I guess, that religion pretends to be real and even above real, like absolute and this and that, and dictates life choices and stuff, whereas folly favoritism would just be, it's not real. You acknowledge it's not real even as you get immersed in it. So that's the main difference. And also with the influence, it used to be, at one point it was, people were witches if they behaved a certain way that society didn't approve of. Then they'd weaponize psychological conditions. It must be this condition, that condition. It must be the rock music, it must be the comic books, it must be the video games, it must be the movies, it must be the TV, it must be the some technology machination process. So you want to always deny human nature and say it's not just human beings doing things like that or having tendencies you don't like. It's the fact that you have it's the fact that you basically have the ability to do something along the lines of blaming some different influence no matter what. So on one hand, you're not at peace with your own inherent nature, human nature. It's hard for people to just accept that. Like, oh, this person had this psychological condition that made them kill people. Why can't it just be that, oh, they're a human being, and human beings throughout history have killed people and done all kinds of things that we condemn? Like, we can still condemn it, but we can realize, yeah, that's a perfectly human thing to do because it's within human capability and nature to do that. And, potentially at least, like, you have this other state where you want to pretend like you want to somehow dehumanize people that way, but it actually doesn't work because you want to act like, oh no, they couldn't have done that. It was the devil that made them do it, or it was this or that. You don't want to just acknowledge, no, human beings are fully capable of doing that, and at times they will. All the things that you hate and dislike and condemn. And that's the whole reason why we condemn them, so as if to discourage the practice, right? Stigmatization is important. Indoctrination, stigmatization. My tooth is hurting like crazy, so it's kind of even hard to talk right now. But yeah, this is some good debate point topics, and I'm starting to become a little more emboldened with doing this actually, because I'm realizing something about it, that it's a net positive. Like, what does it hurt for me to do this? If I'm driving anyway, if I'm doing something anyway, I find it hilarious. Like, it's arguably the lowest form of content, so this is a perfectionist duality. Like, either do something absolutely perfect, which I'll never be satisfied and I'll never do it, or do it like this where you don't care and just do it for the sake of doing it, and, just whatever. So you know it's imperfect and you don't care, and you're just doing it like that. And whatever happens. And you'd be better off doing that, because otherwise you're not going to ever do it then. Or you'd rather do something imperfect and then eventually improve it, instead of just trying to hold it to an impossible standard and just you'll never do anything. Okay, so here let's look at a few concepts, then I'll do a part of the Crunchyroll Randomizer where I'll watch the first episode of something else in between what we're going to watch as far as Dragon Ball Episode 2. Right, so we'll put something else in the middle there. But before I do that, so conformity means, like, let's all have low standards together. That's a quote that I've had. And then also, there's something else. Like, if what it takes to see the world clearly, objectively, outside of contrivance is not to be reduced to a functional state, then that doesn't exactly hurt the argument. In fact, it kind of makes the argument that, like, oh, the only reason why you believe these contrivance standards is because you're reduced to it in functionalism, which is arbitrary and endless and never has any context to it. Right, so by that logic, it could be anything. If your money was tied to some regime and a government, you would accept that. So, like, don't use functionalism as a basis. Sometimes people use this argument like the best way to be happy is to keep yourself busy and occupy your mind. That seems good on the surface level, on the initial basis, but in the big picture, it's like saying, oh, so in other words, you can't just think, you have to distract yourself. So by that logic, you could justify almost anything. The answer to something isn't to actually address it, it's to trying to look for the randomizer, but you have, the reason why is because, oh, you just keep yourself occupied. So by that logic, like, the solution is not to deal with something or answer a question. It's just to just don't think and everything's fine. Arbitrary could be done in any state, right, to justify anything. It doesn't particularly address it. So while on a surface level that seems fine, it's only within a low standard overextension. Again, it is because it is, right? If you have 8 billion people in the world, the functionalism comes first and the standard comes second. You're not logically thinking, oh, we have 8 billion people because of this reason that we thought about and planned ahead of time together. Instead, it's a case where you're just doing it on a reactive basis that allows you to it allows you to just reinforce it. Like, oh, of course we have to have mass school, everything mass produced suffers inequality for it. One of my core expressions, like, well, you have to have that mass education because you have so many people. Whereas if you had, again, world is a village of 100, not to be taken literally necessarily, but if it was, then you'd have a much less need to do that. So you're doing it only because of that reason, right? Just because you happen to have the state that you're in, so you just reinforce it mindlessly and even distract yourself from anything. So we have, okay, let's simulate the thing. There's a Reddit post that I always have to go to because they don't have a button for it anymore, I guess. Not that I'm super familiar. Maybe they do now, but so you go to crunchyroll.com/random/anime. So we get Emma, a Victorian romance, The Gift. Now the one criteria is if it's not a dub, then that one says only subtitled, so I guess I won't do it. Kaiba, Your Name is Warp, also subtitled, so I don't know what to make of this because they're all saying subtitled, but where does it say dub? Okay, let me try again. Like when it says subtitled, I don't know if that means only subtitled. So yeah, we'll do an episode 1 of this, and then, oh, this is going like right in the... Wait, what's happening? The Promised Neverland. Let's see, is this going to be in a dub or what?
It connects the inside and outside. Outside?
Oh, this is The Promised Neverland Season 1, Episode 1. I guess we got here somehow by the gauntlet, or I don't even know. I mean, by the randomizer. Why did it open it in the app, though? I guess I'll accept that. So I'll watch that. You start off. It is in English, I guess, because I just heard a line of it. And I'm not some degenerate dub-only kind of fanboy, but on 2 levels, again, the fact that I'm driving makes it much easier to do that. Even when I was watching movies, I was selecting out for that. But also because when you're watching something for the first time, too, even if I wasn't driving, it's easier to focus on other aspects of the story than having to read the subtitles. Like, I'm going to focus on the visuals and the expressions and the acting and other things, instead of having to read that all the time. So I guess I'll go with this one, even though I don't know how we chose it. I don't think, because it opened right up in the app, when normally... I'll give this one a shot, although I'm not too happy with the way that worked. I wanted to do the randomizing on the recorded session for whatever reason, just to kind of make it exciting. So we're going to start in a second here. It's going to be The Promised Neverland, Season 1, Episode 1, and it's going to be obviously on Crunchyroll. It's 21 minutes, 21 seconds from 0000. We'll start in a minute here. My little timestamp hack that I do. So I'm at a whopping 9 followers on the Kick, which you might not think is a big deal, but that is actually kind of surprising. Because my YouTube only has one subscriber. I don't really get how it happened like this. just from restreaming some of those videos live, right? That's all I'm doing. Some of the in fact, one's even going on right now, so I'm almost caught up. Like, this is the one with the Light Yagami thumbnail, then there's two more. One that is, like Kartu's Dojo, and then one that has Star Wars, some mental gymnastics stuff. And again, the title and thumbnail only relates to a kind of a main event where I do it in there as part of it. It doesn't. It's a 10-hour video, each of these, so that's just, one part of it. So yeah, we'll give this a shot, and if it gets at least a B, great. It has to get at least a B. Anything C or below means we'll still watch Dragon Ball Episode 2, but then after that, we'll alternate to another random one. Whereas if it's good enough to be a B, then I'll keep watching this until it doesn't get a B, or I don't know what the system should really be. It's like it would get a strike, and it can make up for the strike with an A. Like to cancel it out. Because the standard should be very high, so every episode has to get a B. That's not true with Dragon Ball necessarily. I'm just watching that just to watch it, but still, if it fails on the plot armor count or the F grade scale, like 3 plot armor, say, well, that happens a lot, honestly. And like Z and stuff, like plot armor is constant. So, for example, here's something that's an example that isn't a plot armor moment, right, in Z, where, like, Vegeta helps Gohan kill Cell, right? That's actually a game theory moment where it's like, Gohan was gonna lose, and it's not just he tries really hard, and he just really channels energy, or he really gets angry, and just wins, because he has to. No, like, another major character, the last one who's actually relevant, right, actually helps him, in a way that he had to do, and if he didn't do that, they would have lost, right? So that's a game theory, logical, qualified moment. Trunks is dead, all the other hero characters get knocked away, which, to be fair, Piccolo is the one who really gets done dirty in that. I understand Krillin, Yamcha, Tien get knocked away by his aura, but Piccolo is actually closer to Trunks and Vegeta, probably, than anybody else. Like, obviously you have Gohan and Goku at the top, but then you have Vegeta and Trunks, but then you have Piccolo wouldn't be that far out from them. Whereas, with all due respect, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien are much more lower on the scale, whereas at this point, Piccolo has shown himself to be stronger than, like, Imperfect Cell, right? He was as strong as almost as strong as Imperfect Cell, and then there. So, I'm not saying it's that big of a deal, but at least compared to, do you think Yamcha, Krillin, or Tien are as strong as Imperfect Cell? Or even the Android 17 and 18? I kind of doubt it. Because remember, at the beginning of this, even Super Saiyan Vegeta and Trunks weren't as strong as 17 and 18. So they jump up like crazy and become stronger than Semi-Perfect Cell. But the point is that Piccolo would probably be in the Imperfect Cell category. Presumably, he went in the time chamber after that. Right after he loses to Imperfect Cell, I guess, to train for the Cell games, and so he's at least probably stronger than Imperfect Cell was when he absorbed the android, so weaker than Semi-Perfect Cell. So that's what's funny about when Perfect Cell reverts, too. When he reverts, it's not that, you need Gohan to finish him off. Literally, Goku could finish him off, Trunks could finish him off, Vegeta could finish him off, maybe even Piccolo could I don't know about that, but I like to think of Piccolo as being weaker than Semi-Perfect Cell at that point, but that's all I'm saying is he's much stronger than he's given credit for. that like yes, Cell could easily dispatch him, but under that circumstance, to lump him in with those other three is almost unfair. He's way stronger than them because remember, he's stronger than a Super Saiyan, which I don't think any of the other characters at that point would say that. Like even a base Super Saiyan 1, right? Krillin wouldn't be stronger than Frieza at that point. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha probably wouldn't be stronger than Frieza at that point in his final form, right? That Trunks dispatches. So, but Piccolo clearly is. Piccolo is in fact way stronger than that because he was stronger than that at the beginning of the Android Saga where he's beating up Jiro, and so that proves that he could have beaten 19. That even Super Saiyan Goku was struggling only because of the heart virus, but still. So they weaker than 17 and 18, but see by the time he fuses with Kami, he's actually way stronger than, maybe not way stronger actually, he's about as strong as 17 and 18 because he fights 17 in that epic evenly matched fight, and then Imperfect Cell comes along and does actually kind of body him, but only with the help of whatever, some souls that he's absorbed or whatever he's done. He absorbed a bunch of people. So yeah, we're going to start this in a second here. Again, it's a very high standard if it gets a B grade, or if it gets a plot armor counter, I guess. If it gets anything that isn't top tier. Not that it has to get an A, because that's just unfair, you know. Dragon Ball incidentally just did get an A for the first episode, but whatever. We're going to do this. We're going to alternate. This is kind of the randomizer format that I was doing before. So we'll leave the Monk and stuff on hold for now. Monk episode 7 we were at. We had seen 7 though, right? So we're going on 8, and then we were at the Gauntlet with the movie Gauntlet. We were at the letter G after Friends with Benefits, so we would alternate and start there between the G movie and between the Monk episode 8, and then, well, whatever. There's no fixed criteria on when I have to do it. But no, certainly that it's not like that failed some condition as to why we're not watching it. In fact, it was so good that I almost didn't want to go through it too fast. That, right, it deserves to really be appreciated. So here we'll check this out. And we could maybe alternate at some point between those two then, Dragon Ball and Monk itself, where we get to do that. But yeah, we'll look at this one. I'm not even entirely happy how I stumbled on it, because I don't know what happened. It almost bugged out. The first time I did the randomizer, it opened it in a browser. The second time it opened it in the app, I assume, is how we chose this one. I don't actually know. Maybe I can see it in my history somehow. Yeah, I haven't seen very many anime over the years, and in fact, the ones I have seen, I've probably seen multiple times, and I probably have been very lucky because they've been mostly very, very good. Probably favorites, obviously, with both FMA series. I found myself actually feeling like more drawn to the 2003 one the more I've thought about it. Like, obviously, Brotherhood is better because of the end result of the material, but yeah, I don't actually know how I clicked on this, but I certainly didn't choose to watch it manually, so it's still random to me. Like, it's effectively random. So yeah, the only thing I saw is, like, it starts off and they're in a cage talking about the outside, something we've never been to the outside, just to test that it's in English, apparently. Maybe I should start in a second here, and yeah, let's just start. So, The Promised Neverland, Season 1, Episode 1, 121045. I don't know what that means. We're starting from the very beginning, starting in 3, 2, 1. I think, I can never tell if it lags, so let me do it again. Starting from the very beginning in 3, 2, 1. Aniplex logo, which Oh yeah, I remember that sound actually. I can't remember from what show had that in there. Not as good as present day, present time. From Society, like in the Village, directed by M. Night Shyamalan. So I never skip the intro, so that's part of the timestamp consideration. But sometimes these songs will actually spoil certain things about it that you don't want to know. Like, I want to know as little as possible. That premise could be pretty fun, so now they're going to go outside and see the world for the first time. Just remember, young is cool in Japan, and also, it's a case where like, make it something more like an adventure series than something action, though. Like, it doesn't always have to turn into one of those. 121045. Oh, that's like the name of the episode, I guess. And they have like prison numbers on them tattooed. It seems too happy of a vibe, though. Like, why is it so upbeat? It's like the tonal dissonance of Danganronpa. We're gonna flirt and have relationships, but also that is like an anime in the form of a video game, unless it's based on something like that, or like a manga that I'm not aware of. But I think it's the opposite. I think it was a game that then turned into or this could be like a Whammy's House alternate universe where, you know, this is how they made Whammy's House. People stay in line. Everybody seems too happy, though, for what feels like it should be a prison place. How old are you? Yeah, thanks for telling me. I know this voice actress, but I'm very bad at guessing or identifying them. But they wouldn't know the difference of what's outside. It's an analogy for society, like the Truman Show, that nobody understood that. Like, yes, it's a satire on reality TV, but it's something much more than that. That he's having like a midlife crisis. I have no idea what they're doing. They're putting like a barcode under it? How is that answering the question? that means you don't get fed to the class as the meal tomorrow. Or I want the teacher, the mom, to have like a nefarious moment. Like somebody pisses her off and then she goes all dark and, you know. The characters are very young, which maybe is something I personally just don't like at times in stories, but they're kind of mature, I guess, at times. Wait, but you're outside right now. Oh, I get it. It's not like they're stuck in the school, they're stuck in the area. So there'll be like some building around the forest where they are, where they can't leave that area, I guess. And some sort of event is going to force them out or let them go out. So I guess that was a flashback or flash forward, or maybe it was just an event that they kind of passed and touched and went on and didn't think about, or it's something that happens in the future and from that moment they actually leave. Like, I don't know. Somebody was outside sort of chiding them, teasing them, telling them it's a lie that they escaped and there's going to be some dark, nefarious thing. So I kind of like the premise, but I don't like how upbeat the tone is. It should be more grim and serious. Like, bro thinks he made the anime version of The Village, which actually I didn't dislike as much as people. The music is amazing. The premise is actually kind of cool. The twist maybe isn't what people were expecting, but that's the point of a twist. But I mean, people didn't seem to like it. Like chess, really. So they've played chess at least. And if you do, you get to escape from this hell. This is how you keep people occupied. It's an analogy for sports and society that you keep people distracted when you're in a fucking prison the whole time. Or they look smaller from that angle, actually, somehow when it's zoomed out. I mean, they are meant to be small, but... it's actually not bad, but the tone is somehow jarring to me. It's too positive. You might say it's the time and the place for it, but I don't really get it. Like, nobody's appreciating the severity of being trapped in here like the little kids that they are, but I guess it's the same as being stuck with your parents anyway when you're young, or having to go to school. So she stumbles upon something here. See, the mysteries of what could be out there could be the most interesting part of the story, but then they're going to ruin it too early, maybe. Or Norman or Ray are going to be smart enough to know. Or this is some ritual that he goes to. But he's so smart, he's going to find a loophole. Oh, wait, this isn't the same scene, though, is it? Mom keeps busy, a full-time job, popping out these kids. You got fucking 38 of them, but she lets them go around freely enough. Just go out at your own risk. It's an orphanage, huh? Like Whammy's house, Caliber ship. Maybe. Or they all die when they go out. See, now you're being serious. They're all dead. The vanity of caring about clothes more than anything. See, is this like Nina from Code Geass doing a different tone of voice or what? I can't tell. But I think of you like siblings and family. I just want to see what's out there, period, because which would be anywhere. I would come back and destroy this fucking orphanage. Wait, what did he even say? I was talking over it. Sea Haven is the way the world should be. And have an orphanage of 38 kids that are trapped there. The nearness postulate in full effect, bro. So it's not a bad episode at all, actually. This is looking pretty solid. Let's see what they reveal to us. I want it to be like a horror thing, like make it scary what's on the outside, and she's genuinely protecting you. I have no idea what the subject matter is, like. Is she really old enough, though? She looks so small. Now, she'll be dead, never to be seen again, I guess. Or just they go into some other hellscape that they can't escape from. So we finally get to see somebody escape. She's just going to murder them. The last song you'll ever hear. It's like a funeral song, burial song. But if it's so dangerous, then how are you willingly letting people leave? Like, you're acknowledging it's dangerous and saying don't go, but then when I let you go, it's magically not dangerous? Like, you have some escort for me? Oh, now they'll chase her out. How convenient. Now that'll give them an impetus to go look for them and like discover something, that she's killing them, and then they'll run away as an offering to some, you know, I don't know how supernatural the subject matter is going to be, but this is like Near and Mellow with the hair colors, at least. Literal. Oh yeah, that's a good cat right? That's Near with the white hair and Mellow with the orange hair. As orphans, gifted orphans at Whammy's house. See, like the scene we saw at the beginning was in this kind of environment, not the one with the tiny fence. So I don't get it. And he said kind of the same dialogue, even though Mom's lying or whatever. So I don't know what that scene was or where it fits in. Then how do you know what it is? Or I guess you've learned about it in school. an analogy for North Korean education. They'll only teach you what they want you to keep you where they want you to go. Right? They're not. It's meant to inhibit you, not to empower you. You're not meant to be doing any of this shit, so you'll get killed too, along with Connie, who didn't look old enough to leave at all, apparently, so she must be 12. Or if you misbehave. Is this the scene like at the beginning? I don't get it. Yeah, this is the kind of tone I want. What was she looking at? I didn't even see it. It's gonna be like Bird Box where, oh, it's something only you can see. Oh, shit. Like I predicted. So is that Connie's dead body? But it looks so kind of... It looks almost like a doll that... I'm going to keep trying to guess who the voice actors are from like other animes I've seen, but I'm very bad at doing that somehow. I couldn't even recognize Taylor Swift in that cat anime. Oh wait, it wasn't an anime. Ugh. Yeah, eat a child that we murder like the rest of us. That's what I'm imagining the food comes from. So is it like an offering tribute to them? Is that what we're doing? Male demon hisses. Oh, I was actually right. Yeah, don't eat those disgusting rats. Oh, so it's a farm for... Oh, wow, that's the cool premise. So you're nothing more than a farm of... a world of demons that you're merely a farm animal in that context. So the whole world is nothing but demons. Or the world has been taken over by demons. So that's actually a good setup for the premise. So they got out of there somehow. I almost don't believe that they would have been able to do that. I kind of guessed that too, but I almost thought what you were eating was food. Was other. She might actually have a good reason for... Or was she standing with them? I can't really follow the whole thing, but... This is looking to be pretty good, though. This will probably be a B. It might even be an A. I'm giving out A's way too easily. Maybe the tone at the beginning, but it kind of served its purpose, too. Now, act like everything's normal. You got to do the old Truman act. I love that actual perspective. So you're living in a world of demons, and you're nothing more than their farm animal. And they have one of their own to tend to you so you don't rebel too much. But then why do you have to educate them and stuff like that? And they're even saying, let's take the highest mark. So that makes them somehow better tasting, the fact that they're smarter or somehow more accomplished. That's the only contrivance aspect of it. Like, you could just keep them as slaves and treat them as actual animals instead of... You try to get them to taste as good as possible. By what you just did. How can kids run away from them? You literally just did. You were there and then you were gone. Even I was shocked. Strategy. That's a good analogy. Bro thinks he's near. Norman is near from fucking Death Note. The origin story of how they left Whammy's house and went on to take over the world and fuck up even Light Yagami himself. If you can beat a god, you can do anything. Oh shit, they gave away their presence though. The fact that she found the bunny means that she would have known that the bunny was left on purpose. Like, back at the house. You know, those bunnies are expensive. We'll give it to somebody else. I'm actually almost inclined to give that an A because of how good the... Let me try to poke a hole in. I don't like giving out A's so much, but that was really good. The premise is kind of what I thought it would be. Those demons were presented well. They introduced the characters well. The tone, while I questioned it, it advanced to the darker side that I was expecting pretty quickly. That was actually a really good first episode. So let me try to... I'm almost trying to poke a hole to make it a B. So I'm definitely going to watch the next episode. It's either a B or an A. So let me analyze. From the beginning, we had... from the beginning, you have the kind of lackadaisical tone. They're taking a test. They're... you introduce the demons. You have the little twist that it's a farm. You know, you have the gate, you have the fence, you have the... And in a way, it is protecting you. That's the benevolent tone that the mother could take. Unless she's a demon herself. I couldn't really catch if I was seeing her along with the other demons. But, you know, it's like that gave away that you were there. The fact that the bunny was there. But, you know, like, she's just doing the best she can. Because otherwise you'll be killed immediately. Like, if you try to run away, they'll catch you and kill you right then. At least now you get to live till 12, and then they'll kill you. By offering these up, you get to live on, right? Like, it could be a lose-lose situation. You're not doing it because you're evil or you want them to eat them, but it's the only choice you have. If you don't comply, then you'll be killed too. And just replaced and just whatever, so... So it could be that you're some of the only human beings left in the world, or ever in the world, and it's a world, that's how I'm imagining it. It's like a society of demons out there, and you're only allowed to stay on your farm. Although you would think they would draw the boundaries a bit better then, like, they let them go out so freely, like, why wasn't that in, like, a locked room that you could never possibly overhear that, right? They're kind of lackadaisical with how smart some of these kids might be, and with how, you know... So yeah, I'm actually struggling to think of anything really negative about it. The characters were introduced reasonably well. You know, Ray is that snarky kind of tone. Norman is smart. This girl is... I'm sometimes bad with names at the beginning too. Connie is the one who was killed. And then, what was this chick's name with the orange hair? I guess I missed that. Again, a name is not the most important thing, especially at the beginning of a series. The mother was presented kind of like brooding. I'm actually going to give it an A, and I think I'm being way too generous, but I rarely give out A's, but if I can't find anything wrong with it, maybe the tonality at the beginning was a bit off-putting, like how they're playing tag, but even that was used for good foreshadowing purposes. Chekhov's tag, where it's like, you know, am I being too generous? Like, how am I giving everything an A? Monk episode 1, 2, and 4 got an A, and then Dragon Ball episode 1 got an A, and then this got an A. Like, come on. I don't want to give it a B arbitrarily. Like, my first instinct is, yes, it was good. It was really good. I guess the first half wasn't the greatest, but then again, when it's in service of the introducing the premise, I can't really say. Right, like, it's upbeat and it's too happy, but it didn't last for very long, so it's understandable. They're trying to create the contrast of it. So it's a farm, and I wasn't expecting necessarily the demon element, but that was an adequately creepy scene, and yeah, I'll actually settle on an A. I can't think of a single thing really major wrong with it. I might give it a B on account of the tonality at the beginning. Like, let me rewatch maybe part of it if I can get back there. Is this the second episode now or what? I missed like a line that he said to Ray, but I guess it doesn't matter. But yeah, let me try. Can I like watch it on 2 times speed or something? Yeah, I don't like that though. I'm giving so many A's. I mean, it was a really good first episode. It introduces the premise, the characters very well. You know, it made it a bit of a plot twist, surprise moment. Like, you know, you got to go in my editorial mindset. What would I have improved if I would have had a scene of the mother going a little crazy, like somebody giving her a hard time, and like her making a bit of a creepy face, you know, and seeming to have a dark side, but not really doing anything major, but just like having a little scary, passive-aggressive type of moment. But that's about it. I mean, there's nothing. I'm trying to minimize it, but I love how these players are seriously designed to be completely unusable. Like, you gotta fucking, come on. Like, literally, I can't use it. I'm trying to minimize, and then whatever. But yeah, this is part of the randomizer. It definitely earned a second episode, no question about it. I can't really do this. Okay, so yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised. It started off and I didn't like it, so let me try to poke a hole in the first half. But my instinct tells me that even though I didn't like the first half of the episode, it doesn't matter because, again, if it's in service of something better, like, I was predicting, oh, it should be dark, it should be scary, or it should be more serious. That's what I was hinting at. But it doesn't matter because again, it was building up to that, so you can't just start off that way. It actually works better, you know, the way they did it. So let me try to rewatch it, not just to poke a hole in it either, but let's see if there's a faster play time. I like when they let you do that. Or whatever, it'll be faster if I just do it without this. Like, fucking... Yeah, they do this on purpose. Like, they don't want you to do this while driving or something. Like, it is impossible to navigate this. I can't do it. I literally cannot navigate this shit. Whatever, I'll just rewatch the whole thing. Probably I'll have time. So I'm going to start, again, the Promised Neverland, Season 1, Episode 1. That's a whole bunch, jumble of numbers, starting in 3, 2, 1, very beginning of the episode. Aniplex logo appears. Aniplex, he says it right there, so I try to match up, tell you what I'm doing. So I didn't understand the first scene. When does this first scene happen? See, there's a scene later where they're looking at the fence, but this could just be them seeing this at some other time. This is some good exposition. We haven't left here since being born. It's not true. Ray is so smug and sure of himself. Giraffe. So Emma, Ray, and Norman. Near, Mellow, and I guess Matt. That guy could be Matt. Ray could be Matt. And even though Emma is a girl, I won't even skip the intro then. So they're going to be fighting against demons the whole story? No, this is kind of cool, actually. See, I go in with a neutral attitude, but I can't really argue with that. That was a great first episode. That's how it's got to be. If I can't find a fault in it, I give it to you. Maybe a little predictable, give it... But not really, I mean... The premise is kind of unique, I guess. But see, I hate even the opening song, because it's like... It's not giving away too much, I guess, but... Produced by the Promised Neverland Committee. Yeah, that really tells us a lot. What does that mean? Like... So, I don't know sequentially where that happens. That could just be some event that's happened in the past, that they happen to see that gate, but they choose not to leave and don't make a big thing out of it, and then they see the fence later. But no, the fact that they have those tattoos means that they're practically prisoners, and it'd be one thing if they put that when they're about to leave, but the fact that they already have that on there Ray is telling. Why would you feel comfortable with that? October 2045. Okay, I didn't. It's hard for me to catch some of the visual elements because, I'm driving, so I'm not always looking at everything. But it starts off all happy and positive, and I would almost dock it a point for this, but I can't because I'm stunned that this got an A, though. I'm almost mad, but I have to be genuine. I can't find a fault in it. The way that they made the girl look when she was dead was more like kind of like doll-like, which might be some censorship type thing. They don't want to show a dead kid in too brutal of a way. It didn't look like a human almost anymore. Everybody looks different when they're dead, as Red John would say, but people sure look different when they're dead. So they're 11, and then 12 is... So is the mom evil and a demon too, or is she just going to be... What is her voice actress? I know her, but I can't tell. See, she's so gentle and nice, and I wanted to see her get all mad, and we might see that in the next episode. But it might be one of those lose-lose situations like Dr. Breen in Half-Life. Like, oh, we could just rebel against the aliens, but then they'll just blow up the planet. So that's why, like, it is true in a way, right? I'd like that interpretation. If you don't comply with the demons, they're just going to kill you anyway. You go out in the woods and they'll just murder you and eat you right then. Right? They'll settle for undercooked human. Undeveloped, not delicacy. All even the good food is to help them. It's her birthday, it's her last. I didn't really get what they were doing with the barcodes. Is the barcode somehow represent the answer that they're giving? Like, I don't get it. What does that mean? Oh, it's sort of like multiple choice, I guess. They're choosing like that. But see, they do a good job not really showing you what the questions are, so you don't have to make sense of them. It's just a bunch of random shit. Like the chess game in Harry Potter, even though I looked that up and it's actually pretty nuanced and well done. Girl one size. So are they all going to escape, or just the 3? And they'll come back and try to rescue the rest, or you can just kill the mom. I guess Emma I don't really see as being so smart. Yeah, almost like he's going to succeed, the world's greatest detective. Near Mello and Matt at Whammy's house, trying to earn their stripes. This is just a simulation to go against demons to see who's the smartest. This was the act that they were going through in their head. Like, they're not really demons, you see, it's just an analogy to the mental hardship that they went through to become as smart as they are. Right, so it's a test, it's a simulation. I love this interpretation. This is literally Whammy's house. So Ray is a good counterpoint to Norman, where they're both very smart. In some ways, I almost thought Emma was a little bit stupid, but she's just sort of bubbly and whatever. But yeah, they let them move around pretty freely. Look at those little animals making a big fuss and ruckus. Pasture gazing. Just don't do the old pasture gazing ritual where you... if you know, you know. Sometimes people would do something a little explicit, looking at farm animals for some reason, which I don't know why. But Ray doesn't even take part because he doesn't give a shit. Now she ends up going to the woods, or to the fence. But he didn't really get the other guy who challenged him, he sort of surprised him from behind, but he didn't actually touch him. So if you can run away like this, why didn't he? Right, it would have made more sense if he just grabbed him from behind. They go on a big chase through the woods, which maybe tag is not the best game to play then if you're encouraging people not to move around. Jump down on his head. But didn't you get... No, that's bullshit, though. I didn't fully understand what happened there. You literally got him. Didn't you touch him first? Like, what do you mean? Or I don't get it. He's it, so he has to get everybody. You can't get him. I don't understand how tag works. Right, he just has to get you, period. Like no other, including yourself, even though you both are equally smart. And yeah, they're analogizing this to hiding from the demons. See, the subtitles spoil it. I don't know what I would call them. If not for that, I might just not even be sure exactly what they are. So that you actually get spoiled by the subtitles. But no, I'll give it an A, and I'm a little confused. But the pacing is okay, because this first half of the episode seems stupid, but it's not in vain because it's done with a good sense of purpose to it. See, now they find the fence, which is similar to the scene at the beginning of the episode, but it's not the same scene. Then they have a big chat, like, what would you do if you went to when you go outside? Nobody ever sends them letters, which the mom could always be smart and pretend like the letters are from other, arrange them like that. Since you have complete control over the environment, you can make the illusion whatever it's going to be. Is there going to be like a love triangle between these three? But why, as the inquisitive type? I guess in a way you don't care. If you run off at your own risk. This is a good deduction, but you would have thought of this sooner, the letters thing. Yeah, bring up a name of somebody that, hypothetically, who's left that you would loved and would have missed. Right, they're saying it generically, like they don't want to address that. Try on new clothes. Or you're giving like a false delusion of what the world is like. Either you're in demon territory or the whole world has been taken over by demons by then. How about Daikoku Wharf? I hear it's great this time of year. If you know, you know. Learn how to survive. He has the right instinct. You are going to have to learn how to survive. Emma was being all cutesy. But no, I'm going to consider her mellow, even though it doesn't exactly fit. Because she has the hair color near mellow and matte. You could make her matte because the other guy seems more like a counterpoint serious. But they're kind of... Near is too upbeat here. And then mellow is too sullen. Or too smart even. Not that he's dumb, but... So now the bunny becomes a big point of... This is pretty well done. I mean, it's simple, but it's... The bunny is like... I think the mom is going to turn out to not be so bad, though, because it's like she doesn't have a choice. See, she doesn't want to do it. She's Dr. Brain. You definitely don't look 12 to me. She gave you the best life you could have under this demonic, overtaken world, and all the books that you're reading and stuff will be carefully curated, but you'll see what the world was like, I guess, before it got taken over by demons, or that parts of it might still be like that, but you're just in demonic territory. It's one of those two. A song that attracts demons, or a burial song that she's never heard it before, so she's attracting the demons, letting them know she's coming, or she's also... So the bunny is left behind because she knows that Connie's not coming back, but now it's highly conspicuous. So now it's a sign that you've been there. And that's a pretty convenient moment that allows them to come there and here, over here. It's very to the point now, like just, you see the demons and that's it. You could have dragged this out for a few episodes of suspense, but I get why they do it like this. This is the big unholy trinity of main characters here. And Ray just kind of appears out of nowhere sometimes. But they're treating it like it's not that big of a deal. Where this hallway reminds me of that in Full Metal Alchemist where Envy's fighting fucking Roy. So you see Connie's dead body here. And then you leave the bunny. How did they get away, though? It seemed like they were completely stuck. Yeah, just steal that and get the fuck out of here. So those demons are like the ones managing this farm. Right, so it's not like they're the main villains of the show necessarily. They're just some random... Well, in this context, they feel significant, but... I was wondering what she was looking at. You get like a Bird Box moment, but it's this will be treated as a crime, and then they'll have DNA testing and find your fingerprints on there. I literally thought it was like a doll or something at first, so they want to play down how it looks. Like in Danganronpa, how they make the blood look like all different colors. Doesn't Ray end up here too? Where is Ray? And maybe he didn't... No, he doesn't come. I guess he just asked him, how did it go? Or, I forget. See, it says man at first. And then you see them, and then it calls them demons, or... I love how I'm actually getting spoiled by something like that, like actual spoilers through subtitles. And yeah, this is them encountering the Shinigami. If you want to keep playing that roleplay from this universe. So there was a third one I thought that comes in, and Isabella is one of them. Or no, Isabella's the mom. Okay. I'm still trying to sympathize with the mother a little bit. See, this makes it feel kind of normalized, though. This is what it would be like in a world of demons. Like, it's not something as elegant as like, oh, we're trying to kill you and you have a secret stone that helps us take over the world. No, it's like you're nothing more than a cow. You're nothing more than a farm animal. And, you know, even these guys you're looking at are not a big deal. There's no bigger plot point with that, necessarily. It's just a farm. So it's not that big of a deal. I mean, we know she's obviously in on it, but whether she's really happy about it. Like, she still seems like a human. She's not a demon, too, because she'd be in demon form then. But she's playing along because it's the only way. Now, this yell is kind of, you know, don't do this. You gotta play it. You gotta act normal. Don't yell like that. Wouldn't somebody have heard that? We didn't make it a time double meaning. Ray can tell something's wrong. You should do it like right now because they're distracted by, why would you stay here another night? They say don't leave, but they don't say you can't leave. Like, fine, we'll just round you up ourselves and just kill you. But it'll make the farm look bad. You can't save all fucking 38 of them. What kind of a story would that be? Like, it's going to center around these three. Just kill the mom, and then you'll have free reign for a little bit. And it'll be hard to convince them that this is true. Because they're all mindless sheep. It's easier to fool people than convince them they've been fooled, right, this whole time. Yeah, literally learn from a game of tag. Then it'll turn into an action series where they're fighting demons and learning abilities like fucking powers. And, like, I hate that every Japanese show has to be like that, though. I'm assuming. I don't know that, but why couldn't it just be like, it's like real life where... See, so that's the mom realizing that the bunny was brought there by somebody, or just reflecting on having lost Connie, but I think it more so gives away their presence there. Damn, why was that so good? Why does this random show have any business being this good? Okay, so we'll definitely watch episode 2 of that, but we'll watch episode 2 of Dragon Ball in between here. Okay, so here I had an urge to react to a video that I saw, and so I can't even really read the name of it in the position that I'm in, but I'll try to catch a peek of it. It is Cliff something. He's basically discussing the... You'll know what it is when I start talking about it. I hate this with the orientation of shorts, that it always plays shorts vertically, so I'd have to change my whole phone stand position for what I'm doing. It's... His last name starts with a C, reveals dark truth about atheists. And again, atheist itself is a non-label and an invalid term. There's no such thing as an atheist, or we're all born atheists. Like, it's not an outward position. So you don't define somebody by what they don't do, you define somebody by what they do. So if you're religious and you can specify the religion, that's fine. Right, but, and I'm not saying there's even anything wrong with that, but it's an outward position to be religious. It's not an outward position to simply you're born and you don't automatically believe in God or believe in something. You have to actively be indoctrinated into the church or the specifics and the particulars of it. That's one of my main objections to religion. I've said it can be positive psychologically, it can give people structure, etc. So I'm not even somebody who would be against it, but I don't like the real intellectual dishonesty with it, which this guy even says here. I did see this clip earlier, but it's a case where the problem is, again, like, you compare it to folly favoritism, or at least I've done this, where how could you say you don't believe in religion because it's not real or true or logical, but then you indulge in entertainment and escapism? That's not real either. And yet you take a certain amount of time on it and you let it have a certain amount of impact in your life, right? Why would you spend your time on something that you know isn't real? The comparison is good, but the difference is actually pretty telling. With fiction or folly favoritism, you acknowledge it isn't real, so you're doing it for psychological reasons and you enjoy it, etc. With religion, you are pretending it's real, and even so real that it dictates your life or standards that are above, ordinary human conjecture. So basically, you're not acknowledging it's not real. That's the difference. So folly favoritism, it's not real, so you're only doing it for escapism or entertainment or enrichment of creative, inspiration and stuff. That's fine because, well, it's still a flawed process, but at least you're acknowledging, okay, I know it's not real, but I'm just indulging it. Whereas with religion, you're not doing that. You're saying it's real, you're saying it's absolute, etc. So let's look at this guy's argument. It's one of those things that I'm just disappointed in when I hear it. And there's a lot of likes on the video. There's a lot of comments agreeing with what he's saying. There's actually a warning because he talks about suicide. So YouTube gives you a warning about it. But look, dude, it's a very... Let's just address it. I mean, I've dealt with this kind of argument before. It's an idyllic desire cui bono argument. Right, that's the anti-fallacy here, is my cui bono effect that I talk about. Not really my term, but the effect and way I use it. Who benefits from what he's saying, or what argument is actually being made? Does he make any sort of logical, specific, substantive argument to justify a particular religion or even religions in general? Because what I always point to is, how can you say yours is right and everyone else's is wrong? You could say, oh, well, that actually validates the fact that so many different cultures throughout history have all been religious. What are the chances of that? But it seems like a positive, but it actually hurts the argument, because that just shows you people have a psychological need, and so the specifics are arbitrary. Greek gods we treat as mythology today, or other, countless gods in different religions throughout history. We dismiss all of those, but oh no, we're going to believe in Christianity now. That's the right one. This time we got it right, and every other one is wrong. See, that's not even my position. Like, oh, you're just subjectively a non-believer, or the only way I guess an supposed atheist, like you'd use that as a label, would be if you were anti-religion, like, oh, you're against it and you're actively arguing, but it's not even agnostic. You don't have to qualify it. Like, I don't have to explain the secrets of the universe as a mere lowly animal who has slightly greater self-awareness than other animals. That's what a human being is. Like, we're way too narcissistic and egotistical to think that we should have all the answers to the universe from day one. It's the unwillingness to be puzzled, absurdist fallacy. Like, no, we don't have all the answers to the universe. We don't know everything. Even with thousands of years of technological advancements in science, we still don't have all the answers to the universe. Right? That's the more mature, logical thing to say, instead of, oh no, we have all the answers. The universe is made in our image, the world, and God made us in his image, and everything revolves around us, and when an animal kills an animal, it's okay, but when we do it, it's the end of the world, like, according to these idyllic, higher standards, not just that enforceable by human subjective structures, like, law enforcement, etc. Like, we get why we have that. Right, again, it's not a functional argument, so people always try to hide behind that with some sort of straw man fallacy, like, well, if you say killing a person isn't absolutely wrong and there is no God, then how can you have morality? well, I could tell you how, like the golden rule, like I don't want to be killed, so I'm not going to kill other people. How about that? Or just common respect for other people. Why can't you have that? Like, and people fear that subjective basis, though, because then, oh, it's your word against mine. So if somebody feels like, oh, well, I'm not killing people out of respect, or I'm not committing crimes out of respect, but somebody else could just as easily say, well, I feel like doing it anyway. But they do that despite the law and despite your supposed God anyway. But it's like the subjective versus the absolute versus the subjective. Like you're trying to put a standard that's above that. Like somebody might subjectively say killing someone is wrong, or maybe they'd say killing somebody is right, or it's okay. But the difference is that's one word against another. So even if you have 99.9% of people say this thing is wrong, all it takes is that 0.01% to say, oh no, it's right, and then they can just, it's your word against theirs. So no matter how much collective agreement you have, it's still subjective versus subjective. It's just one subjective person versus another. Instead of, oh no, it's God saying it, it's not me saying it, it's God saying it. So you kind of bypass that critical faculty and say, so now it makes it absolute, instead of, oh no, it's just a subjective standard that we have to subjectively enforce. And so, yeah, being an atheist is not our position. You don't even have to qualify it agnostic. Why can't you just not know, but veer on the side? Like I would say, I would be relatively neutral, but what actually pushes me in the other way is all the specifics and particulars of it. Like, again, how can every religion be wrong and yours be right? How can there be so many different little nuances? Like, oh, there happens to be an elephant god in India. Oh, what are the chances? Because there are elephants around them, so they're taking in what's in their environment, right? Show me something from religion that isn't man-made, like, in terms of scripture and stuff. It's all a reflection of their immediate environment around them, or certain standards and morality that people would want to have in society anyway, like laws and crimes are reinforced there and stigmatized, or something else, like it's just all idyllic at a distance, like non-accountable, false absolute. So again, I'm not even denying that some hypothetical possibility, but the more you hear about people's framing of it, it feels arbitrary. I don't need to justify, like, oh, something isn't the case. You would need to justify it, and all the justifications come from a place of desire and psychological need that, again, can be positive and give people structure, but that doesn't make it true. That's the only point. It doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it absolute. It could make it useful, so I'm not even denying that. Although I would argue that just as much as it can be useful, it can also be damaging. So I would never be the person to say, oh, billions of people have been killed throughout history, and even to this day, at, various times, in the name of religion, because I'm not going to blame it on that. Like, if religion didn't exist, people would still kill other people as they have throughout history. And, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to do that, even though that would be a cop-out sort of argument. I can't talk for some reason. My voice is completely fucked up. The point is that, I'm not going to act like that, oh, all these people were killed in the name of religion, because it's still just ultimately a pretense. How people use it is different than, so I'm not going to say that. But I'm also not going to completely say, well, it gives people structure and peace of mind, so therefore that makes it true, right? You can make a functional argument that, oh, we can believe something that we know isn't true because it's useful and enjoyable, or, it gives us peace of mind and stuff like that. Fine. You want to make a functional argument, I can accept that at times. Although, again, you get lost in the details and the specifics. My logical razor don't specify the conflict comes into play. Like, generally, okay, if it gives you structured peace of mind, some of these, moral standards and stuff to follow. But you get caught up on all the little particulars, like, oh, this arbitrary tradition here, you can't eat meat on this day, you can't eat fish on that day, whatever you want to get caught up in. That's where it becomes arbitrary. Like, what does that really have to do with anything? And even you see people try to adjust it and say, oh, when the Bible says that being gay is wrong, oh no, it doesn't actually mean that, and Christians now accept that, that somewhat, depending, and they try to do revisionist history and say there's a lot of bigoted things potentially in the Bible, which, again, I'm not passing judgment on that. I'm just saying if you want to believe it, then believe it all the way, and if you don't, then don't. But instead, oh no, we'll change it to suit the modern machination process of the time that we happen to live in. Did Jesus say to sit on your phone for 5 hours a day? Did Jesus say to drive a car? Did Jesus say to, engage in all this machination process, pollution, and all this ravaging of resources around the planet? Did Jesus say something about using Facebook and Twitter, or like fucking, what is all this? This is like machination process that wasn't there at the time, and you might think, oh, those things are just arbitrary and specific, but actually that's not true, because there were a lot of specific references at the time that were made based on the technology that was available then. So the problem with belief is, again, it comes from a place of desire. So what can be difficult with that is there's really not much of an argument to even be had. Again, you cannot dissuade with reason what came about by desire, one of my logical razors in my debate format. The ultimate point is the fact that let me think here. You have the ability to consider that you cannot dissuade with the reason what came about by desire. So it's like two separate arguments that you're having, and again, you get lost on the specifics and the particulars of it. It can be used for both good and bad purposes. It can give people structure, everything like that. This is really annoying to do. Hang on. When I decide not to put my mic on, I'll just fix it right now. Okay, I hooked up the mic so it makes it a little easier. I don't know why I do that. I go into it not expecting that I'm going to do a session when I'm driving, and then I feel like doing it in the middle. But no, let's look at this again. I've shredded the same sort of argument with the cui bono effect. Like, your argument is basically it's comforting and peace of mind, and it's also appealing to the human ego and narcissism. So how could you not believe it? You go to heaven and all these wonderful things happen, and the people you don't like go to hell, and it gives you so much peace of mind. Like, so in other words, people have a strong psychological need and desire to believe it, so therefore you should believe it. On a functional level, maybe that could be made, but that does not make it accurate or true. In fact, you're sidestepping the whole issue. You're saying, look at all these positive benefits or desirable aspects of believing in it. Like, oh, I want to believe in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. Just because you want to believe something doesn't make it true. In fact, it hurts the argument, and that's where the cui bono effect comes in. Like, look at the incentive behind it. Right? If you want to believe, okay, good. But it's not enough. You have to outwardly insist. You have to make a big thing out of it. You have to make a big spectacle. There's a quote like that. A man says to the universe, "Sir, I exist." And then the universe responds. The universe doesn't respond. That's the better point. Like, we don't care about your narcissistic ego. You're just an animal that's slightly greater self-awareness. Rather than be grateful for that, you instead, have this cognitive dissonance and contrivance. I'll explain this as we go through, but it bothers me because, again, you don't need to label atheists. We're all born atheists. You don't need to justify what you don't do. Again, you don't say like, oh, this person's a walker because he's not driving a car. This guy's a driver because he doesn't walk. Like, you don't say what somebody doesn't do of all the things in existence they could potentially do, right? You don't say, oh, he's not a Christian. He's not a... No. You say, if you are something outwardly, yes. There's nothing outward about being an atheist. You're just living. You're just alive, like an animal. Is an animal an atheist? Do insects and other creatures have religion? So it shows you quite clearly what the blueprint is, that yes, if you could maybe point to some more intelligent animals, right, starting to do stuff like that, where, as an animal becomes more intelligent, it would start to have ritualistic tendencies and faith and belief. So in other words, it's not a product of reality, it's a product of your psychological need that, again, in an uncertain, unknown world, you have the unwillingness to be puzzled, you want some answers, you want some false certainty, you want some peace of mind, you want some comfort about all the unknown subjective, contemplation of the mind and secrets of the universe. You want some answers to that. So the solution is to just pretend, or to, again, seek meaning in your environment. Like, oh, it's storming, it's raining, and you can't explain the weather. So now that's the whole irony. People say in the modern day, religion is dying out and people are becoming, sacrosanct to religion. Couldn't it just be that science is becoming more advanced and we have a lot more answers? Again, not all the answers in the universe, but that we have more answers than we had in the past. So instead of relying on, falling back on superstition, like, oh, it's if you offer something to the gods, they'll give us rain for our crops. Instead, now we can explain how the rain works, and to some extent, we might even be able to control it, as we go forward. So, like, with our technology, we can control the weather. And there's a lot of conspiracies to do with that, but clearly it's something we could do. So now you're putting power back in human hands and saying, well, we understand how it works, so we don't need to be superstitious and ritualistic about it, because that's all those things do. Even if you're right, you're wrong in that sense. Like, oh, we're going to defer and cede power to God. But God is so powerful that, assuming, is even real, etc., that it wouldn't matter. So in other words, you caring about God or thinking about God or deferring to God is irrelevant. God has given you the ability and power to do what you can do. So pretend God doesn't exist and do the maximum that you can with the ability that you have. Don't worry about, oh, I'm going to just let things go where they will and God will guide me. No. God has given you the potential that you have that you'll never meet because you're in this half-mass reductive state. But this is what religion does, or faith in general. It takes power away from people. Don't reach your maximum full potential in this finite zero-sum existence because, oh, we have promises of heaven and all this. Like, the point being that, oh, God, it's just so dumb. Like, okay, so atheism is not a position, right? You don't need to justify not doing something. They need to justify doing it. And in those very specific, particular ways. And again, it shows you the psychological need, the ritualistic tendencies, the desirability or even functionality if it does not create a factual foundation or basis. So it's one of those, again, closed structure contrivances where why do you believe it or why is it so? Just because you want it to be. And you just insist upon it, and part of it is even to not hold yourself accountable, right? Oh, it's heretical to... Man, I really cannot talk today. I don't know what it is. It is heretical to question it as if, no, God has given you the ability to question it with your mind, but then, oh no, we aren't allowed to. Not that it holds up to any questions very well, that you would be able to hold it accountable as much as you want. And then the other point is the fact that you have but that's one of the biggest claims I could make is that, religion takes power away from people because you're saying, I'm going to defer to God, I'm going to pray to God. You're going to hope that God does something. But if God could be influenced by your subjective hopes, then it wouldn't be God at all, because then he would just be at the mercy of your whims, right? And you could just control him completely, and then, that wouldn't make sense, and other people would be doing the same thing. So God doesn't care about your little whims and your personal self-interest, despite your narcissism that you think the universe revolves around you. But it's ironic, too. The basis of religion is narcissistic, that we think, oh, we are created in God's image and this and that, and all these standards, revolve around our interests and intentions. But then it also reduces you to a supposedly humbled state where, oh, I'm going to be reduced to this lesser state than my full potential and self-actualization would do. And so now, I don't know. It strips away your potential. It makes you defer to invisible authority. It makes you reduce to a half-mass state, never reach your full potential, never fully self-actualize, self-awareness, full objective. Again, all these things that even if you were religious, you would say, well, God created you with the capacity to do all this, and you're undermining it in the name of God. Like, all these things that God supposedly wouldn't have wanted you to do, but created you with the ability to do, and you have to resist it. Like, you have to prove something to God. Like, why would... Again, we're dealing in absolutes here, that, like, God, this all-powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing being, would not want you to kill another person. God doesn't want you to kill. But God is so weak in that will of stopping you from killing that it would come down to your subjective desire. If you feel like doing it, you can just do it, right? And then it comes down to subjective human enforcement and indoctrination, like you punish them and you try to stigmatize, like, Why? So in other words, God is just sick by how we would define it. He wants to see people suffer and struggle, even though he could have just prevented us from doing that in the first place. Like, create us with the inability to kill, either physically or mentally. We just somehow we won't do it. If he didn't want us to do it, just don't do it, right? We would not have the capacity to even do it. So, or like, for example, faith. If there was a God, then evidently they don't want us to believe in him because they give us the option not to, right? So it's like the emperor has no clothes fallacy. Like, oh, if you don't believe, you just don't get it. But if God was so powerful and God wanted people to believe in him, then we would have no choice, or it would be so, foregone conclusion. But instead, oh no, you have to kind of, dance around it and do mental gymnastics, and it's like, on one hand, a lot of these arguments would point to either God's not all-powerful, in which case then a lot of this is moot, like there's a lot of flaws and incapabilities, or God is all-powerful, but then don't even worry about it because God's going to do what God's going to do. You can't influence it, you can't impact it. Worrying about it, thinking about it, caring about it, praying about it, none of that is going to matter, right? God has God's plan, and just don't even give it a second thought and focus fully on your potential and the impact that you can have. Don't focus on things you can't control, right? Like God's will, supposedly. So again, God is outside your control. Like the weather is outside your control. Well, I was just saying how it might not be entirely, but you know what I mean? Like, don't even worry about it then. Maximize your ability, your potential that you have, and human potential and ability, and then whatever God's going to do, God's going to do. And if you could impact it subjectively, it's a moot point. What else do I have to say? The fallacy, our premise dictates that that everything must be created in our human logic, but then by that logic, God too must be created, right? So if the question is what created the universe, and your answer is God, then God too must be created. And if God can be exempt from that need to be created, then why can't the universe be? So either way, you're posing an absolute and a premise, and then making an exception to it. So it's your own internal claim. Right, I could just say, okay, maybe everything doesn't need to be created, and I can't explain that because, again, I don't have all the answers of the universe, but you see how the false certainty, false absolute is favored by a mindless mass of sheep, I guess you could say, that, like, if you say with certainty, yeah, people would cling to the certainty, even if it's completely nonsense, right, just make something up, rather than just say, maybe we don't know, maybe we aren't all-knowing, right? We're not gods ourselves. So how would we have known this thousands of years ago with even a lesser state of technology, right, than what we have now? But again, it's a psychological need, and it is a case where, oh yeah, this is one of my quotes as well. I guess I'm going through a lot of things to do with religion, but they often fall on deaf ears when I've had these conversations. Like, people just want to believe, so they'll believe. But that's fine. That's where that one quote comes in so key. That's my biggest logical razor on religion. You cannot dissuade with reason what came about by desire. So in other words, it doesn't matter. You're trying to discuss it logically and rationally in terms of facts and details or whatever. It doesn't matter because the reason why they believe it isn't because of facts and logic and reason. So you can't poke a hole in that because that's not why they believe it. They believe it because they want to. That's all. Not everyone, but there might be youth indoctrination, and so that might be why. But I'm just saying, like, mainly people believe it because they want to, because it gives them peace of mind, comfort, etc. That's why. So because they believe it because they want to, you would have to appeal to that desire, like, okay, I'll give you something else to believe in that's even more desirable, or remove the need, absolutist tendency. But instead, you get this thing like, you're not, again, you cannot dissuade with reason what came about by desire. That's one of my favorite logical razors that I've ever come up with from my debate format. It's very on point. It's what I do when I just feel helpless in an argument, not because I can't win the argument, but it's just like, you realize the nature of the argument, right? It's not me logically arguing against somebody else logically. It's me arguing against, well, I want there to be a heaven, and it gives me comfort. So effectively is what they're saying. So you can't win that. But no, this is another one, and then I'll get into watching this. It's just a short, but certainly got me in the mood. This is called, this concept I talk about is sort of the blame and the the blame and the thanking, I can't remember what exactly I called it, but when something bad happens, right, let's use any example, like a natural disaster or some horrible event, right, something bad happens, and again, the absolutist harsh perspective, without all these kind of things would be like, well, it's your fault for living in a flood zone. It's your fault for, it might sound harsh or lead as victim blamer, but there's a deeper meaning to it. It's placing full emphasis on your potential, human potential ability. So it's putting humans not on a pedestal, but in the forefront. Like, well, you knew that area could flood, so why did you live there? Right? You could have lived anywhere else, potentially find a way, so you're putting yourself in a situation where you're aware, or you could be aware of all the positives and negatives. So then when the negative happens, you should be like, well, I should have expected that. I should have been better prepared for that. I should have found an alternative. So it's your measure, your choice, your process, and then you suffer the consequences of it. So that would be the onus that the absolutist puts. And again, it's holding human beings in high regard, that we are much more capable and intelligent than what we are reduced to structure and practice, killing our potential, basically. But no, you don't blame God when something bad happens, like, again, the disaster or some horrible event. But then you thank God when it ends. Like, oh, thank God for saving me from this horrible event. But you don't blame God and say, well, what about blaming him for putting you in that situation in the first place or allowing it to happen? So you'd say, oh, thank God for ending the flood. But you don't say, curse God for flooding my area that I live in and my house and everything. Like, so what you're using is it's a non-accountable closed structure standard that it can never be wrong. So when something good happens, it's thanks to God. When something bad happens, it's not God's fault. Or it's okay, it's part of God's mysterious design. So even by your own subjective standard, it's not consistent at all. So what you get into is, like, luck is the same thing. You think everything revolves around you. So what you have is the ability to consider this okay, you have the ability to consider that either God is not that powerful then, so God can't prevent bad things from happening, but God can help end the bad thing. So he only deserves selective credit and not blame. So you're saying he's not really all-powerful, or that God just doesn't care or have your interest in mind, so it's like God wants to see you suffer or allows you to suffer and then intervenes at some random, undescribed point and then saves you from that suffering that they put you in the first place. So that would show you why God's not on your side, or God is objective and doesn't take sides. So in that case, then why does any of that matter? Why would you thank God for taking you out of that situation and not blame him for putting you in that situation? Again, it's the same criteria. I'm not even making a claim. I'm just supposing, okay, God is all-powerful, so bad things happening would also be within their control. So they're making bad things happen only to end the bad thing from happening, and then you're grateful that it ended, but you're not holding that against it, that it started and that it happened in the first place, basically. Okay, let's look at this. Cliff something, his last name starts with a K. I can't read because it's at a wrong angle, but it doesn't matter. Reveals like a dark truth about atheists. It's the one that's sort of censored by YouTube because you have to confirm it deals with sensitive topics like suicide, that he does say that in there. So, okay, we're starting. I don't even have to do the timestamp, but I'll just keep pausing it. So let's see what he says. I mean, just think about the results of living a life without God. It's meaningless. Okay, so we start here with the cui bono effect already. Right, I'll keep pausing it because whatever. It's a short video anyway. So you're saying it's meaningless. So there's two problems with this, right? The first is the human ego, right? That, again, all we are is self-aware animals with slightly greater intelligence than other animals. So now we think the world revolves around us. There needs to be some special meaning, right? It has to somehow cater to us. We have to have some other element that we find in it. Like, what is an animal's meaning of life? They live because they're alive. So you can say it's a result of a random process in nature and they can't explain it. But they live, they try to live, that could be the meaning from a naturalistic perspective. Just live as long as you can, or live, enjoy what you can. Eat the sweet nectars of nature and just, soak it all in and just live as long as you can. experience different things that the world has to offer, and that could be it. Why does it have to be any special meaning? It's a zero-sum process, right? Like, that's just a narcissism that human beings have, that they think everything revolves around them and they're so special and everything like this, right? Heavy ego involved. Why does there have to be special meaning? Is there special meaning for an insect? Is there special meaning for for a dog, for an animal, other animals? Like, so the fact that we even look for that special meaning is itself the problem. And it's also a byproduct of contrivance. We have to try to find meaning when we're reduced to a lesser state than our inherent natural state, again, through contrivance. That we can't do this, we can't do that, we're inhibited in this way, we have to adhere to contrivance that way. So because we're reduced to this unnatural contrivance state, now that goes against our inherent tendencies, now we have to contrive some meaning potentially, right? Some of the desire for it comes from that. We have to contrive it because now we're restricted, so we have to overcompensate and try to, cope with that. Whereas if you lived an inherent natural lifestyle, now you wouldn't have those questions or cognitive dissonance, because what you see is what you get. Nature is nature. Go pick the berries, go enjoy, whatever it is that's out there. And just like, what you have is the ability to consider that, again, this desire for meaning or expectation of it is a very egocentric, human-centric, self-obsessed, narcissistic point of view that people have. That, again, what meaning do animals have? They're alive because they were born and they exist and they try to live and they try to survive. This doesn't need to be any more meaning for them than that, but for us, there is. So, and again, even if you were correct, now that's the first problem, is, again, to even seek meaning is narcissistic, right? And what you point to with that. But number two is, even if you were right and saying, oh, well, that means it's a meaningless existence, that doesn't explain adequately why religion is valid. That gives you the cui bono, like why you would want to believe it. Like, okay, so now you're pointing out the psychological need or desire that people have that's not rooted in truth or logic or reason. You're saying that people have an incentive and a bias and a desire to believe something to try to give them structure and meaning where they otherwise might feel that it's lacking. And I've also laid out the contrivance response structure. Like, you're not simply born in your inherent state and just doing what you're naturally doing like an animal would even do. Just the world is your oyster, just uninhibited, right, in your natural state. Since you're so heavily indoctrinated and you have to constantly contrive, respond against the inherent nature of your being, like everything you might naturally do, you have to contrive and respond against it, and you're not at peace with your own inherent nature and tendencies, and you even deny them, and you pose a false inherent contrivance response state, and so now you create this artificial contrivance structure that may be functional, may have its benefits, may overextend, but because you do that, now you created an unnatural state. So now perhaps you're seeking meaning or some other reinforcement, and the reason why you're doing that is because of the simple fact that you are the reason why you're doing that is because you're doing it because of the simple fact that when it gets bad driving, suddenly I get distracted like that. There's that blinking light again, some fucking barn. He had fixed it for a while there. Look, what I'm saying is that you have a contrivance state where I like when people overtake me, like, just fucking do it then, like, I don't care. Like the contrivance state. So, like, you have all these inherent tendencies in nature, and you're neither at peace with them nor acknowledge it, nor you actively contrive against it. which again, you might think that's useful and functional. I'm not even debating that. I'm saying because you do that, again, it creates an unnatural state, so now you have to justify your half-masked existence. That how can I justify, it's the right thing to do because God says so, to sacrifice my own inherent desires, instead of just hedonism, I'm going to have orgies and I'm just going to pick berries freely and the whole world is my oyster and take whatever I want and just, do whatever I want. Instead of being able to do that inherent state of being that would have at least less cognitive dissonance associated with it, no, now you're reduced to a half-mass state where you're heavily inhibited in every major way, right? If your base inherent tendencies, inherent desire, suggested, etc. Now, because of that, whether you would be a hedonist or whatever you want to call it, because you're so heavily inhibited, now you have to justify that somehow and say, well, it's okay to sacrifice so much because we're peasants working for heaven, is the expression that I said. Sacrifice in this lifetime the finite zero-sum existence that you have in front of you. And if you sacrifice that, then you're able to sacrifice the thing that you know for sure, that you're alive, you're here, your finite zero-sum existence is in front of you. Sacrifice that for promises of some heaven, some eternal life that you can't guarantee and you're not sure of. So that's, again, a great way to control people and reduce them to the structure, where you have you reduce them to structure because, at least if I get in a crash, you'll get my live audio reaction, because this is fucking... Look, dude. It's really the way that other people drive, too, is the problem. Right, I would never have a problem, but other people create the problem. Fucking do whatever you want, overtake me if you want. My point was that you would have this ability to again, you're reduced to a half-mass state, so you have to justify it somehow, and again, part of that justification would be inhibit and diminish this life, this finite zero-sum life that you're sure of that's in front of you, for promises of heaven that you can't verify and you're not sure about and everything like that. And so you're reducing this state that you're sure about for some promise of eternal life or heaven or etc. So it's a great way to control people, again, because people won't be content with being reduced to a half-mass state and being inhibited heavily and controlled. But, no, you're doing it for that reason. So you can convince peasants to work for the promise of heaven. That, if you're a good little peasant and you inhibit yourself in every way in your life, you'll get gratification and social contrivance will reward you and all that, which that's kind of a partly separate process, but it's the same similar concept, that you will also be rewarded, you'll go to heaven for that. So it's a great way to control people. I almost don't even want to do this now, but it's not like there's much of a video. So again, the fact that it's meaningless, though, getting back to that point, on one hand, it's a narcissistic, egocentric, human-centric perspective that you think everything has to have meaning anyway, right, beyond just it's a zero-sum process, you just exist, you're just born, you're just like an animal, slightly greater self-awareness, right? It's not that everything is you're made in God's image and everything revolves around you and you have all the answers and, you have a grand scheme and grand meaning. It could just be a zero-sum process, just like animals, just like we see in nature. That could just be the reality of it. So your desire for the special meaning is itself telling that, again, it's an egocentric perspective. And then the second point is, even if you're right in saying that, okay, it's meaningless, and that's a negative, then, and assuming you're right in seeking that meaning, etc., the problem with that is the simple fact that or you should never go on local roads or side roads when it's bad, because they don't get plowed or any shit. They don't give a fuck. That's the funniest thing. It could be the worst storm ever, but if you drive on a highway, throughway, a main road, it'll be just fine. It'll actually be great, right? Because they address that immediately and prioritize that. But if you drive, even if it's not too bad, you drive on some shitty back road, local road in the countryside, it'll be horrible because they don't give a shit about that. Like, that's the problem. But no, my point is that, again, even if the meaningless premise is correct, what is the real point of that argument? Believe in this fantasy that gives you a sense of purpose and peace of mind. Otherwise, oh my goodness, your life is meaningless. In other words, you're kind of like bribing people. You're saying, well, you have an incentive. It would be so depressing and sad and meaningless if you didn't believe this fantasy that's so comforting, so go ahead and believe it. Like, that doesn't validate that it's true or real or anything. It just says that all you're saying is that basically you have a desire to believe it. Like, again, the cui bono effect, I hate saying it so many times, but it just means, like, who benefits? Like, you're posing the benefit right there. You're saying people have a strong incentive, a strong bias, a strong desire, a strong preconceived notion to believe this because, the reason why you're believing it isn't because it's true then. It's because you have this egocentric, narcissistic, human-centered desire to believe, to have some false absolute sense of structure, meaning, and so therefore you get to do this. And the reason why you get to do it is because that's what you're saying. So if you don't believe, it would be meaningless. That's why you should believe, not because it actually, again, is rooted in logic or reason or facts or any truth or anything. It would be just because you have, again, it's a very idyllic kind of standard that, don't you want to believe that there's meaning? So you should believe for that reason alone, because you desire it, because you want it, because you have a psychological need or desire for it. Not based on why it's actually true. This is more like why you should believe it or why you would want to believe it. So that's only helping the point that there's an incentive behind it rather than truth behind it, or at least you're not arguing it from that angle. So again, you're saying the reason why people believe in this absolute, false absolute, fantasy, etc., is because it gives them comfort and it gives them structure and it gives them meaning, a sense of meaning. Now, again, there can be a psychological value to that, whether it's true or not, but there's also a situation where again, all you're saying is, wouldn't you rather believe in a meaningful existence than a meaningless existence? So in other words, you have an incentive there, but that's not really an argument. That's just like saying, that's just preference. You're saying, that's a more desirable thing to do, but that doesn't make it true, right? Just because you want it to be. The only question, I can't understand the word he's saying there, and I can't read the subtitles either. The only question something must answer is whether to, self-infliction, I'll call it. I'll avoid the YouTube little stigma. The point is that, or inherent S word, but as absolutists would call it in my absolutist philosophy discussion. Look, only question is whether or not you should perform self-infliction. But that's quite an extreme to jump to. Does that mean every animal should do that if they don't have any other super special sense of purpose or practice? It's mainly the contrivance state that you're recognizing that creates an imbalance that needs to be overcompensated for, and that's why you seek meaning so much. Or again, just the narcissistic, egocentric element of it, and also the simple fact that you have again, it's an extreme to jump to that. Why can't you just have like a naturalistic perspective, like simply you're alive, so make the most of it, enjoy the fruits of nature, literally even, be be a hedonist, have orgies, have the maximum amount of experience. But you see a lot of this is inhibited by society. Even if you think it's overcompensated for by the machination process, that's a separate debate. But you have this, again, why not just indulge in your inherent desired suggested tendencies? It's a zero-sum process. Make the most of it. Enjoy the fruits of nature, what you have there. Why would the default response be this self-infliction? And the reason why is because you're taking it to an extreme, like, okay, so the world is meaningless, so just enjoy it. But see, that's part of contrivance, is that you can't just do that, because then people would do it uninhibited. You'll hurt and kill and steal and do whatever you want, right, at the expense of contrivance in society, this organized structure, unnatural state. You'll do it at the expense of that, because then you'd be uninhibited. You'd say, what reason do I have to be inhibited when there is no meaning? See, it's more tied to this structure reduction incentive that we take as false absolute, false inherent state of society, contrivance, that, okay, life is meaningless, so let's make the most of it. Let's be hedonists, let's enjoy it, let's take the fruits of nature and just, the world is an oyster, ours for the taking, and let's just enjoy it and do whatever we want, orgies, etc. But oh no, that's not functional for a longevity process in society that isn't even self-aware. And so now we have to be reduced to a half-mast state that controls all that and inhibits all that. So now we seek some special meaning to justify that inhibition and reduction. Whereas, again, absolutists would remove the need, as I always talk about. You don't need meaning. You don't need meaning in the absence of contrivance, because now the inherent reality and tendency speaks for itself. So again, you might be as an animal in nature, but you might be self-aware and more intelligent. But again, you could just naturalistically, okay, you're alive, and so even if you can't explain everything, even if you don't find a sense of meaning in it, you're alive, so you try to live as long as possible, or you're alive, so you try to have the most experience, the most enjoyable experience, pleasurable experience, the most full experience, the most number of experiences, however you want to explain it. You can have that. So why would the assumption be, oh, let's do self-infliction? That's such an extreme to jump to and doesn't even make any sense. What the hell does he say there? Modern man must answer. And I like this as a machination process buffer as well. Why would modern man ask that? Oh, because now we have the freedom to think. We have free time and means to think, because we have surplus of food based on the machination process, technology available. So we've reached such a state of technology that now we can get all full on ourselves and start to, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'll even agree. I'm a great example of that. Like, back in history when we were cavemen or whatever, we were so concerned with our mere zero-sum survival that we didn't have the time. Not that we didn't have the time. Still, cave paintings and ritualistic things. That's when early religions would have been discussed and stuff. But the point is that you have the time to think about it. So we have all this free time because we have a surplus, and our zero-sum means aren't at risk, so we're not as concerned with that. And we're also, have the freedom to think outside of it. And also we have the ability to, rely on surplus and machination process and stuff like that. So now we're in a position of entitlement that we've created a good positive position where we've removed the need for a lot of inherent base tendencies, right? We've reduced it. We've allowed it to become easier to survive. So now we start to question now, what meaning or purpose is there in surviving, right? Like I say, functionalism is the stuff of animals. So if your whole life is just concerned with zero-sum means, then that's basically what you are. But that's basically how people behave anyway, in an overextended, extrapolated sense, right? Like, whatever. That's how modern people act. But yeah, so that's. You're trying to find, like I always say, false meaning in means. Like the meaning of life is just in zero sum. So you might think I'm contradicting myself, but these are just thought processes that you could point to. Like, I'm looking at what he's saying. I'm looking at my absolutist philosophy that's not really mine, as in I believe it or practice it in my life. I'm saying I have founded some of these thoughts, and it's a very consistent way of thinking. It doesn't mean necessarily that I do that all the time, but right, if you can come up with ideas or express them without being beholden to them necessarily, right? You can discuss it, you can have the idea. So my point is that, man, this has been quite the session, actually. Holy shit. My battery's about to run out too. So yeah, the self-infliction thing is kind of unwarranted, and also, again, modern man is the key word, because, you're so spoiled now and coddled by technology that you have the luxury and the free time to think about these things that aren't directly related to your zero-sum sustenance. So you start to question and become narcissistic and depressed, and there is a trend of that. Like, if you just keep busy, you won't be depressed because you don't have time to think about it, which is kind of a bad argument, because you should be able to think as much as you want, and if your contrivance state is sound, and if your state of being everything is sound, then thinking is merely a reflection, right? It's like putting a mirror up to something or a microscope up to something. So to say, you should just have to close your eyes and not think or not look at something to be at peace with it is a fallacy, because it's a situation where you should be able to think about as much as you want and it would be fine, right? It's just a reflection of reality in terms of... So the only reason why thinking would be a bad thing is if there's something in reality that it's reflecting that is bad, right? If your life is good and content and high standard, the problem with that is objectivity knows no bounds, so the standard might be unrealistically high. Like, there's always something to pick on if you think about it. So you have to be realistic too, but that also feeds into a lower standard. You might not have the highest standard possible, and you can't have it with this overextended, mass-produced suffering quality state that I love these logical razors that sort of just, I don't even need to say it. Like, what I mean, and it's well established within my discussions. So I drove like halfway here, more than halfway, and I didn't even get through the video, so I'll wait and I'll do it after this here in a second. Okay, let's try to do the rest of this while, before my battery dies or in the rest of the drive, and hopefully this part will be a little better of the drive. Okay, here we go. So, must answer why not in self-infliction, which is a very... Okay, if your birth... I'm going to go through every single claim you might... If it deserves thought, it deserves consideration fully. Long-form postulate is an accident. If your birth is an accident, your death is an accident. Now, see, even the framing here is narcissistic and egotistical, the way I keep saying. That, why does it have to be an accident? Like, accident in what? Like, it's a mistake? Like, okay, when an animal is born, is that an accident, or it's just a normal... it's just a normal part of life. They're breeding because they're alive and because it feels good, and that's, nature's way of inspiring reproduction. Like, so to even say it's an accident, it's more like it's an unexplained phenomenon. It's more like it's random. Sure, you can say that, but that doesn't necessarily make it bad or meaningless, right? So, again, saying it's an accident is weird framing. Like, an accident, aside from something intentional, like God intentionally designed you this way, or with all your flaws that you would then complain about or try to restrict or condemn. But the point is that, so again, whether it's an accident, you can say it's random, but random does not equal bad or meaningless, or that you can't make the most out of it. So this is a strange framing, again, that everything would have to be a very particular way to be satisfactory to you. So your life is an accident, but then you at least have control. You don't have control over the birth or the death. Well, to some extent the death, I guess, but you do have control over your life. So even if you say it's an accident or it's a random event, like animals just randomly born and they just are because they are, and you can't trace back the origin and you can't explain everything, even if you can't do that, you're here and you have control now. Once again, taking away control from people with belief systems, etc. You have control now over your life. So now your life, you can maximize what you do instead of just giving up and saying, well, I can't explain everything, I don't have all the meaning behind it. And then you do it this way because you have, it's a strange thing. what reason do you have to suck wind? But again, you're looking at it from as if you need a reason. You're alive. You were born. That's the reason. You didn't choose to be born. You can't explain exactly why or how you were born in terms of all of history, like where did all of existence come from? Not just you, but your parents, and then where did their parents, you trace it back far enough. Where did the planet come from? Where did the universe come from? You can't explain all that. But again, why do you need a reason to suck wind? The reason is that you're alive. And again, inherent self-infliction that I talk about, it is your choice to even do that. So if you don't want to, again, this is absolutist, hypothetical. I'm not saying anything, but right, the point being that what reason do you have? But you're looking at it again in a weird way. Like, why do you have to do you have to justify simply like you're alive, which again, you didn't choose that, nor can you explain its origins, but you have to somehow rationalize that, like, you're alive, that's why you're living, because you're alive, and you don't want to die, or you want to experience as much as you can, live as long as possible. Animals do that to some extent, like they're trying to at least survive, so you can't just have some baseline, basic, like, self-survival instinct that you want to stay alive just for the sake of staying alive. Like, isn't that enough? So I don't really get the whole framing here. Why not just end it all? But, and again, if that's the conclusion you come to, I mean, it is what it is. But I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it's an extreme to jump to. But the real question is, why value contrivance in a heavily restrictive state? Why not say, well, there's no meaning or higher power structure, so now don't reduce yourself to it and be uninhibited? So, like, who cares about laws and government, and who cares about, social standards and morals? They're all made up constructs just to control you, which objectively they are. That doesn't mean they can't be functional to some degree, but even then they're overextended beyond their purpose of function. And so that's the real issue. You're misframing the enemy once again. It's not that, you need a reason to justify something. It's that you are craving this in part because of a contrivance response state that you've been reduced to, and treating that as a false absolute, and again, reinforced possibly by the belief system that we're talking about. It's interesting how ingrained that is. You're seeking meaning, but the only reason why you need meaning or desire it is for that same reason that you have, similar to the belief system itself, all of this reductive, restrictive structure. Like, you can't do this, you can't do that, you're inhibited in some way, you're reduced to structure right from your inherent natural state of being. You're being intellectually dishonest by not thinking about that, again, if you don't have some grand scheme or understanding of everything, and if you don't consider inherent self-infliction, then you're somehow being intellectually dishonest. But again, nowhere in here are you stating like actual facts or logic or reason behind a belief system. You're just simply explaining why it would be comfortable or convenient, or all the incentives behind it. Like, all of this makes you uncomfortable, so you should believe something that makes you feel comfortable, not because it's actually true or valid or logical or anything. So now that's the amazing part. Nowhere in here did he actually make an argument for why a God exists specifically, especially within his faith or a particular faith, or even in general. He doesn't even address that. He's simply saying, well, isn't it so uncomfortable and undesirable that you would be in this state, that you wouldn't have all the answers? So here's a false solution, that here are all the answers hypothetically, and then false certainty is better than uncertainty, and it'll give you peace of mind and comfort, and it'll make you feel better about yourself. So, which I'm not even necessarily disputing, but those are not arguments for the rationale behind it. So again, you're saying, it's sort of a little bit of a straw manning in there too. Like, if you don't believe in this, then you may as well just self-inflict. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's an in-between. Why can't you just live a basic zero-sum existence and enjoy it to some degree, and indulge in all the world's pleasures and treasures and be inhibited by society all the same and seek overcompensations and structure from that. I'd like to see that as the baseline, though. You're not realizing the role that contrivance response plays in this, but then again, you're actively arguing for a form of contrivance response too in religion itself would be, to placate that same role. So and the good news of Jesus Christ. Here we go. Here's the plug. At what point did you justify anything to do with Jesus Christ in particular compared to other religions, but even religions in general? The good news is all these psychological needs and discomfort you're feeling will give you this magical cure-all for them. So in other words, believe it because you want to believe it. It's desirable to believe it. It gives you peace of mind to believe it. Not because it's true, not because it's factual, not because it's accurate, but because, you have these psychological needs and uncertainties, so therefore believe whatever we tell you without question. Jesus Christ, there's eternal life, so you got to reduce yourself to a half-mast state where you can't fully live this life, where you're constantly inhibited, like contrivance, society, etc. You're constantly inhibited, so you reduce this life in half-mast zero-sum. You reduce this life to a lesser state, a less full existence, for the promises of, an eternal life or heaven. So you see that's just a means to control people, to make them comfortable or content with that state of being, of living in a lesser state than their full and uninhibited existence. And once again, just the desire, like, don't you want to go to heaven? So why wouldn't you believe? But sure, I would want a lot of things, but just because you want something doesn't make it true. Like, I don't know how much I can explain that. A lot of this whole thing is just, don't you wish this was the case? So you should believe it's the case because you wish it's the case, right? Don't you want some perfect absolute meaning? Don't you want some structure? Don't you want some answers to all the questions in the universe? We're not actually going to provide those, but you can just believe in them anyway and just don't think about it, as if that's not intellectually dishonest as well. And very carefully use the talents that God has blessed you with to look at the ego in that, though. Why couldn't you just use what you have to try to survive without God being involved? Trying to give it a sense of purpose, like, it's not an accident. Right, like as if that framing even makes sense, that it wouldn't need to be an accident, it could just be an event that happened. We assign, even me saying it's random, we're trying to assign a rhyme and reason to it, but that's a human way of thinking. That's even, like I say, the need to be created is a human idea. Make the world more like heaven, then we could remove the need for heaven, right? That's the first absolutist correct thing he said here, is that make the world more like heaven, then we don't have to worry about heaven as much. Right? Then we don't have to reduce our life to a half-mast state, and we already have heaven right here. But that's kind of an odd thing to even say. But again, peasants working for promises of heaven, living in a lesser state that they otherwise wouldn't tolerate because of that, for promises of something unconfirmed that they can't verify. I mean, it's a great way to psychologically control people. I have to give it up, but it's not too prudent, really. All it shows is a psychological need that you have, right? It's comforting, it's desirable, it gives you false certainty, it gives you peace of mind, it gives you, peace with death in terms of... So you realize in that there's that subliminal manifestation of each of these things, like... It's a reflection of a lot of desires that people have, or insecurities that people have, fears that people have, everything like that. And we call that, there's a line like that from the Seventh Seal, actually. We make an idol of our fear, and that idol we call God, right? We're afraid of death, so there's heaven. We're afraid of getting killed, so everyone who hurts us would go to hell. We're afraid of, whatever we need psychologically, it'll give us, whether it's true or accurate or real or whatever. And then Let me watch it again. Meaningless. Again, accident is sort of preconceived framing. So your birth is not an accident, your death is not an accident. And we're going to wave the little carrot on a stick of eternal life to try to control you in this life and minimize and reduce you to a half-mast state where you're not fully alive and fully maximizing your potential and experience in this existence. We're going to use the promise of some greater existence to reduce this one. Imagine that. Imagine the greatest point that I could possibly make, but you just don't get it. Which is that I'm acting like I'm talking to the guy, but you know what I mean? Like, you're using the promise of this, right, eternal life, heaven, etc., to control and reduce and restrict people here, right, and not let them live their full uninhibited experience and existence. And so you reduce it to a controlled state, and the controlled state is very undesirable. Or whatever, non-inherent desire suggested. And so that turned into a whole fucking hour-long discussion, but a lot of my good logical razors in there. I feel so weird in doing this, but whatever. That was a horrible kind of... It's just a short video, so I don't want to judge it too harshly. Like, he might make other better points elsewhere, but it's so wrong-headed because you're arguing from, again, a point of desire, right? Everything he's saying, let me count the desirable moments. Like, it's meaningless to live without God, so you should pretend God exists because that gives you an illusion of meaning. Why not self-inflict? You're saying accident, human-centric. That's a very negative perspective. Here is a promise of eternal life. Don't you want to believe in all these things? That's basically what he's saying. Your desire. He's exploiting your desire. Don't you want to believe in the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus? Don't you want to believe that everything's perfect the way you want it to be? Don't you want to believe in eternal life? Don't you want to believe in heaven? Don't you want to believe that all these standards we have are absolute? Don't you want to believe? So none of that's an argument for why it's actually true or the case. It's just trying to exploit your desires and your peace of mind, insecurities and stuff. And the way that you can exploit that is basically by, again, that's all he's saying in here. Like, none of these are actual arguments. They're only just, your life would be meaningless, and you would feel this need to even do the thing I was talking about, the S word. So now, because you'd feel meaningless, you're not providing actual meaning. You're saying you should believe in something that would give you that impression of meaning. So you're just trying to take advantage of somebody then. Like, look how meaningless your life feels. So now we're going to try to find refuge in something, try to find comfort in something. That doesn't make that something valid or accurate or real or true or absolute. It just makes it, again, like a necessary delusion or outlet or closure or peace of mind, right, that you could have. Again, I'm not even denying, okay, even if you believe it is valid, that's not a very good argument for why it's valid, right? To say, don't you have this need for peace of mind and comfort and certainty and everything? Oh, yes, indeed, human beings do have that need and desire. So, okay, cool, but now where is the answer? Give us the answer. Give us, why is it the case? And again, I could even use it in the particular faith argument, like, why specifically is Christianity, Jesus Christ, that answer, as opposed to other religions or other belief systems or, again, other perspectives, measure, worldview. But even outside of that, why... you would have to qualify that particular specific belief and also just this time, like, I don't know. That was much more exhausting than it had any business being, and so that's fine.